stop, and it will prevent it from flowing into the Gulf, and that water's got to go somewhere. So I am concerned about the Imperial River and some pretty significant flooding as a result. And the storm surge model projects that. You can literally see the buildup of the surge near the Imperial River. As we go down, let's highlight Bonita National and Village Walk, Worthington. You guys are in a lot better shape than, let's say, west of the interstate. Let's continue to go down. Wiggins Pass, Vanderbilt Beach, Pelican Marsh. All right, now we're at Immokalee Road. There's your Immokalee Road divider. Keep going down, Pelican Bay, Pine Ridge, which I will tell you, this is actually one of the best and elevated spots, considering it's only a few miles near the coastline, in all of Southwest Florida. Look at this. This is right near Pine Ridge. Notice how you literally actually don't have an issue with surge, according to the prediction, because of how high you are elevated. Unfortunately for Bridgewater Bay, Kensington, Seagate Elementary, Bears Paw, as we take you south towards the Naples Airport, Coastland Center Mall, Naples Zoo, all areas in red. The Botanical Garden, absolutely in red. Glen Eagle, East Naples, Riviera Colony. Classics, now we're starting to get into Lely. Belmead, Fiddler's Creek, Shell Island. And the National Hurricane Center did increase these values. So compared to the map that we showed you a couple hours ago, instead of seeing yellow and orange, they have now filled that in with more red because of the increase in the surge. Right now, the surge levels, according to Naples, at about 4.5 feet. Once we're done here in a bit, I'm going to go back and I'll get you another update on how the surge levels are doing at the moment. And then as we take you to one of our final stops for Golden Gate Estates, it's not impossible, but in this case, it wouldn't be life-threatening storm surge. Your values would be at about 1 to 2. Yes, it could cause property damage if the surge encroaches on your area, but it wouldn't be life-threatening like it would be especially near and west of the interstate. Okay, I would like to zoom back up and let's see if it's on this map. Okay, so that is the storm surge geographical display of what, with our Category 4 approaching, what we could see and what we hope to not see in the hours ahead. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Matt. And the reason we're spending so much time on storm surge is water is such a destructive force. Of course, it doesn't negate the fact that we will have very strong winds as well, and there will be very strong wind damage in our area. But storm surge is something that we haven't seen at this magnitude ever. So we need to pay attention to that. So we're back to where we were talking about. If you're hunkered down, your home is prepared, and you have an option, a vertical option, a second story. Remember, that's vertical evacuation is a real thing. So you can go to your second story if water becomes an issue. So you're in a good place if that's your situation.
And if you have that option and you have, you're looking for something to occupy your time on this, take some of your extra stuff upstairs. It'll help you mentally, but it'll also help if the water does indeed come up to these forecasts, which, we've been waiting for a break on this. With every update and every turn for the last 2 or 3 days, we really haven't gotten one. So this is coming. It's coming just like it looks. And the next 12 hours, we'll know how bad it is in each and every neighborhood, like Matt was just talking about.
Now, some of this stuff, he's giving you the worst case scenario on this storm surge, and we're still waiting to see exactly where this hurricane makes landfall. Wherever it is south is going to see the most surge because the water's going to push from below the eye south onto the land. It'll be worse. If you're above that eye, it's going to be not an issue. In fact, we're seeing pictures out of Tampa right now where the water has been completely sucked out of some bays and areas because that's how storm surge works.
And we remember that if you were here for Irma, the Caloosahatchee parts of near downtown Fort Myers, for the first time we had seen the bottom of it without any water. Now this is Fort Myers Beach live picture. And if nothing else, folks, you know what the Gulf of Mexico usually looks like, and it doesn't usually look like that. So that's an indicator of just how strong this is.
Hey, Chris and Lois, right before we punched this up, there were 2 people
Yes.
literally in front of the Pierside Grill restaurant. And they were, the gentleman and his wife were waist deep in the water.
No experience. People want to experience a hurricane. That's not a smart thing to do. No social media video that you want to get to share with your friends is worth your life. We can't emphasize that enough. Our meteorologists have been emphasizing it. The emergency managers now, this is Lee County. Lee County's emergency management has just put out warnings: take refuge, stay where you are, hunker down, do not go on the roads. It's not safe. If the sheriff's deputies, the ambulances, and the emergency officials aren't safe to be on the road, what would make you think that it's safe for you to go out there? Please.
There they are.
And there they are right there.
Please
You know, and
don't
we
be
always see there's
foolish.
3 or 4 of them now. And we always see this in every storm, unfortunately. And it is just so dangerous. We saw folks driving over the Edison Bridge. Yep, we see them in the water right there. We're kind of keeping an eye on them. Hopefully they come out just as easily as they went in and as safely. But that is just a bad idea.
And the other thing, guys, is that once that eye wall approaches, those waves are going to go up fast and quickly.
Yeah, we're seeing that. We're seeing the 3 people in the water there, right between the building and the pier. This is just, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing we want to report for you is people dying because made a foolish act during a hurricane. Please, please don't do this.
The extension of this, most people watching, I'm sure, are not going to go to the beach today, but driving. You don't need to be out on the roads, and especially on bridges, because Matt, you were explaining a little while ago, as bad as the winds are at the surface, when you get up even a little bit elevated, we don't have high bridges here, but you still go up enough that you're going to have even more wind up there.
You know, you did bring up a good topic here about condos. I would say every 10 stories, you add a category. Now, we're already at upper end 4, so think of the type of wind that is going to be passing by. So for some of the condos, whether it be around Vanderbilt Beach, or whether it be downtown Fort Myers, or even, basically coastal Collier County, coastal Lee, you go up 10 stories, you basically add a category.
Okay, but we
with
are
the
still
increase in
telling
wind.
people if vertical evacuation and surge in flooding is an option. But you're warning people that second story is bad in terms of the wind.
Yeah, so this is a multifaceted system where we have life-threatening storm surge, and we also have literally tornado-like wind, life-threatening wind too. So that is why we had really stressed that you got to get away from the water, but also you need to now in the future protect yourself from the wind with flying projectiles potentially going through the air at over 140 miles an hour.
Look at this, Naples Pier. Look at all those people.
And look at the surf. When do you see that?
Yeah, again, that's the Gulf of Mexico. We're not looking at Southern California and the Pacific Ocean. This is the Gulf of Mexico and Naples Pier. So that is just not any place that anybody should be right now, much less a group of people that large.
I know that we have seen from the Naples Pier, from the Fort Myers Beach Pier in past storms, not as large as this, not as strong as this, people being slammed into those concrete pilings, being seriously injured. This is not, we know we sound like your mother right now, but everybody loves their mother, right? So let's just do the smart thing here. If you know someone who's out on that pier right now, please call them and tell them to come in.
Yeah, or thinking about going, or think it would be cool to go, just do that. The other thing, too, as you consider, if you're on the fence about going upstairs in your house, you may know second-story, two-story houses around here, especially the older ones, your concrete block downstairs, but your plywood for framing upstairs.
Yeah.
That's helpful to know. A lot of the newer ones are concrete block all the way up. If you know your concrete block all the way up, you have a little bit more leeway. But if you're plywood up there and you don't have, especially you don't have impact windows or shutters on those windows, that's something to take into consideration. You got to, at this point, if you're still home and in that situation, make your best judgment call based on what's happening at your house.
At the top of the hour, we were listening to that Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center news conference, and they mentioned that they only had 900 people in their shelters, but last night when they were evacuating people, there were 127,000 people in those evacuation zones. We're hoping all those people heeded the warnings and left the area because we know they did not go to the shelters. We hope they are in a safe location location. Here's the latest image from Wink Doppler 3X. You see that very clear, defined eye, and you see how close this hurricane is now coming to the coast. Dylan Federico is here with us right now. And Dylan, I mean, I think that we're looking at a possibility of somebody being hit as early as what?
Yeah,
10, noon? I'm sorry, noon or 2?
Yeah, you can see it on our radar. The core of destructive winds with Hurricane Ian are just offshore, and the hurricane hunters are in there investigating it right now, and they actually deployed some special drones into the eye wall. And I was just looking at the data, just above the surface, found 190 mile per hour winds. So there are very strong winds just above the surface. And this is a strengthening hurricane, so those gusts are likely mixing down to the surface. So when this eye wall, which is that yellow and red ring surrounding the eye, when that crosses the coast, this is going to cause very extensive, potentially catastrophic wind damage to portions along the coast. And we talked about this a little bit, but a lot of people live on high rises right across the street from Wink. And I'm sure there are more
up and down the beach.
Up
There's
the beach,
yeah. Gulf front.
The winds, those 190 plus mile per hour winds that these drones are picking up on will almost certainly impact the upper floors of those condominiums. So I would not recommend staying in any of those because those windows are not built to handle those kinds of winds, especially
some of the older buildings,
especially extensive periods of time. So this is very strong, and this is going to be moving into Sanibel and Captiva shortly as this continues off towards the northeast.
We know a lot of people on Sanibel and Captiva have evacuated, which is good news. We hope everyone has gotten to a safe location.
Because realistically, at the rate it's going, I mean, it's at least conceivable, if not likely, that the island will flood completely.
Yeah, and speaking of the water, I was just looking at the water gauges up and down the coast, and the water has almost bottomed out, if not it's being done bottoming out over in Fort Myers Beach. But in Naples, the surge is coming in now, and the chart, the water level chart, is almost parabolic. So it's the water is coming up fast, and this is going to be the case up and down the coast as the winds begin to shift more onshore. And this happens in every strong hurricane that comes onshore. The surge comes in very, very fast. That's why we strongly discourage anybody that's at the pier at Fort Myers Beach from being out there in the first place, because when that surge comes in, it's going to come in fast, and you're not going to be able to outrun it, especially if you're in the vicinity of the water. There's tons of canals, and that allows that water to fill everything up within minutes. It happens literally within minutes when you have this type of a situation.
And, you know, this comes from not only, you know, Dylan, not only a great meteorologist and very smart, but you're a storm chaser of sorts, so you know how to get close to them safely, and that's not it.
Ian will be my 6th major hurricane that I've been in. So this, and but Ian, if this becomes a Category 5, this will be the strongest one that I've been in.
So when you're saying get out of the water, you know from experience, get away from the shore, get out of the water.
Listen, when that wind shifts in the right angle, the water comes up within minutes. Within minutes, it rises several feet, and in this case, we're talking about over 10 feet of storm surge in some spots, wherever this eventually comes in directly. So that's why we've been warning people for days to get out of those coastal communities, because with this type of a hurricane, the water comes up very, very, very fast, and you do not want to be in any position to take on water. So it's going to come up very fast, and we're going to see this on all of our cameras over the next several hours, wherever the core of Hurricane Ian finally moves inland.
All right, thank you very much, Dylan.
Stay with us and watch along with us, because we're going to go to Claire Galt, who is live on Sanibel, or near Sanibel. I don't know if you're on the Punta Rassa side. Looks like you are. It's still in the hotel, right? Safely on Punta Rassa, looking across to Sanibel. What are you seeing?
Yeah, that's right. No, we are not on the island of Sanibel. We are close by. We're right before the causeway. Now, the worst of the storm is supposed to hit Sanibel any time now, right now. And so my photographer, Jack, and I went upstairs to this room to kind of seek some shelter, but we can still show you what is going on through this window. The focus right now is the water. If we zoom in, you can see it's spraying across. I mean, that dock is rocking back and forth, and the wind is so strong that the water almost looks like it's moving in a sort of circle. So we're just going to wait here for a little bit while, the worst is coming. Now at 10, I told you about that letter that I got from the city, and so I really want to emphasize that again. So I'm going to read you on my phone. I have it. I want to emphasize these two main points one more time. So number one, this is really important. At this time, the time to prep is over. You need to stay where you are. There's no time, to try to go anywhere else. It's over. You got to stay where you are. Number two is that, that there is a precautionary boil water advisory. It's in effect right now, and it's going to stay in effect for a little bit now. Now, like I mentioned to you earlier, the wind right now is the worst we've seen all day. The rain, everything is the worst we've seen all day. So it's really a telltale sign. It's clear we're going to be getting the worst of it any time now. But I'm going to keep you updated. We're going to be watching through this safely, but we're going to be watching enough to let you know what's going on and keep you in the loop with us. Live in Sanibel, or live near Sanibel. Claire Galt, Wink News.
Claire, don't go anywhere. I want to ask you a question if you can still hear us. That sound we're hearing, is that the wind outside of your window? That whistling, that whistle?
We've been talking about this for a little bit. We think it is the wind outside, but it's unclear if it could be, the wind coming through this gap in this door right here. I don't really want to say either way, but we had that same question. We were wondering the same thing. Maybe, I'm not sure if Matt could help answer that, if, wind can have that sound.
Yeah, Dylan Federico is here. Claire, stay right there. He wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, Claire, listen, I'm looking at the radar right now. The eye wall is about to begin moving into where you are. So please make sure you have a place away from that window that you can go when those winds start moving in. It's going to happen very soon. So just make sure you have an interior room that you can go to, or a stairwell. I know there's stairwells in some of those bigger buildings that you can protect yourself from what's going on outside from where you are, okay? Just, you need to think about your plan when those winds do come, and it will be soon. So just be ready, okay?
Yeah,
All right, Claire, thanks. And that's probably a good idea
question
for anybody who's in a high rise right now that you might not have thought of the concrete stairwell. And okay, Claire has a question for us.
So sorry, for a place like this, would you say a bathroom or kind of a conference room area or a stairwell would be the best option?
It just depends. Just make sure that wherever you are, there's no windows, because when that eye wall moves in, the winds are going to go from low wind, category 1, which is probably what you're seeing right now, to borderline category 5 winds in short order. The eye wall, I'm looking at the radar right now, it's inching in your direction, so it will dramatically worsen here within the next hour or so as it begins to move in into Sanibel. So just be ready for that.
Yeah, so let's let Claire and her photographer Jack get into a safe location within that building. Remember, that building has been modernized, so it's up to building standards. But the windows, Claire, you can go get locked down where you need to be, so you're in an interior room away from windows. The same goes for everyone at home. We're now looking at the Sanibel Causeway, and the conditions are deteriorating there. We're seeing very, very high waves, winds, the camera jumping around. For those of you who are listening on radio and can't see what we are seeing, we want to give you as good of a picture as we can.
This is as turned up as I think I've ever seen the Gulf of Mexico in 20 years here, and the intensity of the waves. And remember, we're just starting. This is not the middle of it. This is not the height of it. This is just, it's coming. The degree that the palm trees are swaying and the intensity of the rising water just in the waves, not necessarily the rising water level yet.
This is the area where if you're a boater, you're putting in the boat. Now, this is not submerged. Things are not completely submerged yet. We're not seeing that yet, but we are seeing some very, very churned up water, like Chris said, like we haven't seen in in a long time.
And some sprays hitting the pillars of the causeway that spray up onto the causeway. So clearly, you know, this is the point that we don't want to be on the causeway. We're seeing, if you're watching on TV, the reason why.
It looks to me like it's surged too, because if you look closely on
right
that
there.
camera.
Okay, this is at Diamond Head Beach Resort on Fort Myers Beach, Dylan. What we're looking at right now, we are definitely looking at water push up way deep into the beaches. We're looking at the seagrasses, that is the protective seagrasses along the beach.
And the walkway.
That prevents erosion, and the walkway to the beach. The water is all the way up to all of the protective seagrasses that keep the beach and the sand in place there. So we're starting to see some really large amounts of water push up onto the beaches.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. This is going to be a very prolonged period of strong onshore flow from this hurricane. The hurricane has slowed down significantly over the past couple of hours, so the surge is going to go up even more from here on out. And I was saying this yesterday, and I'm going to stress this point again today. People that have never seen water before, especially compared to Irma and Charlie, are going to see water later on today. And you can see that surge now really coming in to Fort Myers Beach. Look at that.
This is the
Yeah.
pier, and this is what we were looking at 10 or
Yes.
15 minutes ago with those people swimming. It's more intense now than it was 15 minutes ago.
When I got here a couple of hours ago, there was no water right there. So it's coming up quickly. And as the core of Ian approaches the coastline, the water will go up quicker, especially where the right front quadrant comes in. So, and you see that water funneling in to the Sanibel Causeway there. So that's definitely surged.
So for those of you that can see, here we are getting warnings at the same time on our phone. You probably
Shelter
are
in
as
place.
well. Time to shelter in place. Don't go anywhere. I think that we've passed that message along, but now we're getting emergency alerts from officials. Let's take a look at this pier, and if you watch the pilings, that might be a good point of reference to see where the water is now and where it might be in the hour to come, Dylan, because as you said, it doesn't take long for some of the surge water to come in once it starts coming in. So let's keep an eye on that over time and see how the beaches are looking in about an hour.
Yeah, every time we go from camera to camera and check these places, clearly the trend of it going out has ended, and it's starting to come in and starting to get worse and higher water and more intense. We'll keep our eye on the Fort Myers Beach Pier here. Let's take a look we'll bring radar up so Dylan can tell us a little bit more about what we're seeing.
Yeah, and we're seeing a couple of things going on right now. If you look at the hurricane itself, just in the past few minutes, look how the eastern side, look how the eastern side of the eye wall is now lighting up on our Wink Doppler 3X, and there's a lot of lightning there too. So even though Ian is just below Category 5 strength as of the latest advisory, lightning is a telltale sign of intensification. So Ian is still strengthening and will likely continue strengthening up until landfall. So what you're seeing right now with the eastern eye wall lighting up is the hurricane is approaching the coast. So there's friction with the wind and there's compression with the land of the hurricane moving in. And usually what that does is it tightens up the hurricane even more. And you're seeing that right now. So this is a very impressive hurricane. It's strengthening still. And like Matt was saying earlier, Category 5 is certainly in play. But at this point, we're going to see those destructive winds pushing into parts of southwest Florida in short order.
Okay, Dylan, we're watching where the lightning strikes are. Tell us what pieces of land are right under there. Are we looking at Sanibel Island right there?
Yes.
See where the lightning strikes are, ladies and gentlemen? There are those white dots that are popping up right near the eye wall there. That is right by Sanibel Island. That gives you a point of reference so you can see where you are in comparison to that.
Yes, and like this is why I was telling Claire what I was saying a few minutes ago. That yellow ring, that is the core of destructive winds. That's where those 155 mile per hour winds with higher gusts are, and they are getting ready to move now into Sanibel and Captiva in short order. And if you live in Pine Island, and you're still in Pine Island, it's not far away from you either. It's gonna slowly move into your direction. But now that eye wall is pushing into the coast there, the surge is going to begin to go up very quickly. So I think that our Sanibel Causeway camera is going to be critical for watching that surge come in within the next couple of hours. Hopefully it stays up. But if you live in Sanibel and Captiva, you need to treat this like a tornado if you're still there. This is going to be basically a tornado that lasts for an hour until you get into the eye. You'll get a break, but then you got to go through the backside as well. So if you're still there, you're going to have to get into the most interior place in your house or building and upstairs because of the storm surge, unfortunately. But you need to protect yourself from flying debris. That's the most important thing. Bring pillows with you to insulate yourself. And it's going to be a rough couple of hours on the island. But the surge is coming, and so are those destructive winds as well.
All right, thank you very much, Dylan. We're going to go over to Taylor Petrus right now, who has some brand new videos coming in of what the storm is already doing in our area.
Yeah, Lois, Chris, Dylan, this is another perfect example of why you need to stay inside, not be out on the roadways, because this is what can happen after. A viewer just sent us this. He said this is a downed power line that you can see is now sparking with that debris on the roadway as well. This was taken near downtown Naples about an hour ago. This is 6th Avenue South and 10th Street South. And then he also sent us some aftermath video to show, this is going to continue sparking. So again, with that debris on the roadway, that is why this is dangerous for you to be out and about, as those winds may have knocked down some power lines right now.
All right, thank you very much, Taylor. And emergency crews are not going to come to you at this time. It is way too dangerous. So you just need to hunker down and stay where you are, and we'll assess things later. Your life and your safety is the most important thing right now.
We want to keep Wink Doppler 3X front and center on the screen here, because it shows you where we are, shows you where you are in relation to where this hurricane is. And we'll keep Dylan's mic open here. So, all that lightning we're looking at, if you look at the word Fort Myers, we're just looking down and to the left of that, right into the ring.
Yeah, and I am noticing something now in the past couple of frames on radar. You see that notch on the northeastern side of the eye there. And it makes sense because there's lightning there as well. That is what we call a mesovortice. These only happen in the strongest of the strong hurricanes, Category 4, Category 5 type of hurricanes. And what these are, they're almost tornadoes within the eye wall themselves. Those are what caused the destruction from Andrew down in Homestead, those mesovortices. So while the winds are 155 miles per hour on the advisory, they could end up being even stronger in those little mesovortices.
Okay, so we're going to take you right now to a Lee County news conference. We're hearing from officials there about the latest that they are seeing.
At this point,
Roger
communities
Desjardins, the county
started
manager
to
at the
regulate,
podium.
Land use and building codes. Although the flood reduction benefits of large structural projects like dams and levees were understood, the impact of to the environment was a concern. Projects now had to assess and reduce and mitigate environmental impacts.
Emergency management is urging
so this was started, but
this
says late 60s, 70s, but these were slow starting. They were all new legislation had to be figured out.
Okay, we're having a problem with the audio right there. We're going to fix that for you so we can get back to the Lee County officials. But again, we are watching right now the eye of Hurricane Ian approaching the southwest Florida coast. You see Sanibel Island there. As this radar spins, you get a clear view of what's underneath. You're seeing Sanibel Island right there, and then Pine Island beyond it, and then the coast beyond that into Cape Coral and Fort Myers. But we are going to continue to watch this. You see all that lightning in the eye wall. Dylan Federico, our meteorologist, telling us how strong those winds are right there. We're going to go back to that Lee County news conference. We have the audio fixed. You can hear what they're saying.
In the next few hours. Structural damage to sturdy buildings with some complete roof and wall failures. Heavy rainfall will continue to spread throughout the county and will intensify, resulting in potentially life-threatening flooding. Large trees snapped or uprooted and many roads impassable from trees and debris. Destruction of mobile homes and manufactured homes. Widespread power outages and also tornadoes can be a possibility. The National Weather Service is recommending the following when sheltering in place. Take refuge in an interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level during the storm. Put as many walls between you and the outside that you can. Stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. In the eye of the storm, as it passes over, there will be a short period of calm. But at the other side of the eye, the wind speeds rapidly increase to hurricane force winds coming from the opposite direction. So it's very important not to go outside if we do experience the eye wall. Plan to remain inside even after the storm passes so that first responders can ensure conditions are safe. All responding agencies have stopped responses for the safety of our first responders at this time, but you can still call 911. Calls will be prioritized so that once conditions are safe enough, responses will resume. Response decisions will be made as Hurricane Ian continues to move through the area. I want to repeat, if you have an emergency, please still call 911. If you need more information, please go to our Lee County Government website at www.leegov.com/storm. We have many more resources and information available at that website. Thank you.
I want to also mention, as part of this whole preparation and response effort, Commissioner Wayne and I received a call from the governor about 45 minutes ago. And Commissioner, would you like to describe that conversation?
Sure. So the governor actually, with the chief financial officer, indicated that all assets will be deployed as soon as humanly possible. Whatever we need, he'll actually provide. So it was really comforting. Really talked about just the resources that are available and the resources he wants to have. The chief financial officer said that they anticipate having insurance companies open within 72 hours of it being safe and starting to issue checks as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll take some questions if you have them.
You know, Roger, we're seeing on our Facebook feeds people reporting situations in their neighborhoods. Is there any one area of concern right now where we're getting calls or that you're focused on?
I think it's hard at the moment to pinpoint any of the areas. This storm is coming inland so fast that the impacts for storm surge, you know, depending on where you are along the coastline, the impact are going to be a little bit different, you know, from mile to mile. And so we are, to the extent that we can, we're watching with cameras that we have around the county to see where those areas are. But until the storm passes, it's going to be impossible to really pinpoint where the damage is. But as soon as the winds recede below 30 miles an hour, our DOT crews will be out opening the roads, clearing debris. We'll make that first pass, and if we have enough time today, we'll complete that, you know, by dark. Otherwise, if the storm doesn't pass till after dark, then we'll be out first thing in the morning. We also have search and rescue crews that are staged in Miami. There's two teams over there waiting to make their way to Lee County, and that would be 60 people. They will show up with their own resources and be self-sufficient, and they'll work with the local fire districts on the search and rescue efforts if we need them. So I think to the Commissioner's point in the conversation with the Governor, we are probably as well positioned as any county might be in the state of Florida given these conditions. And just as soon as it's humanly possible, we will be out there to respond.
Is the number and location of shelters static at this time, given the events that are about to happen, and is any change anticipated over the long term because of continued difficulty with homes and places like that?
So the question is, you know, what are the sheltering conditions right now? What's the status, and what do we anticipate happening? We have about 4,000 people in the shelters right now, and with the shelters that are open and available, we can house 40,000 people. So right now, we would not anticipate opening additional shelters. We'll just have to wait and see. We have a very good relationship with the school district and the new superintendent, and he has made sure that all of the schools that are intended to be shelters are well prepared and staffed, and between the school district and some of our own staff and the sheriff's office providing security, the shelter situation is good right now, but what'll happen, several days from now is impossible to predict.
So is the direction still to stay and not go to a shelter from this point forward until it's cleared, basically, as being a safe thing to do?
The wind velocities are high enough now, and there is enough of a storm surge coming on shore and working its way inland that no one should be on the road now. It is simply too dangerous. It only takes a couple feet of water to wash a car off the road, and it is between water and the wind. We have seen some trees falling around the county, and so it is simply too dangerous to be on the road.
Would you have a time?
It is simply too dangerous to be on the road. You're hearing that from all emergency officials right now. You're hearing it from our meteorologists. We're telling you, please, please heed that advice. Very important that he was talking about the shelters, how there's 4,000 people in Lee County shelters. They have room for many more, although now is not the time to go to a shelter. Right. But he was talking about shelters being open days from now. That's because we don't know exactly what your neighborhood is going to look like. You might not have a shelter at home to that is safe to be in, and so they will have those options down the road.
Yeah. And talking about the governor reassuring us that there is response on the way. All that stuff is going to be the next round of this once we get through this part today. We have Gail Levy live on the phone with us. Gail, I believe you're on Marco Island. Tell us how you're doing.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, I am out here on Marco Island right now. And let me tell you guys, these winds are moving faster than I have ever seen. The waves out in the Gulf right now are actually huge. And the hotel I'm at has these like cabana things on the beach, and there's a couple of them that I don't know if they've blown over or gone down, but there's a few of them that are just either on the ground or they've been submerged into the water because they look like they might be a little closer to the shoreline. But it is an insanely windy, rough scene out here right now. I've been trying to send back video. The service out here has also been awful. There's no Wi-Fi in the hotel. That's also currently out. But, I mean, these trees have just been blowing like...
Okay, Gail, we lost a little, we can't hear you right now, but if you can hear us, please make sure that you're away from windows, that you're not near windows. If you're witnessing this kind of thing, we're worried about your safety. We're advising everyone to be away from windows. So if you can hear us, please be safe.
All right, Gail, maybe you're back. If you can hear us, one question I did have, based on your last observation, can you see does it look like the water's coming in and encroaching over the beach? Is it rising in your estimation?
It looks like it's rising a bit, but the storm surge isn't up at the pool level or anything like that. But like I mentioned, one of those cabanas or tiki huts looks like it either blew over or the surge took it, or somehow, some way that is no longer standing there where it looks like it should have been. But I mean, it's just so much wind right now.
Okay, so if you're watching at home right now, you're seeing that wink Doppler 3X. You see where the eye is. You can see to the south where Marco Island is. When you're south of the eye like that, that's where we consider the worst areas for storm surge. That's why we're talking to Gail right now about the water and the storm surge and where it is on Marco Island at this time. Very serious situation all along the coast of Southwest Florida right now.
Yeah, and we'll be monitoring neighborhood by neighborhood as the storm moves up the coast and moves closer to Lee County. We want to get over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt now. We're getting close to 11 o'clock and that new update, Matt, and I know you have new information for us either way.
Yeah, okay, so they have not thankfully bumped this up to Category 5, but we are still dealing with a monster of a storm. Max winds of 155 miles an hour. The pressure at 937 millibars. It is pushing to the north-northeast at 9, as it also has deviated in its track just a bit. So let's take a look at the cone that was just issued from the National Hurricane Center and what this will do. And I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to get into the scene, and that way we can literally zoom on in to where they have this potentially making landfall. And they are right now calling for around, looks like around, I would say Rotunda and all the way towards Minnesota Key. So that is where they are expecting it. But the big thing, this is it, folks. This is the main event. The eye wall. I'm going to pop up something that was just issued from the National Weather Service. This is one of the rarest products that they issue. This is called an extreme wind warning. And this is to basically tell you that the time to go out is done. Please seek shelter. The eye wall is now pushing on shore in southwest Florida with tornado-like winds gusting over 100 miles an hour. To reiterate, extreme wind warning has been issued from Bonita Springs towards Estero, Sanibel, even as far north as Boca Grande. It encompasses North Cape, all of Cape Coral, and borderline Fort Myers. But it's only a matter of time before we see those strong winds make it all the way inland. And this is the type of wind that will lead to significant power outages, and we need to treat it like a tornado. No exaggeration. And I want to show you that right now on Wink Live Doppler 3X. So here's going to be the eye and the eye wall. And as Dylan noted, and he was correct, the lightning that you see popping up, that is a sign, not with all tropical systems, but with most of them, that it is still intensifying. The diameter of the eye since last night has actually been shrinking. And let me show you right now, the diameter of the eye is about 30 miles wide. So here's how this is going to go. The eye wall is right now pushing on shore of Sanibel and Captiva, all the way towards North Captiva. Then you get a break. The winds will calm down. And believe it or not, Chris and Lois, look at this. I'm going to load this into the system. The sun is right now peeking out in the eye. Let's show the visible satellite imagery. And do not be surprised to see sunlight in the eye as it pushes on shore in southwest Florida. See that blackness right there? That is void of clouds, and that is where the sun is peeking through. And where that makes landfall, anywhere between Boca Grande and Sanibel, you will get extreme wind. Then the winds will calm down. The sun will come out in spots, and then it will get rough again. So when you see that sunlight, if you're in the eye, you're not done. You're only at the halfway point. Then you get hit again with the eye wall. So I now have the core of the hurricane and the worst part of it within range of our radar. We have the most accurate representation of how strong the winds are. So you can see it's right now starting to get within range. And I want to sample some of the wind speeds. And this is literally the most accurate representation of the wind speeds right now. It's going to be more accurate than the radar out of Miami, Key West, and Tampa. So what we see is very legitimate of the winds within the eye wall. And they are detecting 159 miles an hour on the southeastern corner. Dylan, you seeing that? On the southeastern corner of the eye wall. On the northern side, it is showing winds upwards of about 145 to 152 miles an hour. Now, the source of this radar is Babcock Ranch. Okay, so Babcock Ranch is detecting, you can see the beam, it is detecting that wind, not 100 miles away plus like it would be from Tampa Bay. It is half the distance and 50 miles away, meaning we have a more accurate representation as to what is happening with the storm. Let's also highlight where this is likely going to be making landfall. And what I find very interesting is you have the yellow. This is the path that it has been taking. Then you have the red line. That's the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. But it's been wobbling and at times even deviating from the National Hurricane Center forecast track. So the landfall is really, I would say, anywhere from where they have it to Sanibel, and that includes Placida, Boca Grande, North Captiva, Sanibel. And then after that, we have to deal with, as it pushes on shore, seeing those strong winds. If you are just joining us, I want to point out who is in the path of the strongest winds. So we have the eye and the eye wall rotating around this 937 millibar, category 4, almost a category 5. So now I want to stretch out and essentially show you where the strongest winds are going to be with its forward progress towards the north and northeast. Okay, so I'm going to draw these on here. And essentially, if you are within this corridor right here, okay, if you're within this corridor right here, the time is now to wrap up any plans that you have, including charging up your phones, making sure that you have contingencies when the power is out, having your supplies ready to go, and have them just ready for the fact that you will likely lose power as this passes by. It's going to be within the next, right now it's pushing on shore for Sanibel Captiva, but then after that, hour by hour, it's going to be moving in. And I tell you what, let me show you hour by hour when that is going to be moving in. We'll do a storm cone on it, and this is generally moving at about 9 to 10 miles an hour. So I'm going to draw this on here, and then we will stretch this out. Okay, so that's going to put it at around Boca Grande by 11:33. So Boca Grande in about a half an hour, the eye wall approaching, and then we also would see by Fort Myers about 1 to 1:30, including Chris and Lois, us here at Wink, and then Babcock Ranch. Let's see if our radar can take all that wind. I believe in our radar. I think it's going to do it, but it's certainly going to be tested as these hurricane force winds are going to be working their way through. I do have some storm surge updates. The storm surge at last check in Naples, and we will continue to update these graphs as we go along. The blue line is normal. The red is where we currently are, and the tide levels are now approaching 5 feet above normal. Okay, so we are looking at water levels 5 feet above normal currently at Naples. Let's go to Fort Myers. The sensor is actually just down the street from us here at Wink. And it looks like we have now, Chris and Lois, previously we had the water that was getting sucked out. So here's the blue line. That was the normal. The red, you can see all through the past couple of hours, it has been below normal with the counterclockwise motion taking out the water. But look at what has literally just happened. We have now started to rise above normal, and that trend will continue. So I'm going to try to update these sensors as much as we can. I also did get some updated wind gusts, and these are brand new. Do have some hurricane force wind gusts. Pelican Bay 78, Captiva 75, Isla Capri 67. I will tell you, I also had a wind gust of 69 in East Naples. Naples, downtown, at the airport, 62. Also had a 62 in Fort Myers, Marco Island 61, Venice at 55, the Cape at 55, and more than likely, as we get that worst part of the storm, we will see these wind gusts go up significantly. So please do me a favor, take care of yourself, your family, and your friends. This is going to be the worst part of the storm. We are now approaching when it is going to get even more serious, when it is going to get destructive. This, as of right now, is the strongest storm in Southwest Florida's history. Almost a Category 5. This is stronger than Irma, stronger than Charlie, and compared to Charlie, we're looking at a bigger storm with a greater scope. So I cannot stress enough how serious the situation is. And the storm surge forecasts, still 12 to 18 feet expected into Lee and Charlotte County. We're right now already at 5. At Naples, the expectation from the Hurricane Center is about 8 to 12 feet. Guys?
Matt, can we ask you some questions if you don't mind?
Yeah, come over there. I'll come over there.
It's important for you. You're pointing out different areas where Boca Grande 11:30, Fort Myers 1:30. That's when you're talking about when the eye wall will arrive in those areas, right? And we have a 30-mile plus eye. So people are going to see calm, and then they're going to see the same type of power on the other side of that eye wall, right?
Yeah. And unlike we always want to sometimes compare to hurricanes, Irma wrapped around drier air. So we actually didn't get as much of a back-end eye wall.
Yes.
This is not going to be the case. Okay. It literally will be 100-plus mile-an-hour wind, even some areas 140, according to some computer models. The radar right now is hitting 150 to 160. Then you get the break, the calm. Please don't go outside. Right. Okay, don't go outside. The sun will come out. And you'll think that, hey, it's done, it's a break, but then you get hit again with 100-mile-per-hour wind.
Time that out for us. So let's say Boca Grande, 11:30, we're starting to see, what does the rest of the day look like in terms of, for that place, as an example, 11:30, Boca Grande, how does it time out, eye wall, center, gone?
Yeah, we're talking about for the next 6 hours, that's our main event. So 11.
From when it starts where you are.
Correct. So like for right now, Sanibel, from Sanibel, time now is about 11:07. They will be in the eye at least a portion of it, within the next 60 to 90 minutes, 2 hours tops. But, you know, unlike other storms, this is moving at 9 miles an hour. Right. This is a prolonged duration of the impacts being felt. So everybody can think in their head that the worst part of the storm, that eye wall, it's about 20 to 30 miles wide, but it's heading at about 9 miles an hour. Okay. So we are looking at those strong winds for upwards of an hour to 2. Now that's just the first eye wall. Then you get the break. Then you see another eye wall for potentially another hour or 2.
We don't want you to misinterpret what Matt's saying here. He's telling you how long this event is going to go on, but that doesn't mean it's going to be safe to go out even after that.
Yeah,
we're going to have to wait for emergency officials to get out there after the storm passes to make sure that your neighborhood, your areas are safe. So don't just go out, wait for word. We will pass on word when officials say this area is off limits. It's not unusual for the islands to be completely shut down and off limits for a while until they can make sure everything's safe. There will be power lines down. We've already seen that in Southwest Florida. So there are dangers there.
Well, and there was a case with Dorian. Remember Dorian in the Bahamas, 2019, Cat 5, 185? They went out. They saw the sun. They were taking pictures. And then what happened was they ventured too far away from home. They didn't make it back in time. They got hit by the back end of the eye wall, the eye wall as it came in. So just please, if you're going to be looking outside, do not go outside, stay inside, hunker down, because that eye wall is going to come back and hit you just as hard.
Yep, and even right afterwards, I mean, just because your power's out doesn't mean that every down power line is dead.
That's
I mean,
correct.
there's a big danger there. There will be a danger in whatever is down trees. And the other thing is too, if we have rising water, and the water starts going down, you know, there's going to be things in that water that are going to be looking for dry ground.
Well said.
I mean, snakes, you know, they're not going to want to be in that water either. So you don't want to come face to face with something that you don't want to come face to face with.
Matt, when we see that lightning, we talked about this yesterday, it's a strengthening hurricane, we know that. When we take some of the energy away from it, when it gets onto land, is there any way to know like how long it will take before some of these winds start to die down and this hurricane loses its power?
So what's going to happen is, yes, the max wind speeds come down, but the wind field expands. So it's a blessing and a curse all at the same time. But normally, for every single hour that it pushes inland, we're going to knock down 10 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour. But still, we are looking at significant hurricane force wind all the way towards Arcadia.
And a Cat 1 hurricane is 75 miles per hour. It's nothing to sneeze at.
Right, so you're literally looking at Cat 2 winds all the way towards Arcadia.
Okay.
So this, yes, it will be weakening as it pushes inland, but I absolutely expect Babcock Ranch, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, and even as far north as Arcadia to see winds well in excess of hurricane force, if not near 100 miles an hour.
And gusts could be higher.
And gusts could be higher.
There are a lot of folks outside of our viewing area headed in that direction who are also preparing for some hurricane force winds that we haven't had time to talk about because we're so focused on here. But this is almost a statewide event.
Yeah.
Matt, can we talk just about our major urban areas here along the coast that we're seeing here? Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Bonita, Naples, Marco. Can you go down the map here to just give us an idea of what they should be expecting?
Okay, so the greatest impact, if I were to really kind of split it into two, north of the Caloosahatchee, that is where greatest impact, greatest wind, highest surge, greatest potential for power outages and for a long duration. South of the Caloosahatchee, it's not going to be a picnic either. Strong tropical storm. We've already had hurricane force wind, Pelican Bay, 78. Right. But the worst impacts and what I fear is going to be significant and crippling for weeks is going to be north of the Caloosahatchee, and just cannot stress enough, be safe. Cape Coral, Fort Myers, North Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Rotunda, Englewood. It is that general vicinity, and then heading northeast towards Arcadia, that is the area I fear is going to see the worst part of the storm.
Okay, Matt, stay right there, but not far from Pelican Bay where you said we had that strong, strong wind. Michael Hudak was at Vanderbilt Beach just about 10 or 15 minutes ago and observed this for you.
We wanted to give you our best vantage point, but we wanted to do so safely. This is the hotel that we are staying at. You can see we are undercover. Look at the white caps on the water. I mean, we apologize for the foggy camera, but this is the best vantage point we have. You see the trees blowing in the wind. You see the rain moving sideways. If we take a step over here, there used to be a dock that was above water. Now that is completely underwater. We've seen certain types of debris flying through the air. This is north of Naples, but south of Fort Myers Beach, and we are really feeling the effects right now. We were in the hotel. We came back down here to try to give you our best vantage point. Of course, if you're out, you're not supposed to be. There's a shelter-in-place recommendation right now, so we are going to go upstairs and hide and hunker down from the rest of this storm. For now, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. We know a lot of our crews in the hotels, too, just so you know, are in stairwells and safe places. The hotels themselves are considered safe, but also we're getting everybody away from the windows in their rooms. This is live. This is Marco Island, and you can see the wind, and we haven't seen quite the level of water rising, Matt, on the beach here as we've seen in other places. But again, we only have this one vantage point, too.
And Gail was talking about those cabanas with the tiki tops like that there earlier. That's what she was talking about on the beach. She said they looked like they were either sunken in, or toppling over. And look, there's water pushing in, rushing in underneath them.
And for a reference, so far the winds have clocked about 60 to 65, Marco Island. Those have been some of the highest gusts so far.
But they will be dealing with some of the earliest surge in our
That's
area.
right. So that's correct. So they're up first with the surge. And it's something that we can think about already. Naples is at 5 feet. It's very well possible that Marco Island is at similar levels. I don't have, unfortunately, tide sensors near Marco Island, but just up the coast at Naples, they're at 5 and going up quickly.
You can see some of the more violent wind gusts here. Well, you guys were talking just a second ago, more than we've seen in the last couple of times that we've been checking here on Marco Island. So clearly it's starting for everybody. Slightly different, obviously, for different people in different places, and we've seen a lot of cameras freeze up too in the middle of all of this too. Signals are just going to be hard to get, but you get an idea of what people on Marco are going through right now. For folks who are getting it first on Marco, their time frame is what?
For Marco, it has already, so it's as we show up the image behind us of the eye and the eye wall, now it is northwest of Marco Island. So the maximum impact has dodged Marco Island, but that doesn't mean you're done. The storm surge levels will be increasing. Your high tide, if my memory serves me right, is around the middle part of the afternoon. It's about 2 to 3. So yes, you avoided the worst part of the storm, but now the storm surge event will start to really move in as we go deeper into the morning, as we hit lunchtime, and primarily 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, we're going to go to Colonial Boulevard and 6 Mile Cypress Parkway in Fort Myers. There you see something you never see, no traffic on the road. It's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah.
But you see that the intersection is clear. There is some debris on the road that's been blown into the area. You see the traffic signals blowing in the wind. Yes, swaying in the wind. Roads are all clear. So happy to see that. But there it gives you some idea. That's right next to the interstate. For those of you who are not aware, right next to the interstate. We don't see a lot of ponding on the road or anything like that. We do see one car there coming, which is concerning, but
that's where you get stuck. There's another one, but even during non-rush times, that's where you spend 10 minutes trying to get to that intersection on a normal day. So the fact that we see this little traffic is an encouraging sign, and hopefully those folks are right close to where they need to be.
Okay, so we are getting some updates from the National Hurricane Center. Guys, I'll be back in just one second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to go look at a new update that just came in.
We'll take a look at one Doppler 3X while Matt is gathering absolutely the latest data. But there you go again. See the lightning. You see the red on your screen. That is the eye wall of the hurricane. It appears to be right over Sanibel Island and leaving now, getting closer to Pine Island. And then it will get into the mainland of Cape Coral and areas of South Fort Myers next and beyond that. But we can't emphasize enough how serious this storm is right now. And as Matt said, it's going to be a 6 to 8 hour prolonged event. So mentally prepare yourself for that. And even beyond that, it will be a while. You'll be hunkered down in your home all day, likely all night. And we will let you know if it is safe in any area to get out. But until you get the all call, please don't venture out.
One of the things that will be very important after we get through this initial part about staying home is that it's dangerous enough for first responders to go out there and figure out what's safe for the rest of us. and they'll tell you, and we'll hear this later, don't make our jobs more difficult and more dangerous by wanting to sightsee. And it's so tempting. I know, and so many people are, because I'm talking to some of you online right now, a couple hours away because you got out, good for you, you evacuated, but want to come home as soon as possible to see what's left. And it's so tempting, and we all do. But you've got to be patient at that point too, and wait for the all clear as we watch this now patiently and as patiently as you can, and wait for it. Wait for what's next.
And remember what Matt
on his way
told
back.
us, an extreme wind warning is in effect from Bonita Springs all the way up to Boca Grande. That should give you what you need to know about how unsafe it is to be outside right now, how unsafe it is to be near any windows. Just take the precautions you need to take.
What'd you find out?
And the extreme wind warning, that is something that is extremely rare. That is a product that you can count on two hands how many times that the National Hurricane Center has issued that. They did it with Irma. They're doing it right now to really stress the seriousness. But guys, look at all that lightning on the western side of this storm. And that is where the winds have been detected by our radar, upwards of about 150 to 160 miles an hour, as landfall will be here shortly within the next 3 to 4 hours between Sanibel and Minnesota Key.
Okay, describe for the newcomers landfall, what you mean. When we see an eye wall approaching, that's not landfall. Please describe it clearly for newcomers in our area.
So the eye and the landfall, it is exactly where you see the center of where you're void of any precipitation. So right in the middle of that, when that crosses on top of land, that's your landfall. It's not where you see that red donut in the most intense rain and wind. It is right in the middle of the eye. That is classified as a landfall. But in order to get to that, you have got to get through, in this case, about 140 to 150 plus winds. And we'll have to see if we can get accurate observations of that wind. Oftentimes what happens is, with a landfalling major hurricane like this one, the sensors fail quickly. They either get snapped in half or they fail.
Matt, this looks like that extreme weather. It looks like a sea right now. You see where it gets light blue at that one point?
Yeah.
On the right side of that eye? What's happening there? Can you tell by looking at that radar what's happening there?
So right there, oftentimes as it's approaching land, it can sometimes just get a little lopsided, just a little bit. It is ingesting at least some dry air on the east side, and it's eroding away the eastern eye wall. But look at the western side.
Yes.
Right. The western side is the most intense, and that is where we have a higher probability of heading to northern Lee County, Charlotte County, and then eventually Sarasota and DeSoto County as well. So it is a touch of drier air, and that's why you're seeing the intense rainfall west side, along with the lightning and the wind gusts well over 100.
So best way to think about that is a momentary break, maybe, for people who are right in that spot where there is not the most intense rain.
Well,
temporarily.
It's
okay. I'm looking for the sliver of hope here.
I know, and hey, I'm an optimist too. It's basically extreme. Instead of extreme, it's very bad. So it's the lesser of the two evils.
But even Pine Island right now is getting hit with some of that very, very intense weather right now. So if you're on Pine Island, you're going to be in some thick weather for a while as well.
And I hope that we do not have people that are hunkering down on Pine Island, especially with the storm surge projections. And most of the island is expected to be inundated by...
I think it's not, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Matt, but it's not too early to point out that this is how changes occur on some of these barrier islands. We see, we talked about how North Captiva became North Captiva, that when the water inundates an island like that, it completely changes the landscape of an island.
Quick history here, in 1921, there was a major hurricane that hit Tampa Bay. That was actually their last major hurricane. But from that is how Captiva and North Captiva were split into two. That's how Redfish Pass was created, was from that major hurricane. That is the strength of these storms. They literally have the ability to change our landscape. Wilma also led to some significant erosion around Cape Romano, south of Marco Island in 2005. So you are correct. This has the ability to change our landscape, inundating some of our islands even more. And it looks like we have a new shot, guys, that has just popped up.
This looks to be East Gulf Drive and Linger on Sanibel. We're starting to see some of the flooding. Well, we're supposed to be looking at. We're supposed to be. Yeah, you can see that. We're supposed to be looking at a road, obviously, so we can see. Yep, that blurry 3/4 of the way to the right there. That is a stop sign at what is supposed to be an intersection. So guesstimate based on a normal stop sign, that's a few feet of water. It's got to be 3 feet of water.
To gauge it, would you say about 3 feet?
Yeah,
at least,
maybe
yeah.
more, because the blue signs on top of it, of course, the street signs
Right.
indicating where you are. But if it's that high up on a stop sign pole, you're already seeing some
Right.
significant tidal surge flooding.
And East
here.
Gulf Drive, just by the name you would know, but if you haven't been to Sanibel, I mean, is just in from the Gulf of Mexico, so it is
And
pretty
look
much
at the flow
coastal.
of water, Chris. And
Oh, yeah,
also
and how
on the
quickly
bottom
it's
portion
moving.
of the screen, the wind is literally driving it from right to left on this live shot.
Okay, so that's what we're seeing on East Gulf Drive on Sanibel. So what would you anticipate on some of the other islands in that area? Captiva, you would see it would be to the north, so it would be a little lesser than that at this moment, or is it hard to say?
Well, it's pretty much going to be inevitable for them. What Sanibel is seeing now, if Captiva hasn't seen it, they will see it.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's literally going to be a one-step process where Sanibel sees it, then Captiva, then North Captiva, and then eventually Boca Grande. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fort Myers Beach, then Estero Island would be seeing maybe worse surge flooding than Sanibel
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah,
Is there any? Go ahead. Sorry.
And I would say their timing. So Fort Myers Beach, right now the eye wall is about 20 to 30 miles to the southwest. Now, once that pushes in, you get that greater wind force, and that's when Fort Myers Beach will start to see their surge event. So it's about 20 to 30 miles away at the moment.
Estero Island, a very thin island by comparison to some of our other barrier islands, and we've often seen in lesser storms water going from the Gulf to the Bayside, completely submerging the island roads and pushing the sand onto Estero Boulevard. So we would anticipate that we might see a similar situation here today.
Is there anything you can tell by looking at this picture as we watch the water rise here, if we keep our eye on it, how bad it gets here? Will that correlate to how bad it gets anywhere else, or is every place going to be its own unique set of circumstances?
No, I think that's a very good point. I believe you take this image and you multiply it towards Captiva and all the way towards Boca Grande. I expect a similar situation. It's just that geographically, with Sanibel being south and closer to the core, they're up first. And I would expect, honestly, very similar scenes towards Pine Island as well, as the eye continues to approach and eventually make landfall along with the eye wall.
Okay, then let's talk briefly the Caloosahatchee River. It empties right out between Sanibel and Estero Island. So what kind of surge, how long will it take for us to see that water push up? Could we see things as deep as LaBelle? What are we looking at here?
So the answer to your first question, the current projections, 12 to 18 feet. We had noted that the landfall is going to be early to middle part of the afternoon as it pushes northeast. The high tide here at Wink in downtown Fort Myers is about 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, so it is going to be a gradual rise and then very quickly a significant rise. And it will continue to go up all the way towards early this evening. And it is very well possible that it goes all the way towards Alva, Olga, and even LaBelle. It is not impossible. Okay. The storm surge maps that we've been airing, they actually stop at Lee County. They don't go all the way towards LaBelle. But for my viewers in LaBelle, I would plan on the possibility. It's just that we literally have never seen a simulation like this in Southwest Florida, and nothing to compare it to. So I would prep just in case for the possibility of water going all the way towards LaBelle as it moves in.
And so Charlotte Harbor, the Peace River, we're still waiting to see where this makes landfall to make any predictions on what could happen in the Peace River.
Well, but even with them, they have a greater probability. See that northeastern eye wall? Mm-hmm. That is likely going to be impacting Punta Gorda as well as Port Charlotte. So that wind is really going to be driving up that water. And I just can't stress enough that the water level rise in Charlotte County could be very well significant and could verify with the NHC predictions.
So the water level rises not just today's when it hits, but we're talking about today and perhaps tomorrow over the course of this. Is this something we're going to see the water come up and go down and come back, or are we talking about up and it just kind of stays at varying degrees of high?
The greatest surge is going to be this afternoon and this evening, and that's when it's the life-threatening storm surge. Then we're going to have Ian depart by early tomorrow morning. It'll start to be in central Florida, but the problem is the counterclockwise motion around Ian is still going to be piling up the water. It won't be, granted, 12 to 18 feet, but we still are going to have some surge to deal with as we go throughout Thursday, and it's also not impossible that we have some minor surge all the way into Friday. Then by the weekend, we go back to normal as Ian weakens and eventually moves away. So Thursday, we will still see some surge, but the worst surge and the life-threatening surge, that is this afternoon and it's this evening. And we will see some fluctuations when it comes to the low and the high tides, but we are still going to have surge as a big, big player into Thursday as well.
And continuous, staying high through the entire period.
And it's because of the fact that this is a longer duration, bigger than normal storm. It's only moving at 9 to 10 miles an hour, so the influence and the impacts are going to be stretched more than some of our previous storms.
So folks, it's going to take a long time for this water to recede. It's going to take a long time for emergency officials to be able to assess all of the areas and damage. So we're going to, okay.
Yeah, let's take this. This is Fisherman's Village. We have live pictures of Fisherman's Village, and the water's low here, right? I mean, you can see the bottoms of the boats.
Okay, so now we're getting strong wind, but it's not going from the Gulf and from Charlotte Harbor inland. It is taking out the water, and in some cases we literally have boats on dry land. So that is going to be the precursor to the main event.
So we've seen a really good before and after right now when we're looking at Collier County and seeing the water come up, and Sanibel see the water come up. Up north, Punta Gorda still dealing with water going down.
Out, right.
And Naples, the surge level is 5.5 feet as of right now, but that will continue to go up. Their high tide about 2 o'clock, and we're at about 11:30, so we could very well see some of those 8 to 12 foot storm surge projections in Collier County.
Okay, so we're looking at all the different areas of the coast. We've talked about the river, we've talked about the Peace River, so those are our storm surge. I think there's always, let's talk about the rain. We haven't discussed that completely, but we also have the freshwater flooding that can occur with the rain, and rain totals clearly will be significant in many areas.
And they will, and we got to think about where our water goes. We have the heavy rain, but eventually that works its way into the Gulf of Mexico, but the storm surge is literally not allowing it to do that. So that makes the flooding situation even worse. And we were reporting on the flooding in DeSoto County from our active rainy season pattern, and they had moderate flooding just last week. So the Peace River is going to be an absolute mess after this storm. And I do expect that the Imperial River, to name a few, the Peace River are going to see significant, if not historic levels because of the storm.
We have a viewer who's asking what the green boxes mean on the Wink Doppler 3X. Matt, can you explain what that is in the Bonita, Naples, Marco area?
That is a flood advisory. How the National Weather Service does this, they do it in stages, and they also do it on severity. This is a flood advisory. The next stage up is flood warning, flash flood warning.
Okay.
Dylan, is that Wink Live Doppler 3X? Okay. Is that Tampa that's picking up on that?
I believe so.
Okay. The Tampa radar is picking up on winds of 226 miles an hour at about 11,000 feet. 226 miles an hour on radar.
Oh, wow.
But granted, that is not expected at the ground.
Right.
At the mid-levels, that's the type of power.
It's a frightening number to hear anywhere in that.
Right, absolutely. And I would like to take a quick moment. I want to see if I can sample some of the winds on our live radar. If we could punch up Weather 2. So let's punch up Weather 2. I have the storm surge values. Now I'm going to sample some of the winds that are right now developing at the core. So as we zoom on in, I'm going to switch over to our radar. And there it is. And as Ian eventually makes landfall, we're going to get these colors. You're going to see more of them pop up. But here's a sampling of some of the wind as in the eye wall on the northern side, and this is the one that's going to be approaching North Captiva to Boca Grande, about 148 to 150 miles an hour. And then we also have some, look at that, 168 miles an hour. This, guys, is as borderline to a Category 5 as you are going to get in literally Southwest Florida's worst case scenario. Here is the track, and notice how we are continuing to see some wobbles both west and both east, but this literally has the potential to be very crippling for not a small portion of Southwest Florida, but for a large area. And if I were to really narrow in, Bonita Springs and north, you guys are going to see the eye wall, and it is going to be, for many, a long time before we get power. So please mentally prepare, have a plan that you have prepared for the past couple of days and hopefully for the past couple of weeks and months, and it will soon be the time to execute it, because the eye wall, the eastern side of the eye wall, is now on Sanibel, and it's on Captiva. Next up is Pine Island. So next up is Pine Island. It is literally a couple miles away, and it will be here on Pine Island within the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not sooner.
We have some pictures, I believe, from Sanibel right now, where we have some more look at the water, the surge. See that mailbox to the left of your screen? For those of you watching, listening on the radio, we're looking at Lindgren and East Gulf Drive here, and there's a mailbox, and the water is all the way up to the post, all the way up to the bottom of that mailbox. That gives you some idea of how strong the storm surge is right now on Sanibel Island in Lee County. We're seeing things float around in the water. It's hard to tell from this point exactly what that is, but the road completely covered. You can't tell that that is a road. If we didn't have the mailbox as a point of reference, we wouldn't know exactly where we were.
The same general area where we were looking at that stop sign a few minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be, just judging by a normal mailbox height, 4 feet, right?
Yeah,
if you're standing there.
Yeah, and debris floating through the water looks like a lot of horticulture debris, but it's hard to tell exactly what that is. But this is just beginning for Sanibel, and we're already seeing some extreme water. Okay.
All right. We want to go live now to someone living in Cape Harbor, Annie Richards. Annie, how are you?
Doing well here. Lots of wind.
Yeah, tell us what Cape Harbor's looking like. Oh, yeah, and we can see a little bit too. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, there are some heavy wind gusts. The rain is pouring in, and it's heading sideways with the way the wind is blowing, obviously.
Okay, so people who are familiar with Cape Harbor or unfamiliar with Cape Harbor, we're looking at one of the major canals that goes out from behind Cape Harbor, and she's shooting us some video here from one of the high rises in Cape Harbor, so you can see the construction site. You can see all the road where the shops are.
Right, right near the hotel.
Yeah, so Annie, how have things deteriorated over the last hour or so?
There's definitely a noticeable difference just within even the past 45 minutes. We were seeing winds that weren't quite uncommon for typical Florida storms, and then they escalated very rapidly and have continued to do so even just in the past 10 minutes.
And can you tell with that canal behind you there, because you're used to seeing it, is the water any higher than it normally is, or is it still at a pretty normal level?
I believe it is. It seems to be kind of crashing over the little finger docks. I don't know if you have the video up, but it's kind of coming over the top of those, and it's rising. I mean, there is the lock there, so I think the waves are also crashing on the other side of the lock as well.
Good time to let Cape Coral people know that the city has lowered some of the weirs and made water movement a little bit easier to get out of the city. So that is already being done in areas where it needs to happen. But we're seeing some of these. It's hard to tell, Annie. Can you describe the sounds that you're hearing? Because we can see the palm trees blowing, but when we can't hear things, when we don't have all of our senses at play here, it's hard to tell just how bad it is.
Yeah, it's pretty noisy here. I mean, there are impact-resistant windows and doors here, and you can still hear it on the inside of the condo. I mean, which is pretty atypical for that kind of barrier. So you can certainly hear it, and if you even open the sliding glass door an inch, you can really hear it whipping through.
Yeah. Oh, don't do
Please-
that.
yeah, please
don't do that.
but
Don't do
yeah.
that. Are
No.
many of your
No, no, no,
neighbors,
no.
since you have a hurricane rated building, are many of your neighbors hunkering down there, or have people evacuated Cape Coral?
I think there are a lot of people hunkering down here. I actually live in a lower lying part of Cape Coral, so I'm at a friend's condo with a group of friends because I wanted to move to higher ground, like you guys have been saying, you know, with the storm surge.
Yeah, good move. Very good move.
Higher
because
ground,
we know
hurricane-rated building, and if all, if that feels unsafe, don't forget the stairwell. Like we're telling all of our crews, the concrete stairwells are the safest place if you need
interior stairwells. That's right. Yeah.
All right, Annie, thank you so much. We're going to check. We'll check back to Annie Richards. Used to work here with us.
Yeah. Stay safe, Annie.
Stay safe, and we'll check. It gives us a good barometer based on what we saw there of how the South Cape is doing when we check back in with her.
This is an area, Matt, that was under evacuation orders because it's so low lying. They're expecting a significant storm surge in that part of Cape Coral.
And rightfully so. And the newest analyzation of some of the winds, we're at about 140, 160 in the eye wall. And that is right now pushing on shore Sanibel, Captiva. And we are now within about 1 to 3 hours within that range of the official landfall. And looking behind us, it is going to be essentially from Boca Grande to Sanibel for that landfall. And this is where it's going to start to get rough. Okay, first up, Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island, and then as we go into time, Cape Coral, and then you can essentially just keep going inland. North Fort Myers, Babcock Ranch, and then even Arcadia is going to be dealing with these strong winds. So now's the time to make those preparations and plan on being without power for a prolonged period of time.
Right, which is a good time for us to remind you that we are simulcasting on the radio on 96.9 Wink FM and Wave 101.1 FM. So tune that in before the power goes out. Don't try to do it in the dark. Get that tuned in, make sure your batteries are in the radio, everything works, and that you can flip that on if your power goes off on your TV, and we will be with you on radio and TV, of course, and on streaming throughout this. But we want to make sure that you can get the most current information at any point. So all those options are available as we go through this. But again, get yourself tuned in now so that all you have to do, and know where the flashlight is. First hurricane I ever went through, I got all this stuff out, put it down, power went out. I couldn't get to it because I couldn't remember exactly where it was.
Right.
So put it in some place, the edge of the kitchen counter, the place where you put your keys, something like that, where if you have to do it, and thankfully it's daylight, you won't probably have to do it in the absolute dark, but just some place where you can automatically go and it's like everything I need is right here. My flashlight,
Your
my
lanterns,
radio, lanterns, candles, whatever you're going to do, use candles carefully.
Right.
But whatever you need, put it all in one place so you can just go get it.
We want to let you know, too, hospitals in our area are locked down. Lee Health, for example, is under emergency hurricane conditions, and so all Lee Health hospitals, as well as Lee Health Coconut Point, they're all currently on lockdown, so that means the entrances have been locked for the safety of their patients and their staff. You shouldn't be out trying to get to a hospital facility at this point. You won't be able to get in. If you call 911, emergency officials are taking calls, and they are not out right now, but they will start to prioritize how they will respond when the weather becomes clear. But right now, it is way too dangerous for any emergency officials to be out, so they will not be able to respond to you in an emergency. They will just prioritize who gets help first when they can go out.
Shore Point, Port Charlotte, letting us know the same thing. Nobody in, nobody out. They're on lockdown right now. So we want to go to Wink News reporter Claire Galt near Sanibel, which I think means at Punta Rasa. Claire, tell us how you're doing and where you are. I know you went to get out of there for a while. Tell us what you see.
We did. We got out of here for a while. We're back now because you all need to see this. So I'm going to have Jack show you over here. I mean, this has just gotten substantially worse. We're actually seeing things now just fly across the pool deck out here. Now, what's really important, what you need to take a look at, Jack, zoom in there. That dock right there about an hour ago was completely above the water. Now, it is fully submerged. So that happened quickly. That just shows you, how fast things are really changing here. The trees are just blowing. I mean, the water is just splashing across the water. it truly is a scene and something to see. But yeah, you know, we're just going to stay here, stay safe. If things start to look worse, we're going to go, like you guys said, find a stairwell and kind of seek shelter there. But right now, we're watching this, we're monitoring this. I'm going to keep you updated. Oh, Jack, zoom in right there by those trees at the bottom. You can see that water just, oh, there it went. I hope you guys can see that. It is.
Yes, Claire, we can see it. What we're concerned for you is that the flying debris that could be coming to the windows and stuff, we don't want you to be too close to the windows because things are flying through the air now and we don't want you to be in a dangerous situation. For what you're showing us there on the docks, that a lot of boaters are going to be very familiar with that. A lot of people put their boats in there at Punta Rassa.
Oh, sure.
And so they know exactly what you're showing us here. Those pilings and all that is, it's just, the water is just rising. The dock is gone. You can't see it because of that rising surge. So that's very, very telling for us to show our viewers.
And the current, I mean, if you're used to putting boats in there, there is no current in Punta Rassa to speak of, or any kind of wave or any kind of lip. That's one of the reasons it's such a popular place to put your boat in. It's very easy to deal with the water.
Yeah, go ahead, Claire. Were you going to say something there?
Yeah, and something that I wanted to mention about this glass, actually. So we did speak with the workers at the hotel, and they told us it is hurricane proof, so we're finding a little bit of comfort in that. But yes, that dock, Jack, if you want to show it just one more time, that is definitely the big thing to see here. And then, of course, the water. So we'll be here. We'll be joining you again, and we'll be updating you.
That's great to know. We know they went through a major renovation. It's good to know that you have hurricane glass there, so that you're in a, yes.
Very important. But yes, keep an eye on that safely. And if for at any reason you see anything flying around, please go into the stairwell anyway, just to be safe. But gosh, what a difference in the picture in the time that we've seen from when we last talked to her, which is, I'm guessing, about an hour ago.
Right.
The water really up, just keeping an eye on all the different cameras that we have here. Noticing the changes, noticing the wind pickup down here in Fort Myers on our cameras that are on our building. Can we take Fisherman's Village again real quickly? It looks like the water's still really down there.
So that's the opposite of what you're seeing on Sanibel and at Sanibel Harbor there. Expected because that's north of the eye wall right now. Let's go to Charlotte County right now, where Zach Oliveri has been for the last 24 to 36 hours. And Zach, what are they telling you at the EOC?
They're telling us that everyone needs to stay in place. Everyone's phone went off about an hour ago with that shelter-in-place notification. That's been pretty much the message since we first arrived here yesterday. Now, we heard from the EOC, or excuse me, the Emergency Management Director earlier today on the latest update that we have right now, and that's been pretty much the same message, that people need to stay inside, take this seriously. They announced this morning that Charlotte County Sheriff's Office and Charlotte County Fire EMS have been pulled off the roads. The 911 is still, you can still call 911, but you would have to wait for someone to come out and get you. And I asked the Emergency Management Director, Patrick Fuller, during that news conference, you know, we saw the damage with Charlie back in 2004. What is it going to be like this time with Ian? He says there's a lot of similarities and differences between the two storms.
The wind feels much larger, and it's pushing water into our harbor. There's lessons learned from every storm, but no two hurricanes, no two tropical systems are exactly alike. There's things to be learned from every storm. I think our community does have the benefit of having experienced a catastrophic storm. So we have that memory in place, at least in part, but at the same time, this is going to be completely different. We're talking storm surge, we're talking flooding rain, and the effects of hurricane force winds at Cat 4 level.
Now, Fuller was also asked when we might see the strong intensity of that storm. It just still remains dynamic with how the storm is going. With the very little bit we can see and hear outside, we can see the rain start to pick up, the wind pick up, signs start to shake a little bit like this. And also of note, during that news conference, they say they have about 900 people in their 5 shelters across the county. That's less than what they saw with Hurricane Irma. Live in Charlotte County, Zach Oliveri, Wink News.
All right, Zach, thank you very much. You know, we're expecting to hear from people that their power is going out. We're starting to hear, just reading some of the emails and things, inland communities even are starting to lose power now. Areas along I-75 in Lee County. So certainly to be expected, but it's also starting to move inland already.
Yeah, and before we go too far away from what Zach was just saying at the Charlotte EOC, they're not seeing any of the significant surge yet. They will be seeing more as the day goes on. So while they're seeing some wind and, like he was talking about, street signs wavering, there's a lot more to come for Charlotte County. So Charlotte County, just stay tuned. We'll let you know as we figure out more about where exactly this hurricane is going to make landfall today.
And Dylan Federico is sitting here with us. Dylan, I mean, analyzing what you can see on Wink Doppler 3X from the ring that we're looking at, and I mean, I can pick out lightning. Tell us what you're seeing and what this means to you.
Yeah, this is just gut-wrenching, watching another major hurricane intensifying as it makes landfall. This is this is several years in a row we've seen something like this now, and it's just another trend continuing. And right now, lots of lightning in that eye wall of Hurricane Ian as it approaches the coast of southwest Florida. Notice that ring of yellow and red and pink surrounding the eye. That is the eye wall. That's where the core of destructive winds are. Now being experienced in parts of Sanibel Captiva, pushing into Pine Island as well. And I just saw a video from a well-respected storm chaser, Reed Timmer. He's on the southern tip of Pine Island, and the surge is coming up there now. So we're getting confirmed reports of storm surge and water rising in the Sanibel area. And as you can imagine, that water will begin piling up as well, up portions of the Caloosahatchee, Fort Myers Beach, and we're already seeing that surge point south as well. So as Ian begins to move inland over the next hour or so, we're going to begin to see that water rapidly rising in Lee County along the coast, and the real storm surge threat is going to begin. Now, where Zach is up in Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, they're seeing reverse storm surge. All of that water is being pushed out into the Gulf of Mexico. The mud below the water is being exposed now. So very impressive. But once Ian gets up towards Charlotte County, that water will come back in as well. And the surge will begin there as well. And we're expecting a lot of storm surge in those areas as we head later on into this afternoon.
Let's talk a little bit about wind damage here. We're seeing some people talking about, you see palm trees, and they are able to withstand some of these winds better than some of the other non-native trees that have been planted in our area. If we remember after Hurricane Charlie, Sanibel Island, so much of the non-native trees like those Australian pines just cannot take the winds that a hurricane brings, while a palm tree is much more engineered to withstand those kinds of winds. Outside of tree damage, landscape damage like that, what kind of damage could we see to structures with these types of winds?
Yeah, so we're talking about catastrophic winds within that eye wall. We're talking about a borderline Category 5 hurricane at this point. And just above the surface, not only radar data, but also data from the hurricane hunters show that winds are approaching 200 miles per hour just above the surface. And I've said this multiple times, but there's a huge difference between a strengthening hurricane and a weakening hurricane at landfall. When you have a strengthening hurricane at landfall, those powerful wind gusts just above the surface get mixed down to the ground. And that's why you see so much more wind damage with a strengthening system versus a weakening system. So to answer your question, we're going to see extensive damage to structures wherever this eye wall does come ashore. Even the sturdiest of structures will be tested as we head later on into this afternoon. We're going to be talking about any high-rise condos and balconies. There will probably be a lot of instances of those windows being completely blown in and gutting the inside. You see the winds take the drywall, and the furniture inside becomes projectiles elsewhere as well. We've seen that in Miami during Hurricane Wilma. where they got a Category 3 there, and the winds above the surface were so much stronger. So we're going to see a lot of damage to high rises. Any structures that were built before Hurricane Andrew in the early 90s,
right.
but prior to those building codes getting updated, will likely face severe damage. But even the newer structures will be tested later on this afternoon, not just from the wind as well, but those structures that experience the surge got to deal with the water hitting them, but also what's floating in the water. So if there's boats that are untied and loose, those are going to hit structures as well, causing more damage. And then whatever debris is flying in the air, that will also go into cars, homes, buildings, trees, whatever is standing out there. So there's going to be a lot of flying debris once this starts moving into populated areas over the next couple of hours. So that's why we've been telling you to go into the most interior room of your home if you're in the path of Ian's core.
So we're looking at Pine Island, Captiva, really in the thick of some of this eye wall right now.
Yeah, and it looks like we're starting to see the eastern side of Ian's core fill in. You can see, looking at the radar, starting to see some yellows popping up over Fort Myers down to Bonita Springs. So we're going to likely see our weather begin really going downhill if you live in Cape Coral, Fort Myers, down to Bonita Springs over the next half an hour to an hour or so as those strong winds. So we've already seen wind gusts in that 50 to 70 mile per hour range here in the Fort Myers area. We're going to start really getting into hurricane force winds now as Ian's core approaches the coastline. And just looking at the radar image there as well, it does look like there's a little bit of an east wobble going on at the moment. So this is not unusual. Ian's general motion is to the northeast, but these hurricanes, they don't just move in a straight line. They just stair step. So they may wobble a little to the east, which is what it looks like it's doing right now, but it may wobble to the north again. But either way, everybody from Port Charlotte down to Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Estero, Iona, those spots are going to see the weather quickly deteriorate here within the next hour or so, and it looks like we're going to really ramp up here.
We have some viewers who are calling in asking about their areas right now, but we want to make sure you understand why we're focusing so much right now on Sanibel, that Captiva area, because they are right now experiencing the eye wall of this hurricane, the most dangerous weather from this hurricane. But as this hurricane moves onto land and moves further inland, of course, other areas will be facing serious wind and weather. Dylan, can you just give a swath of what areas should be concerned over the next 4 or 5 hours for these dangerous winds coming in?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, the worst weather is going to start happening at Fort Myers, Cape Coral. But over the next several hours, Lois, as Ian does move off in a general northeastward motion, we're going to be talking about Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, eventually up towards places in DeSoto and Highlands County. They are going to see significant wind impacts from this hurricane as it moves inland. So everybody in Charlotte County, I would say, Inglewood, Rotunda, Punta Gorda, Northport, you guys are going to see your weather really deteriorate over the next couple of hours. Further down the line, Arcadia, Babcock Ranch, going to see that core move in as well. Then eventually Brownville, and then we're looking over towards Lake Placid and eventually Sebring as well.
So can I ask specifically south or areas of Lee County that are inland, Lehigh Acres, Gateway, inland from Bonita Springs, what kind of things could they be seeing?
Yeah, they're going to see hurricane force winds spread in their direction as well as Ian continues moving off towards the east-northeast.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that gives you an idea of why we're focusing right in the area we are now, but there's more to come for so much of Southwest Florida. None of you are out of the danger zone at this point.
Right. We're going to check in. I think we have a live picture near the Midpoint Bridge on Colonial. Again, great to see no cars. And you can tell by the way that the camera is shaking that there is some wind, although certainly not terrible wind. This is not any worse at this point than we see in a bad afternoon storm. But you can see the palm trees kind of swaying over there. But and I'm trying to gauge the river from the bridge. It's hard from this angle to tell.
I mean, there's some swells there, but you don't really necessarily see white caps, although I'm sure they could be there. It might just be difficult for us to see right here. But, you know, we're looking at a situation there where you see nothing is on that bridge. It's not safe to be on that bridge. It won't be safe to be on that bridge for any time to come. Emergency vehicles won't even be on those bridges at this point. But what you're seeing on there's the park underneath the bridge there on the Fort Myers side of the Midpoint. And
this is certainly an area that, from what Dylan and Matt have been telling us, is going to see rapid water rising at some point later this afternoon.
Right, but we're still seeing the grass there, so it's not there yet.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. And as Ian begins to pass us, we're going to see that water quickly pile in, especially as we head towards high tide tonight. So that's something we're going to be monitoring. And one thing about that too, right now we're looking at the lee side of the river. So the wind is blowing the way we're facing. So I almost guarantee you on the other side of that bridge, there's some serious swells moving in. But I think in several hours, just based on the storm surge modeling, this is going to be a different image. I don't think we'll be seeing that grass as the water begins to rise. And we're expecting substantial storm surge here in Lee County. And we're just now getting to that time where the water is going to start pushing in. We've seen it down in Marco where Gale is, and then on our cameras in Naples. So the surge is going to begin piling up here. And the bad news too is Ian is not moving fast at all right now. So this is just a lot of time for that water to funnel and pile up in that area. Yeah, we want to take you live now we have a camera at the Hyatt in Estero. Kind of hard to see here because of the angle and because of the weather.
And the distance from where we're looking at the bay there, and but it gives you can see the water rippling across the camera there. It's clearly a good wind there and a lot of rain coming down. Let's go to the village of Venetian Bay down in Naples, and there you see some rough water in Naples as well. You don't usually see white caps on the bay.
And higher water than we're used to seeing in this shot. We use this shot a lot during the newscast. Right. It's a camera that we have fixed there. We don't usually see the water looking quite that high along those lower lying structures.
There are a lot of stilted homes along the Venetian Bay there, so they are raised up above this water level as a result of just being that close to the beach and being that close to the water. But yeah, boy, really rough weather at the village on Venetian Bay in Naples right now.
All right, welcome back everybody. If you are just joining us, if you've been with us, it is 12 o'clock noon. This is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. Chris Safati with Lois Tomei, Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt, Dylan Federico, our whole team spread out here to keep you updated on the very latest going on everywhere.
And we are seeing deteriorating weather in the barrier islands of Lee County, Sanibel Captiva. We have crews that are at Sanibel Harbor Resort along Punta Rasa. They're being told right now to get to stairwells and hunker down in that hotel because they are in the thick of it, in the eye wall where the strongest winds and the most dangerous weather is right now.
Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is the time now where we have the worst part of the storm pushing on shore. Just got the noon update, and overall still very similar. Borderline Category 5, max winds 155 miles an hour. The pressure at 937 millibars as it is pushing to the north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. So here's going to be the very latest on radar as the worst part of the storm, the eye wall, is now pushing on the coast. We have been seeing that for Sanibel, Captiva, as well as now approaching Boca Grande. As we zoom on in, we'll go nice and tight. And there it is. That's where we have those tornado-like winds funneling in from the Gulf and now impacting Pine Island, which is currently seeing that eye wall Next up, and literally as we speak, it is pushing on the coastline and right on top of southwest Cape Coral. Now, eventually, that's going to work its way towards Pine Island, then North Fort Myers, and then downtown Fort Myers. And let's do a time lapse as well as a storm cone to show you who is up next for the eye wall. So let's measure this out. This is going to be the worst part of the storm, and this is going to be approaching Cape Coral at about 12:37. So Cape Coral over the next 30 to 45 minutes, and even by the hour, depending on what part of the Cape that you're living in, this is the main event. This is going to be the worst part of the storm. The winds will be picking up significantly as we will see wind gusts, hurricane force, if not over 100 miles an hour. Then Englewood at about 115. Fort Myers as we approach about 130. Port Charlotte 213, and then Babcock Ranch by around 244. As a result, there is a rare extreme weather warning, extreme wind warning in effect from Boca Grande, Cape Coral, Estero, Bonita Springs, and as you can imagine, encompassing the islands of Sanibel, Captiva. 307,000 people under the extreme wind warning. So now let's analyze some of those wind speeds that are being picked up on Wink Live Doppler 3X, and you'll start to see it pop up into frame here. And let's turn on the radar. Okay, and you'll see some of the perspective. There it is. So what this is, in addition to the rain that is being picked up by our radar, we are also analyzing the wind speeds. So the beam is being sent out from Babcock Ranch, and only 50 miles away from Babcock Ranch and very close to Sanibel and Captiva, we have wind over the water right now being analyzed at 141 miles an hour. As we do some more sampling, 170 miles an hour is right now being picked up on our radar for the southern portion of the eye wall. So let's switch back over the radar, show you where that is. And the 170 mile an hour wind is being picked up right here. This corridor, which is going to be working its way towards the Sanibel Lighthouse, and this is the part that is going to be forcing up the water and up the Caloosahatchee. This is going to be the devastating part of the storm, and we just analyzed some of the wind speeds, upwards of 170 miles an hour, and I want to show you the areas that will be impacted by this, and we're going to kind of extrapolate where the eye wall is going to be heading. So let's stop the time lapse and I'll show you where it is going to be generally moving towards. I'll draw some lines on here, and it's pushing to the northeast at about 9 to 10 miles an hour. So these are the areas that hunker down. This is it. It's going to be pretty serious and pretty rough over the next couple of hours, and it's going to be essentially from the southern half of Sarasota County, all of Charlotte County, all of DeSoto County, and then primarily for, I'd say, about 3/4 of Lee County from Bonita Springs and north. So that is where the eye wall is going to be impacting. It will get rough. You're going to look outside, you are going to hear some loud noises, and even your apartment or your home may even shake a little bit. And that is that hurricane force wind that is pushing on shore. Something that I hope I do not see for a long, long time again. This is the zoomed in view of the visible satellite imagery as we have the eye that is now approaching Sanibel as well as Captiva, and how this is going to go. Right now, Sanibel is seeing the eye wall, wind gusts of over 100 miles an hour. Then the sun is going to come out. The winds are going to calm down. Then as the eye passes by, we will start to see wraparound strong winds again. So I cannot stress enough, if you are hunkering down and you see the sun come out, you are not done with this storm. That's only halftime. And don't venture out when you see that blue sky. Still seek shelter, stay inside, do not go outside and venture out and take pictures. That is only halfway through this storm. I did get a report of Naples right now has just seen their highest storm surge ever recorded, close to 5 feet and rising. So again, to reiterate, Naples right now has a storm surge of about 5 feet. And according to the National Weather Service in Miami, they are saying that this is one of the, if not the greatest storm surge that they've ever recorded. And there's the blue line of where we should be, and then there's the red, roughly 5 feet above normal. Let's now show the possibility of where this is going to be making landfall. And the landfall likelihood, and you can really see the wobbles, right, in this track. But I want to take a line here and see if we can extrapolate where this is going to go and essentially predict where it's going to be making landfall. So I'll take a straight line right here and continue this. And I agree with the Hurricane Center, if not maybe a little bit more down the coast. I am thinking anywhere from about North Captiva to Boca Grande, potentially even Captiva would see the landfall. So Captiva to Boca Grande as we go throughout the next 1 to 3 hours. Okay, some wind speeds that have been coming in. We have had some official wind gusts of upwards of about 80 miles an hour, hurricane force along coastal Lee as well as coastal Collier County. And this is the storm surge prediction. If you've been spending some time with the family, trying to stay calm in this approaching Category 4 storm, the storm surge expectation about 12 to 18 feet in the maroon shading, 8 to 12 for Collier County. As of right now, we are at about 5 feet in Naples, so we very well could see the projections on the way. So let's go to full. I'm going to head towards Chris and Lois, and we're going to analyze this storm in greater detail as the eye continues to work its way through and as we get those updates in. So I'm going to be working my way over there. But the eye and the eye wall, we have a new update. Is that Marco Island?
That's Marco Island. Those are the cabanas we were looking under just a little while ago on the beach at the Marriott Hotel.
Oh, how about that?
Okay, so I don't know if we can show that to our viewers or not. Yes, there we go. There we go. What we're talking about, remember we showed you earlier, we have those tikis, those cabanas out on Marco on the beach. And we could see all of the posts holding up that
originally,
tiki
way
top.
back, we saw the beach,
right.
And then we saw some
now
water.
We can't
There's
see
your surge.
anything.
That's it. Okay, so we can estimate based off of that height. I mean, that has got to be
7-8 feet, right? You
walk
under
them.
I didn't want to exaggerate the number, but yeah, I mean, we're talking at least 5, if not 6, 7, 8 feet in that range. And this is live Marco Island as the tide levels continue to rise. And for Marco Island, Dylan, if you could, on Weather 2, can you find the graphic with the high tide times on Weather 2? And try
Matt,
to,
while you're doing that, let's
take
a look at the pink shell. The webcam is frozen right now, but this is Fort Myers Beach. You see that stone structure there? That's the pool.
Yeah.
That's the swimming pool at the pink shell, which is on the north end of Estero Island on Fort Myers Beach. The Gulf has come all the way up to the edge of the Pink Shell Resort. The pool, you can't see any part of it. You wouldn't know it was the pool if you didn't know that stone structure is actually in the pool. And so that's the situation there. It's that cam froze about 12:01 or so. So that gives you some idea of how fresh of a shot that is and what the surge is doing on Fort Myers Beach.
And it looks like, guys, I'm starting to see, it looks like some damage to the previous shot. Looks like some pieces of wood are coming off the Marco Island camera, and it looks like it's drifting away. You see
sure does.
It looks like it's starting to drift away.
Yeah.
It sure does.
Hard to see now, but yeah, we could kind of see a part break off and then...
Yep, it's drifting away.
There it
being
goes.
Picked up by the water. And that's also why we've heard the term thrown around, the life-threatening storm surge.
Right.
Cannot understate how powerful the rush of water is. And especially if we're talking about 12 to 18 feet, and that could certainly be the case.
Okay, so it looks like some of the fronds and stuff on top of that tiki are either deteriorating, being blown off, or being washed away by the water. Palm trees are kind of obscuring our view in some points, but yeah, so what are we looking at Marco Island in terms of, yes?
Should be the third part of that scene, Dylan. And in a second when he has that up.
3:21 p.m.
Okay, so we are at about 12:10, and there will be no change in Marco Island's wind direction. This is going to be a persistent south wind. So what you see right now, this is not even going to be at the highest levels. As we continue that south wind, we're approaching the high tide times. If we could punch up Weather 2 real quick, we'll show in Collier County when I expect the high tide times. 2:45 in Naples, 3:21 for Marco Island, 3:35 for Everglades City.
All right, we're going to go to Naples. check in with Michael Hudak on Vanderbilt Beach, who has had a pretty good vantage point so far on what's going on there. Michael, how are you?
We're doing all right. We've had to move our cars because of the storm surge that I want to show you right now. It's pretty alarming. You can see the water kind of inundating us here. Take a look at the dock. Guys, that dock was pointing out horizontally from us. Now it's off to the side. I mean, these are pretty serious conditions. You can see us actively trying to move our cars, people trying to get through what is an average parking lot where you can't even really see the street right now. You can't even see the concrete because of how much that storm surge has kind of come up here. And you can actively see it if we point the camera down here. It's covering, look, as we speak on live television, it's covering the last dry parts of the parking lot. I want to safely just take a quick peek out here. We're not going to put ourselves in harm's way or anything. We're doing so safely. But the street all the way down here, Javi, if you want to take one more step down, you can see the street is flooded. The water from the beach on the other side of the Vanderbilt Beach Resort is coming down the stairs. This is an active situation. This is developing. If we swing the camera over here, you can see the water inundating the parking lot, completely covering it. But again, we wanted to step out here to show you these angles safely. We're going to get back inside. For now, reporting on Vanderbilt Beach, Michael Hudak, Wink News.
Michael, before you go, just for our viewers who are on radio and don't understand exactly where you are, please tell us, are you facing the bay? Are you facing the Gulf? You're on Vanderbilt Beach. Tell us exactly where you are.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. I want to articulate this as clearly as I can. We are in between the beach and the bay. We are going to walk up this staircase right now because, as you can probably hear on radio, it's pretty loud from the wind. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. We've got the beach to my right, so we are I'm facing south right now. The bay is on my left side, and the water from both of those sides, Lois, is approaching us. From the beach side, it's going down the staircase and flooding that street right there, which is Vanderbilt Beach Road. And then you've got the bay on the other side. The water is kind of conjoining here. It's kind of meeting us in the middle. So again, for those of you that cannot necessarily see what I am talking about right now, we have a parking lot that's against the bay right now, and the bay and the parking lot, you can't really tell where they meet and where the parking lot ends and the bay begins because of how high the water is reaching. And remember, a couple of seconds ago, I was able to show you and articulate how the only dry parts of the parking lot were being covered up. Now you can see it's almost a half an inch coming up there from the parking lot. So for those of you that can't necessarily see exactly what's going on here, the wind is increasing, the rain is increasing, and the storm surge has made things extremely difficult here where you cannot see the floor of the parking garage. So, as I mentioned, we're going to continue to keep you updated. We're going to do so safely because safety is the priority here. I'm going to send it back to you for now.
Please stay safe, Michael. We really benefit from these reports. Thank you very much. That's a very thin slice of land, relatively speaking, between the Gulf and the bay there down on Vanderbilt Beach. So It was good for him to describe for us exactly where he was and what we were seeing.
And I just want to give everybody a heads up of what we could see going forward. Okay. I think that live shot that we had around Marco Island was very telling because they are getting essentially what others will get later. They are getting it first. Then it's Naples. Then it's Bonita, then it's Fort Myers Beach, and then all that water goes right up the Caloosahatchee. So it's almost foreshadowing.
Marco beaches in those areas are quite wide.
Yeah.
Quite wide. When you get up to Fort Myers Beach, a lot of the areas of the beach are not as wide as what you might see on the Marco Island.
Exactly right, exactly right. And obviously the curvature of our coastline, the ability for the water to pile up. We've also noted Cape Coral and how our given waterways, they only have a given volume, and you're literally putting too much water in an area that can only take so much. So the water is going to pile up even more in sections of the Cape, which right now, if we can show you the radar, that eye wall is pushing into the Cape. So the Cape is right now starting to see extreme southwest Cape Coral, that eye wall. We're starting to see it continuing to push northeast, and it's only a matter of time before one after another, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, North Fort Myers, that we'll start to see the winds pick up drastically. And even here at Wink, we can hear it outside. The winds are battering our studio here, and we are seeing the winds certainly pick up.
All right. he's getting some new information. We can take the camera outside of our station and show people a little bit toward downtown Fort Myers, perhaps. This is one of the first times that we've seen. I'll stop now that we took it live, but we really saw the camera swaying there a couple of minutes ago, and you can really start to see the volume of rain.
Right, so you can see Palm Beach Boulevard to the right of your screen there. You see those
the yellow and coral colored buildings.
Yeah, terracotta.
There you go.
There you see the towers. Now that's a shot you probably will recognize, but it's right off the river. If we go back a little wider, if we could, so we can just see the river a little bit more. There you go. You see the river and how close our tower cam, how close Wink is to the Caloosahatchee right there. There are the 3 towers that you recognize on a normal day. We do see some traffic on Palm Beach Boulevard heading toward downtown. That's not a great idea because we're expecting significant storm surge here along the river later today. But you already see the winds picking up and the weather deteriorating as far inland as downtown Fort Myers. So if you are further inland, remember, this is foreshadowing for you because we are all going to see deteriorating weather. The beaches are first, but we're already seeing this go downhill in downtown Fort Myers.
Let's check in at the Naples Pier. We haven't looked there in a little while. Very rough surf, and we've been seeing that. It's hard to tell. Okay, watch that wave. The water is, to my eye, a little bit higher, coming in a little bit further than the last time that we looked at this shot. But man, the surf is rough there. You don't see that in the Gulf of Mexico every day.
That's why the pier has been shut down for so long. It's just a dangerous place to be, and we hope that the pier will be able to withstand these waves, but it's repeated beating on these structures.
I was just going to say that. We got to hope that...
Watch the end as we're talking about this, the far end of the pier, because you can see it coming over the pier and really battering the pier out into the Gulf there.
Yeah, the Fort Myers Beach Pier and the Naples Pier, they're going to be battle tested like they never have been tested before. With these type of waves, the wave action upwards of about 30 to 40 feet plus off the coast, and then that wave action is going to not only add to the surge, but we are going to see some significant damage as a result at our local beaches and right along the coastline too.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to us on the radio, we're going to continue to take you up and down the coast. We're going to continue to give you information of what's happening inland, as well as people who are watching us on TV. But we are seeing the surge that Southwest Florida has not seen. And we know that the water is such a damaging part of the hurricane that we have great concerns for not only the coastal areas, but any area along the water. We have great concerns for sections of Cape Coral that are expected to see extreme tidal surge or storm surge as well. But please stay in touch with us because as Matt has said many times, this is a long duration storm. This is not going to quickly come in and come out just like an afternoon thunderstorm. This is going to be a long duration event, and we will be here with you throughout it.
A long duration event with different timing for quite literally every town and almost every neighborhood. So we're going to be very careful, and I know Matt will be very detailed about going through them town by town. Here's when it starts for you. Here's where you are. Here's when you might have a breath.
We essentially want to create a situation where there are no surprises. You know exactly what's coming, when it's coming, and how it's coming. And we are right now, I would say, if we were to compare this to something, let's say a baseball game, we're about at the 4th inning. We still got about 5 innings to go, and we hope we don't go to extra innings. But this is a situation, major hurricane, almost a Category 5. Max winds 155 miles per hour as the eye is very, very close to Sanibel, Captiva, and Boca Grande as it is pushing north and northeast slowly at about 9 miles an hour.
Okay, Matt, stay right there. We're going to go over to Nicole Gabe, who has some videos to show us that she's been pulling from off of social media, I assume, Nicole.
Yeah, Lois, you guys mentioned the winds right here. This video right here shows exactly how strong the winds are. Just keep your eye right here on this lanai.
Oh, wow.
Continues to roll.
Where is that, Nicole?
So this is in Cape Coral. The location, it's a precise location, not an exact location, excuse me. It's near Palm Tree Boulevard, southeast of 40th Street area.
Okay.
So again, this is a neighborhood, guys. You see the winds. Cape Coral area, the lanai completely ripped off, goes over the roof into the air. And this is why we are telling people to stay inside right now. Anything could be flying in the area. And trees, pieces of debris. If there's a construction site near you, things are flying again. And this is somebody's home, obviously. The lanai completely ripped off again, though that area is in Cape Coral. It's Palm Tree Boulevard and Southeast 40th Street. But we have a lot of video coming in as well. And you can see, this is from Celine MacArthur, one of our reporters out there. You can see the storm surge coming in. I believe she's on Sanibel, if that's correct. The storm surge coming in right here. This was shot just a few hours ago. I mean, we saw Marco Island, the water just pushing in right there. So as this storm makes its way closer and closer to her, we're going to continue to see that storm surge. I'm not sure if we have any more video or not. Let's see if we can go to the next one. See if any more video coming up.
Okay.
No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll bring you guys more video as soon as it comes in. But I mean, you saw the lanai right there, Lois, Chris, and Matt. It's a reality that's happening here in Southwest Florida.
Right. All right. Thank you, Nicole.
Those are the ones that are so concerning, because not only is it a projectile when it comes off and goes over the house and lands like we saw, but now it and every part of it become projectiles for whatever happens for the rest of the afternoon in that neighborhood.
Yeah, and we want to thank our viewers for sending us these videos, but we want to remind you, please do this safely. We don't want you out in harm's way. When you see a lanai or a roof like that blowing over the top of a house, we don't want you standing somewhere where something could be flown at you and severely injure you or worse, take your life. So please, please be cautious. But you are our eyes and ears out on the street. We can't see everything everywhere. And it's very helpful to our meteorologists, I would assume, Matt, to see the types of damage that we're getting.
Well, I was not surprised, though. The patio, the lanai, oftentimes are the first to go because of the way that they are structurally made. The wind goes under it and then lifts it. And that's exactly what we had. In that video, very likely hurricane force wind gusts that produced that damage. Chris and Lois, I'm seeing an observation that it's a trend I don't like, where we are having the eye wall as it is pushing northeast. And you see on the southern side, you see all that red?
Right.
That is going to be wind at least 155. And as it heads northeast, that section of red is literally going to go right up the Caloosahatchee. So you literally have the strongest wind of the storm, the strongest force of the storm, and it's going to push that water right up the river. This is literally what emergency management officials have feared that would happen with some storm in the future. Well, that future is now. And this is literally our worst case scenario unfolding as we speak.
How fast is the water? Well, I guess it doesn't come down in this case for a while because there's reinforcing water after it.
Yeah, even with low tide later on tonight, it's still going to be significantly higher.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's going to be not until I would say late Thursday that we even see some type of an improvement.
Okay, let's go to Punta Rassa, right at the Sanibel Causeway. Celine MacArthur, she has been there watching the conditions as they deteriorate. Celine, please just describe for us what you're seeing and for our people who are listening on radio as well, so they can understand what you're seeing.
Well, Lois, it's almost undescribable, but I will do my best. So let's go over to the window. You know, I'm hoping that you, Chris, and Matt, you can keep your mics open so we can have a little conversation about this. I started covering this at about 11:30 this morning. As you saw on my Twitter feed, I was able to go outside. It was windy, but it was bearable. Look at the conditions now. You could see the surf. You could see the wind. There's no standing outside. There is no being outside. It is way too dangerous, way too intense. And just look at these pictures. You know, everybody here, obviously the power is out and people are just watching and they're going, wait a second, how long is this going to last? And that's a question Matt is going to be able to answer. But, you know, like you said, Lois, the key here is to be able to describe this. My family went through Katrina, and one of the things that they said is you cannot get enough local coverage, you cannot get enough local video because people are scared, they're confused, and they're worried about their family, they're worried about their friends, they're worried about their homes, which is why we are going to continue to show you pictures. So, Matt, you're doing a magnificent job forecasting this, but here are the pictures you need. What are you, when you see this, what are you looking at? Describe for us. Can you see it?
Yeah, Matt is sitting right here. Matt, I think she's trying to get you to describe what you're seeing. When you see those pilings there at Punta Rassa where people are normally launching their boats and you can't see the boat launch anymore and the water is halfway up the pilings, describe what's happening with the storm that's causing that.
Yeah, just the counterclockwise motion around the storm. That wind is forcing up the water. And the concern I have is this is not even the absolute strongest wind core. I mean, we will continue to see that water rise, and for that general area, we're at about 1226. This is not even high tide yet.
Right.
So expect even more of a water rise as we go into time. And the biggest thing, again, wind-driven force, and I expect the Sanibel Harbor Marriott Resort and Spa, they will see a lot more water coming up over the next 1 to 3 hours.
Well, Celine, you're right by the pool there.
They
we
will,
see
yep.
the beach ball rolling
Yes.
around on the ground there.
Yep, I didn't know if you can catch that. Yep. That doesn't even describe how windy it is. Obviously, it's down low, it's protected, so it wasn't moving as intensely as anything else. I mean, palm fronds were blowing across. If you could see a little bit in the pool, you're starting to see a little bit of debris. And this doesn't even accurately reflect what we would be seeing in neighborhoods. Obviously, there would be more debris. I mean, this is very protected. This is very well manicured. There's an enormous amount of concrete. So it almost doesn't feel as dramatic. I think the one thing that is dramatic is you can't open the doors. People have been struggling with that here. You cannot. The wind is so intense, you are literally trapped here. This is the view that we have right now.
Celine,
so the challenge here is, oh, go ahead. Lois,
just tell us what you're hearing, because we're hearing some whistling. What does this sound like? I know people, when you're locked up in your home, you have a window to look out of, but most people don't have a window. What does this sound like?
The funniest thing is not a lot, because look at this. These are hurricane windows. These are intense. It is soundproof. When I go downstairs, you can start to hear the howling a little bit more. You can start to hear the wind. One thing that I thought was interesting is, we have a lot of networks here that are covering this as well, and everybody is saying the same thing. They go, oh, no. This is worse than Katrina.
Oh.
And Matt, I'm wondering if, because that's the theme here. That's what everybody is saying. People here who have been covering it, including myself, looking at this and going, whoa. This feels different. This feels worse. We have no meteorological information to back that up from here, but this is what I'm hearing. And there are a lot of people just in the stairwells right now, and they're bracing for cover, and it's just... It's
Good place to be.
It's a wait and see.
Okay, Celine, thank you very much. I think we need to temper that just a little bit to know that we're in a much different place than New Orleans, of course, so we don't scare people into thinking something that they shouldn't be thinking at this point. Yes, we are dealing with devastating storm surge and life-threatening.
No, that's not what I meant by that.
Right.
Understood.
We understand. That's not what I meant by that.
Understood.
We understand, Celine. We just want to make sure that...
Right.
That people who are watching us right now and maybe can't see what you're seeing don't misinterpret it. So we're just going to make it clear so that everybody is on the same page there. Thank you so much for showing us this. This is really important for us to see what's happening there near Sanibel, near the Causeway.
Well, one of the interesting things about where she is in that whole area, we can take a live look at the Causeway too to make this point, if that's up. That hotel had some damage from Charlie, had some significant damage from Charlie. The fact that it's hurricane fortified now and all those things exist because of the damage that came into that hotel from Hurricane Charlie. So it's a much safer place for them to be. And again, a lot of people in that hotel, as she said, and we know from our other reporters and other crews, are going into the stairwells, which even with hurricane glass and everything else is probably the safest place to be as we look at the progress of this storm on Wink Doppler 3X as it makes its way toward various communities.
And Chris, as we look at this, you can see Sanibel Island there. You can see that they're getting through some of that worst eye wall right now. And as this progresses, they could actually start to get a little bit of a breather as time moves on. But don't think that that's the end of it, because as Matt and Dylan and all our meteorologists have told us, there is an eye that will bring calm conditions, but there's another eye wall on the other side of that eye, and you have more coming. I know we have some pictures, I guess, from MLK.
I-75 and MLK. Want to go inland a little bit and see what the conditions are like there. First of all, again, I-75, great to see nobody out on it, as nobody should be. You can certainly tell with this camera and these are the Florida Department of Transportation cameras. They're very wobbly in the wind anyway, but you can tell it's starting to wobble in the wind, but we can see deteriorating conditions inland as well. This is as far inland as I believe we've been live in the last hour or so, so we're starting to see conditions inland even start to deteriorate, Matt.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's do a status update. If we could punch up weather 2, and that has the status of the eye wall and the progress of where it is. So right now it is extending from Sanibel to Boca Grande. Pine Island is in it, and then now it's starting to migrate into Cape Coral. So in Cape Coral, if you haven't heard it already, if you haven't seen it, the strong bursts of wind are starting to move in, and they will be in place for at least the next hour or two. Then you have the eye, and then you're going to get hit again with strong, damaging wind. We already saw that homeowner's porch or
the whole lanai.
The
patio.
The patio. And we will continue to see that push inland. But where you see that darkest red and the pink, absolutely hurricane force wind, and that is making a beeline to the northeast as we are nearing landfall within the next about 1 to 3 hours for coastal Lee and coastal Charlotte County. I do want to give you a quick sampling of some of the wind speeds on Wink Live Doppler 3X and the portion of the eye wall. And again, this could be very well undersampling it, but you'll notice we have some 74s and some 80s, if not nearing 90 from Sanibel to Pine Island. And then guys, look at the wind speeds off the coast.
Those numbers.
I mean, I've never seen that in my time here at Wink, to have that within our vicinity.
Where is that measuring it? What level are we measuring those wind speeds at?
That's a wonderful question. So normally in the past, before we had our radar, that would have been wind at about 10, 11,000 feet. Well, the wind increases as you go higher up. But because we have a radar in town, that's only about 1,000 or 2,000 feet.
Okay.
So that is significantly lower. And, you know, I expect about 90% of that to be working its way down to the water. But that is a true testament to how powerful this storm is and how that wind is going to be driving up the water and elevating our surge levels to 12 to 18 feet. At last check, Naples is at 5. And we're not done yet. They're going to still be approaching high tide within the next 2 to 3 hours.
Okay, Matt, we want to take a look at some flooding pictures out of Sanibel. What we're going to be looking at here, this is at Periwinkle and Casa Yabel. And you see the street signs, you see how high the water is on those street signs. That'll give you some perspective there. You also see some buildings there off to the left, up in the top left corner of your screen there. And what we're seeing is water up likely into those buildings, because the street signs that we're looking right in the middle of the road, first of all, it looks like a river or a lake, not a road. You can't see any pavement of any kind right now because the water is so high. You can still see, you know, the yellow caution signs you see along the street. You can see the yellow sign on top of the pole, but you can't see any of the pole. That gives you an idea of how high that water is right now, how high that storm surge is on Sanibel.
And what you can actually see, believe it or not, in the water, you have the sustained winds, and then every now and then you'll see the gusts. And you can literally see it in the way that the water is distributed in this live shot. Every now and then you'll see that quick burst, and that's where the winds could very likely get over 100 miles an hour. That is the concern I have into Lee and Charlotte County, and even as far inland as DeSoto County for the next 12 hours, and we are live seeing that from Sanibel.
And this is devastating for the island, because just if you're not familiar with Sanibel, Periwinkle, the main street up, but you are probably a little bit closer to the bay side than you are to the Gulf side right there, but you are in the middle of the island. So if we're seeing this much water in the middle of the island.
Can you imagine like the immediate beaches?
The immediate beaches, the immediate bay side, there's probably not much hope that there's a dry spot there.
And that, you know, that's it. We're going to see significant beach erosion because we don't know the damages to the beaches yet. We'll see the seagrasses and things that are supposed to protect the shoreline. A lot of that is going to be completely inundated with water. Will not be able to provide the type of protection we're used to seeing in just normal tides and normal rainstorms. So this picture, there you go, Matt, we're looking right now, those gusts you see coming across the water and the ripple in the water that's on the roadway. This isn't a still pool. This is a very active tidal bit of water, and
you got to imagine that even a heavy car or truck would not be able to withstand that.
And what would you guys say with that stop sign on the top right-hand portion of the screen? What type of inundation would you say that, guys? Would you say that is about 2 feet?
Oh, at least.
About at least 2, if not 3.
If not more, yeah. I think I could stand under a stop sign, and I don't think my head would be.
And then look at that strong burst we just had. I mean, we're talking winds easily 80, 90, if not 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it looks a little. Yeah, I'm trying to gauge. I would say even 3 or 4 feet at those signs. I'm trying to fixate on those signs. The one on the furthest right of the screen, the kind of greenish sign, maybe a little bit less. That might be a side of the bike path or a little bit elevated there. But yeah, gosh, that is at least 2 to 4 feet of water.
Yeah, so picture a stop sign in your head if you're listening on radio, and you can see about a foot or 2 below the red part of the stop sign. And then the rest is water from there to the ground. That gives you some idea of how high the water is right now at Periwinkle and Sanibel on Sanibel.
So, and I can't help but keep noticing, I know we've already brought it up, how fast the water's moving. It's just kind of mesmerizing if you can watch it, if you're not on radio with us watching, how fast the water is moving through this intersection, kind of like the river moves through an intersection, or river moves through its normal course.
And oftentimes how storm surge works is it's a gradual climb, and then all of a sudden it shoots up.
Right.
And that's the approach of the eye wall.
Now, the eye, in relation to Sanibel, Matt, what direction are we is it moving in right now in forward speed, forward direction? And is it possible they're going to start to see something a little quiet here pretty soon?
And even the sun coming out. I mean, in reference to where it could make landfall, the core of it is about 20 miles away. So Sanibel, Captiva, they will start to see their winds drastically calm down. And if you missed this earlier, I'm going to pop this up. If we could punch up weather 2, that'll show you that the eye and the calm, there it is on satellite. There will literally be the sun coming out for slivers of Sanibel, Captiva, and Boca Grande within the next 1 to 3 hours as the calm before another round of strong, damaging wind works its way in. So here is, again, a loop of the eye wall. I want to show who's next up, and we're starting to see that eye wall now. It's on top of Matlacha, West Cape, Northwest Cape, and we also have, I don't want to diminish, we have some pretty fierce bands moving into downtown Fort Myers, Babcock Ranch, and eventually that will pivot into more of Charlotte County.
So people are starting to, and we've talked about this a little bit, but asking now that it's getting bad in people's neighborhoods, how long is this going to last? How long is this going to last? Generally, from start to finish, this is an all-day event.
Yeah, this is not like other storms, and it's because of that forward progress. And just doing some quick math here, this is moving to the north at 9 miles an hour, to the north-northeast at about 9 miles an hour. Let's measure how big this eye wall is. Okay, so we're going to measure this quarter right here. I'm going to stop the loop, and we're going to measure it. And basically the width of this eye wall, about 20 miles wide, okay? So then if it's moving at about 9 miles an hour, you are going to be within this rough part of the storm for about 2 to 3 hours. Then you get the break. And then look at this. Let's measure the other eye wall. And that one, in diameter and from west to east, is also 20 miles. So let's measure the distance of the eye itself. So all are about 20 to 25 miles. And so again, guys, from the start of the eye wall to the eye to the end of the eye wall, this is about a 6-hour event, bare minimum.
All right, so for people who are wondering, because we've been answering a few individually here questions, if it's just starting in your neighborhood, it's just starting to get bad, mentally prepare yourself for this is about 6 hours before there's a chance for relief, and we're just going to have to go through it.
And for those of you who are listening to us on radio because you've already lost your power and you're listening via your battery-powered radio or some other way, just know that when things get calm, don't relax. As Matt said, you may be in the eye, and if you can't see our radar right now, we'll continue to try to describe this as best we can for you so you know whether you're in the eye and more is coming or whether we are clear. We will be sure to pass these things along.
And you want to know the telltale sign? You will see the sun peek through. That is when you are in the eye. On satellite, it had some breaks.
Right.
So you will know that you're in the eye. It's going to get completely calm and quiet and almost eerily quiet. And then you get hit with the other eye wall, and you can see that pocket in very bright red on Wind Live Doppler 3X. Then you have more 100+ mile per hour wind gusts.
we're starting to hear from more people too. Inland, Jim McLaughlin, who sat in this chair with Lois for Hurricane Charlie, staying near Gulf Coast Town Center. They have lost power there. We've heard from folks in a couple of the residential communities off Daniels near I-75. They have lost power. So it is getting to be more and more widespread that people are without power for what may be quite a while. We don't know how that's going to play out yet, but it's safe to assume that that will be for quite a while. And it's just starting to spread, not just in the coastal areas, but inland and into various different communities.
Fortunately, the difference between Charlie and now is that we lost a lot of cell service in Charlie. Nobody could communicate whatsoever. They've hardened all of that infrastructure, and a lot of people are able to still stay in touch in one way or another via their cell phones, cell phone capability. We haven't heard anybody talking about that being lost at this point yet. So that's something that you can keep in touch and at least get updates on what's going on with the storm.
Okay, we have new live pictures here. This is the Chiquita Lock. So, and that is quite a bit of storm surge. That is not a normal picture of the Chiquita Lock by any means. You can see it coming right over the edge right there, and at a significantly higher, I believe, than we would see a normal picture of the Chiquita Lock from this angle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely, without question, because you can look over to the buildings to the left there, and you see the water is rushed right up into those buildings, and so the water is much higher than you would ever see on any other normal day. This is a significant storm surge issue for Cape Coral. This is the part of Cape Coral that was, they urged you to evacuate. This was their big concern here in Cape Coral. Of course, the wind and the rain is also very significant, but this storm surge is something that they have been so concerned about in those low-lying areas of Cape Coral, and will cause some devastating damage there.
Well, it's frozen for a second. I would tell you right before the picture froze, we were seeing some really intense wind gusts. And we're back on Sanibel. Okay, different view of Periwinkle and Casa Ebel. But you can see the signs there, you know, all the signs are so close to submerged. Now, on the left side of your screen, if you look, they're hard to see, almost a shadow of the back of sign, you know, we're looking the wrong way down Periwinkle on the left side of the street. Those look to be about half covered, so if that is a 7-foot high sign, that's what, 3 or 4 feet of water right there.
Sanibel went through it really a difficult time during Charlie, and a lot of their trees and things were lost. They had a lot of non-native vegetation there, and they did a really great job of getting rid of all of that so that they wouldn't have the kind of tree and landscape damage that they've had in other storms. So some of those trees you see there are more native, able to withstand more. But boy, the surge is really devastating for the island.
It's really something, and it's been a long recovery in terms of the vegetation. I was just out there 2 or 3 weekends ago on a way up to Captiva, and somebody actually commented in the car, "Oh, the canopy is kind of coming back." The canopy of trees that covered Periwinkle back before Charlie, that made it almost a shady ride rather than a sunny ride, even if the sun was out full. Charlie sheared that down to nothing, and now you can kind of see some of those trees starting to form that canopy again, or at least you could before today. We'll have to see how it all plays out when this is over.
But again, we want to remind people, this is Sanibel. They're getting the worst of the surge. Marco Island, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, they're seeing the worst of the surge first. And then it will move inland from here. We just showed you the Chiquita Lock in Cape Coral, where they are seeing some significant storm surge right now. If you are up the Caloosahatchee River, it is going to be getting worse and worse for you as the day progresses. So that's why those areas that are in red and orange on the flood maps were being evacuated. It's because of this. This is the reason. We expected some of this in Irma, and Lee County evacuated A, B, C, all of it for Irma, and then Irma took that turn and it came up over land rather than along the Gulf of Mexico, and surge wasn't as big of an issue for everyone. But now we're seeing, as Matt described, the worst case scenario, the thing that emergency officials feared, this surge, pushing all the way inland up our rivers and bays and causing devastating damage throughout Southwest Florida.
And guys, we just showed some video right near the waterway of Cape Coral. Just got a wind gust to 77 miles an hour in South Cape. And that is not even the worst part of the storm. So, and we can also assume that closer to the coastline, Sanibel, and I'll start to try to get some observations in, Sanibel very likely was well above that 77. That is obviously from the distance of Sanibel to Cape Coral, we can assume that it is at least 10 to 20 miles an hour greater, if not higher, for what Sanibel had to go through.
And it's not just the one gust, it's gust after gust, sustained wind after sustained wind. It's
For
just
6 hours.
Just the constant beating and whipping of that wind that causes the damage. Of course, it also leads to projectiles flying through the air, which is why we want you to stay where you are, but that non-stop beating of the wind.
Right. It sounds, people are talking about, again, I'm going through the emails and things that people are saying coming in here, it's the repeated howling, thumping, house moving, house shaking, and that's going to go on for a while. We're nowhere near done.
And some more observations coming in. It's not only obviously Lee County getting battered and Collier, but also Charlotte County just got a wind gust to almost 80 miles an hour at Punta Gorda Airport. So 80 miles an hour, Punta Gorda Airport.
Okay, all right. So Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte points north, Arcadia points inland. The worst is still coming for you. But you're seeing what we're showing you on TV right now. If you're able to watch or if you're just listening, we want you to understand that there are some devastating effects that may be coming.
And we've turned the angle around on this shot of Periwinkle and Casa Ebel back to the one that we started with about a half an hour ago, where you could see the signs off to the right.
Sure.
And the water, to my eye, is higher than it was then by at least a little bit, at least according to this one sign that I've kind of got fixated on the right side of the screen there. And it is moving fast and in one definite direction, at least for this picture that we can see.
Yeah. Our team of meteorologists bringing in new data to Matt right now as he's looking at that. We'll continue to show you the live Doppler 3X and the current placement of the storm right now near the islands of Captiva and Sanibel. Pushing in over Pine Island. Pine Island right now having some very devastating weather.
A few updates. Dylan, tell Nicole Gabe, she's going to try to punch it up in the touchscreen. I just got some pretty significant flooding video from an elevated position looking down. Fort Myers Beach is underwater quite a bit. And she's aware. Okay, we're going to try to punch that up, that video. Okay. Wind gusts, bare minimum, just received Sanibel 84 miles an hour. Is that 84 or 89? Okay, 84 miles an hour for meteorologist Greg Rule.
That is a gust. That's a gust of wind, Matt.
A gust of wind, 84 at the least. But oftentimes what can happen with these major hurricanes is that the anemometers, they fail or they literally snap in half. And sometimes getting the true power of a major hurricane can sometimes actually be very difficult.
All right, we're about to get that, I think.
Fort Myers Beach.
Oh, can we bring that full, Nicole?
Yes, absolutely. All right, so this right here, Fort Myers Beach, you can see the flooding going all throughout this area right here. And this is a significant area. Matt, if you want to touch on this right now, you can see it.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. That is, and guys, this is not even high tide. This is not even high tide. It hasn't even made landfall yet.
About 4 feet on Estero.
4 feet on
Estero Boulevard.
Estero Boulevard, 4 feet of surge.
And if it's that big on Estero Boulevard, visually you can tell, but if you know it's that much surge on Estero Boulevard, you know that the bay and the Gulf have met and pretty much flooded out everything. And again, when you see current and waves like that on the Gulf of Mexico, that is just so beyond the scope of what's normal.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's not it's happened before where the Gulf meets the bay on Estero Island, but when you see cars like that submerged in water, and it gives you some perspective of how devastating this might be. There are a lot of homes on Estero Island that are on pilings. You know, they're off the ground, but not every home is like that.
And I'm going to be very delicate with how I say this, but I also want to stress the seriousness of this situation. What Fort Myers Beach is seeing now, that water is going to go up the river. It is going to. So what Fort Myers Beach is currently seeing, that is going to be pushed up the river, and that is going to be the reality for first up after Fort Myers Beach. It's going to be Iona, then Cape Coral. It's going to go right up McGregor, and then Gulf Harbor, as you can imagine, and then downtown Fort Myers, as well as North Fort Myers. I'm getting new video in of the water level rise right in front of the Lani Kai, and actually debris that is floating in the water. And Dylan, let's try to get that to Nicole, and then that way we can show it on TV.
Right. And while we're waiting for that, we can also describe the video that we were showing you earlier. You can see on the video earlier, you could see the water rising on Estero Island. You can see that there's water all the way from the Gulf to the bay.
There's nowhere there that there is not water.
There's water everywhere. Mm-hmm.
And you can see, I'm trying to gauge, well, on some of those, the damage to people's homes, the level in people's homes, and just judging by how much of a garage door or two I could see, most of those houses have to have some water inside. And
Yes.
that was a big issue in that area during Charlie. And again, we talked about how much smaller of a storm Charlie was.
Lani Kai.
Okay, Nicole is getting this set up for us, and we're going to show it to you on the Lani Kai, the video coming from Estero Island, right in front of the Lani Kai Resort. As soon as we can get that punched up, there you go. That gives you some idea of what they're dealing with. Look at all the debris floating in the water. This is a very devastating
If you're watching,
picture.
if you're on the radio, it is a steady stream of stuff floating away from the Lani Kai and the bay. There's been beach cushions. There's been all kinds of trash. It's just from various different places, I'm sure, but it's just one thing to see the water move that fast. It's another thing to see it move that fast with all that stuff in it.
Yeah, Wink News anchor Russ McCaskey said he's had a report of 4 feet of water on Estero Boulevard. That's exactly what it looks like here. You can see the buildings in the screen. They've got water in that first story, and the second story building gives you kind of a perspective of how high that water is, and all the debris floating through it. And as you said, Matt, when is their high tide? They're not even anywhere
It's
near
not even
yet.
at high tide yet.
Yeah, right.
Dylan, can you punch up the high tide times and weather 2?
So the worst is yet to come there
Weather 2
for
for Lee
Fort
County.
Myers Beach and their high tide. In the meantime, while we're getting that data for you, we're going to go to Gail Levy, who is on Marco Island. Remember, last time we looked there, we were seeing those tiki huts, and all you could see was the roof of that tiki. Here we are again with those pictures. Things seem to be changing there in terms of the water levels. Gail, what are you seeing, Gail? Is the water going down there?
You know, actually, not too long ago, it was coming into another pool at the hotel I was staying at. It looked like the Gulf and the basically back courtyard of the hotel had merged. You couldn't see the pool, you couldn't see the chairs, you couldn't see anything. Now, the area closer to where we are now, the storm surge still looks pretty high, but I will say about 20 minutes ago, it was lapping up against where the end of basically the courtyard meets with the sand. It was lapping up there, but we're still seeing a lot of those really strong winds. Most of the palm fronds from these trees out here have gone down. But I know earlier you guys mentioned that there hasn't been a lot of service issues, but I will tell you guys out here, I've been talking to folks in the lobby of the hotel where I'm at. No one's had any good cell service or internet service. Right now, really all I can do is make phone calls. My texts aren't sending through on time, or if I have I have an iPhone and iMessage isn't working right now. So we've definitely had some service issues. Now, we haven't been able to see a lot of vantage points from Collier Boulevard since we, made the move to come into the hotel. But I will tell you right now, the Gulf is really roaring. And I don't know, have you guys been able to get any more information about Marco Island? Because I haven't been able to check Twitter or anything like that.
No, if you're asking us for official word from emergency officials or anyone there, I don't believe that we have here on the anchor desk. We can have the newsroom try to get a look into that for you to see if they have any updates. But I would assume that emergency officials there are still hunkered down because of the dangerous weather, and perhaps they don't have anybody out there who's actually doing any surveying of any type.
Right, and just to confirm, these are live pictures that we're looking at. So if you've been comparing the tiki huts in the water and the level as we have been going through and showing these. It does appear to be not quite as high as it was last time, but as you heard Gail say, it's coming in and lapping up over the pools. It also looks like it is closer to the hotel.
Yeah, we don't want to paint the picture that it's better, but it's hard for us to tell because the pictures that sometimes are not as clear. Matt, I understand Matt is getting us an update here. He's got some new information that he wants to pass along as we look at Hurricane Ian here on Wink Doppler 3X.
Okay, I just got a wind gust to 113 miles an hour at the Naples Grand Beach Resort. 113 miles an hour, that is the highest wind gust of the day so far. A storm surge of 5 to 6 feet has been reported in Naples, and that is the highest that they have ever recorded since data has been kept at that particular site, and it is a foot higher than Hurricane Irma.
Wow. And again, we're still waiting for high tide to come. So, okay, back to Sanibel. And wow, hard to tell if the camera about the camera angle, but just look at the rushing water at Periwinkle and Casabel and Sanibel.
White caps on the road
at the intersection, right? That's none of that is supposed to happen.
No.
So it's just flowing by, and that was one of the things last time we took this picture live that was so striking, at least to me, was how quickly the water's moving, not just rising, but clearly moving fast.
And Chris, to your point much earlier today, the water is filled with debris, filled with snakes, filled with gators. We're here on Sanibel where we know there's a wildlife preserve that's filled with alligators and snakes and other things. And so the island is not a safe place to be. Fortunately, we heard from the mayor when she was evacuating last night. She left. Many of her residents were leaving. They knew it was hard to leave their beautiful island, but they knew it was the right thing to do. That the storm surge was just too much of a danger for them to wait this out, and we're seeing that all come to fruition today, unfortunately.
This has been the what if storm that since I've lived here, everybody's talked about. Well, what if it happens this way, and what if it happens this way, and it is happening that way now, and we're seeing the not only the wind but the water, and it's not going to be a short event either. It's a massive storm.
So we're coming up almost on 1 o'clock, and our staff of meteorologists are continuing to monitor what's coming in, of course, from the National Hurricane Center and everyone else. And so, Dylan, what do you expect from them at this point when we have a hurricane so close to the coast? Do you get any more detail from the National Hurricane Center about what's happening here?
Well, I just wanted to make a point, too, just to piggyback on what Matt was just saying. That Naples wind gust to 112 miles per hour, that wasn't even in the eye wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
There's going to be significantly stronger winds likely occurring within that ring of yellow and red surrounding the eye. That's the eye wall. So those winds, though, too, are moving northward. So Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and Port Charlotte, expect those wind gusts over 100 miles per hour to begin moving in. And I can tell you just from personal experience being outside, the hurricane conditions have arrived here in downtown Fort Myers. So the power outages are going to start, and we're going to see those spread throughout the afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, we have seen a lot of people reporting power outages.
More and more now, too, since we put a few of them on the air. Buckingham's, at least the folks writing in still have power, but everybody's getting ready to either go to generator if they have that, or just be ready to be without power.
We'll continue to try to get information for you on that from both FPL and LCEC, so you have an update of just how widespread it is. You're not alone at this point, and it's going to grow, but we've heard from the power companies that it's sometimes very difficult in the height of the storm for them to get real accurate measurements, but we'll continue to check that for you and pass those numbers along to you as soon as we get them.
Yep, everybody's got to wait till it's kind of over right now. We want to get over top of the hour, 1 o'clock. We want to get over to our chief meteorologist, Matt Devitt, for the latest coming in on this storm. We get hourly updates now, so let's check in with Matt.
Okay, so here's going to be the 1 p.m. update. Same strength and pretty much the same stats. It is just getting closer and closer with the center of the eye pushing on shore as it's pushing north-northeast at about 9 miles an hour, almost a Category 5. As the significant wind continues to push on shore. As myself and Dylan had noted, wind gusts so far, 112 has been the highest of the day. But I want to show you at the moment right now some of the wind speeds that are being picked up on Wink Live Doppler 3X. And I'll show you previously what it was picking up on. Let me show you now. And where you see these brighter colors, where it really means business is where you see the pink and the white. There's the northern part of the eye wall, and then here's going to be the southern and eastern part of the eye wall. So I want to take this opportunity to sample both of those areas, which are only about 1,000 or 2,000 feet up, and we very well could bring that wind down towards the surface. So analyzing some of the wind speeds, there's 152, and this is going to make a beeline right towards Boca Grande. 139 miles an hour of that wind-driven force bringing up our tide levels. And you're not going to see it right now for Boca Grande, or at least I should say Charlotte Harbor, but you will later today. Some of the winds being analyzed south of Sanibel, 132 miles an hour, and that is the wind that's going to shoot right up the Caloosahatchee and push our water levels up, which already has been observed from Fort Myers Beach and all the way towards Pine Island, Sanibel, and Captiva. Let's take a look at who is seeing the eye and the eye wall. This is very critical. Right now, Pine Island is getting absolutely slammed. Pine Island, that is the maximum part of the storm where you could very well see, as we speak, 100-mile-per-hour winds, and it is just passing by Pine Island. Right now, under the gun is going to be Pine Island Center, as well as Boquilla. On the northeastern part of the eye wall, Boca Grande, Placida, and now Rotunda and Englewood. The eye wall pivoting around and bringing those hurricane-force winds. Look at the lightning as well. Oftentimes a sign of a very intense, powerful, and intensifying storm. I will tell you that according to the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, they have not changed the strength. Still the pressure at about 937 millibars, max winds of about 155 miles an hour. So how this is going to go, I would say the worst part of the storm for about 6 hours is going to be this band. Then we get a break. Then we see another band, and that's going to be the final eye wall. And here's how this all looks on the visible satellite imagery. And you can literally look down into Ian with peaks of the sun, which is right now just off the coastline of Boca Grande and primarily Sanibel and Captiva. See the black right there? Those are areas void of cloud cover where the sun is literally peeking through. And okay, thank you very much, Greg, for the update. I want to try to now bring up some of the wind gusts that have just been updated and just coming in. So here we go. Pelican Bay, 112 miles an hour. For right near the Sanibel Causeway, Punta Rassa, 107. Captiva at 100. St. James City at 92. Bonita Springs at 80. Isla Caprice 67. And Marco Island at 61 miles an hour. All preliminary numbers. These could certainly go up. And the majority of Charlotte County hasn't even seen the worst part of the storm. And we actually have also on this list, Punta Gorda has reached about 79 miles an hour. So hurricane force winds, even approaching major status, major hurricane force winds. But let's go back to radar to show you who is getting the worst part of the storm. And then for those of you who have not seen it, when you can expect it. Okay, so the worst part, you can see that ring impacting Sanibel towards Pine Island. Now it's pushing into Southwest Cape. It's getting rough right now for Southwest Cape and towards Pine Island Road. This will be rotating around, pushing into Northwest Cape. You will hear rumbles of thunder, that is lightning from the eye wall, and very likely you will also feel your home shaking with that strong wind force. We are likely going to see winds, bare minimum 75 to 100, if not over 100 miles an hour with that devastating part of the eye wall. Okay, and then we also have these other bands of powerful winds that are rotating around from Babcock Ranch, and that's home to our radar, which so far it's hanging tight and it's doing okay. But let's track out when you can expect this eye wall going forward. So I'm going to put a storm cone on it, and from here on out, this eye wall is going to be approaching as it rotates around Ian. More of Cape Coral. Time now is about 1:06, so next couple of minutes for more of Cape Coral. Cypress Lake about 1:45. Villas 2:04. Fort Myers, we're looking at about 2:07. Keep in mind that downtown Fort Myers, Cape Coral, your high tide is within about the 5 to 7 o'clock window, and then Tice at 2:32. That's when the water levels will be going up and the strong winds will be increasing. Guys, I'm going to toss it back to you. That is the very latest on expectations with timing and with that eye wall.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. We want to let you know something that just came into the newsroom from the Naples City Manager's office, and that is Naples has issued an immediate curfew for the city of Naples. It says as Hurricane Ian approaches landfall, extremely hazardous conditions are on our roadways. The city of Naples has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of City of Naples residents, visitors, and first responders. The curfew is in effect immediately until further notice. Now, it won't apply to emergency responders, but it does apply to everyone else. So, City of Naples, you are currently under a curfew, and we'll let you know if it is lifted, but at this point, it is until further notice from the City of Naples.
And we'll likely see more of those too, and it's just, in practice, a good idea.
Yes.
Everybody should be home anyway. I think we have some videos that we want to get to you. Yes, Russ McCaskey is standing by with some new video coming in.
Well, Chris, Matt was just talking about the wind in South Cape Coral. Take a look at this. These are some of the boat covers. Watch this in just a second as the wind is just going to pop it off there. It starts to go right there. That's what you're seeing in South Cape right now. He was talking about how it's getting really choppy there, really rough, and so that's what we're seeing. If you have boat covers, things like that, some of them may be gone. It's that significant, guys.
All right, thank you very much. We have other people putting together some of the videos coming in too, I believe.
I think Rachel and Nicole are working on showing us some other videos that they have found to show you some of the things that are happening around our areas. As you know, our crews aren't everywhere. They are hunkered down in safe places right now. So our viewers who have been able to send us in some videos, there are real eyes and ears for what's actually happening on the ground. And Nicole and Rachel, I know you're watching that for us.
Yeah, Matt was just talking about Pine Island. There's someone on the southern tip, very dangerous spot to be, would not recommend being there, but I want to show you how intense this storm surge is that he is seeing. Just insane waves. He's standing right at the coast there, just being splashed. This man, he has taken cover since then. He posted that on his Instagram, but you can see that water going right up to people's homes. Incredibly strong winds. And this storm surge is, of course, causing homes to be flooded. And he took a drive past some of these homes. You can see not up on people's porches yet, but this is a couple feet of water here. It's looking like at least. It looks like he might be on a boat here. It doesn't look like it could be driven through at all. And Nicole, I know that you're seeing some impacts down in Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, this right here, if you take a look right here, this is from Fort Myers Beach area. If we can get this video to roll right here on F, you can see obviously the flooding happening in this area. I believe this is near the Edgewater Beach Hotel. If we can go to the next video, let's see if we can pop it up or not. Right here, yeah. Okay, so this right here also, the video is the Edgewater Beach Hotel. So Edgewater Beach, that's near Doctor's Pass, near the Loudermilk area, the Park Beach area right there. You can see the water coming up right here. This video though was taken probably, I want to say like 30 minutes ago or so, or a little more over that. So, I mean, you can only imagine what it looks like right now. Do we have any other video as well from a road? Let's see if we have that. No? Okay. All right. So we don't have that video right now, but I mean, you heard from Rachel as well. The storm surge happening in Pine Island as well. It is significant at this hour. It's all over Southwest Florida, but we are constantly looking on social media for updates on what's going on in terms of storm surge. So make sure you send us your pictures and videos, but obviously be safe out there. Do not go outside if the weather is dangerous, and obviously that's happening across Southwest Florida. We're going to continue to work on getting more videos, so we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Nicole, yeah, absolutely, and thank you so much. Again, do it safely, but you are our eyes and ears out there. We are really starting to see you know, we've seen other places in Naples, and we've seen a couple of places on Fort Myers Beach, but now we're really starting to get a better idea of South Cape, Pine Island, and some of the intense amount of water that they're seeing already.
Specifically on Pine Island, that was near St. James City. She said it was on the southern tip of Pine Island, and we usually don't see the water churned up like that in the quiet Pine Island Sound, but boy, really, really devastating to that island as well. Relatively thin island, and well, it'll be interesting to see once we get clearance how far the water went across the island
Pine
there.
Island, yeah. I mean, you know, in that area too, Pine Island is surrounded by water, obviously on all sides, but you've got all these different narrow waterways for when the water comes up to be on both sides of it, and it doesn't really have a chance in the middle, I don't think.
And speaking of a spot for the water to come up, the water levels are starting to rise in the Caloosahatchee. They're now 1.5 feet above normal, and so we're starting that trend.
How far are you talking just at the mouth of the Caloosahatchee?
For the sensor downtown Fort Myers.
Downtown Fort Myers,
so we're already seeing it downtown.
And it's not even influenced by the eye wall yet. So we're getting there. So the waters are starting to go up the Caloosahatchee, the tide levels are, and it's a domino effect. So eventually after that, Alva, Olga, we're going to be watching the water levels rise. And that's the best way to know what's going to be happening next. You have to literally look down the river. Fort Myers Beach, we saw the inundation. Pine Island from that storm chaser, Reed Timmer. And there's the eye and the eye wall as it is continuing to make its approach, very likely between Captiva and Boca Grande.
And the purple pinkish colors in that eye wall, is that just heavy rain, or what is causing that? We're seeing more reds and yellows, and now we got some purple.
Very heavy rain, as well as that's a good indication of some also particularly strong wind. I would say in that corridor, we're talking winds 100 plus, as that is going to be rotating right into Charlotte County. And heads up, if you're watching me in Rotunda, that's going to be heading to your area as it works its way around counterclockwise, Ian. So that's what's coming up next.
All right, we have Annie Richards back on the phone. We talked to her earlier. She is in the South Cape, in the Cape Harbor area, on the phone for safety. But tell us how you're doing and how you're doing compared to when we talked to you a couple of hours ago.
Well, the wind has definitely picked up more now. I've seen there's some houses that are the fish houses under construction, and the third story on one of them actually was blown off. You know, it's a wood frame on that part. The concrete block's still there, but the third story blew into the canal. Part of the wind, I guess, wind picked up part of a car and moved it on the back end of it. And I can't see the lock from where I am now. I think just due to the strong winds and very heavy rain, it's not even visible. And, you know, just for perspective, I'm on the 7th floor of the building, and I'm seeing debris that gets thrown up higher than the 7th floor.
Okay, so we saw a video earlier, Annie, from the Chiquita Lock, and there was a lot of surge flooding there. Along the buildings on the marina side there seemed to be water up onto the parking lot areas there. Are you seeing water in your parking? Can you see one of the parking lots or those shopping areas? If you're looking at the fish houses there, can you see, is there water sitting on the street there?
There's water in some places. It's more over towards where the lock is. Like the finger piers that I had mentioned earlier are now underwater. You can still see, you know, the pilings sticking up, but the docks themselves are underwater.
And you said that fish house is under construction, the one that lost the roof?
Right. All of the other ones that are, you know,
complete,
livable as of now, they're fine, but the one that's under construction, that's the one that had the third floor blown off.
Okay, makes sense, because the ones that are complete are relatively new buildings. They're built right up to code, but if you're under construction and the wind can get under those roofs, it can lift right off the foundation.
Which is what we're seeing. Annie, thank you so much, and we'll check back with you. Stay safe. I know you're in a hurricane impact rated building. You have impact windows and all, but stay safe and stay away from the windows, and we'll check back with you. You know, we've seen the Lanai already fly off in South Cape, not too far from where she is, and that is the big issue right now for a lot of these neighborhoods. Before the water comes up, which in a lot of cases it will, but the wind is enough now to start lifting those things where it's easy for the wind to get under and create that push and just tear it right off the house.
If there's any, and this is my personality, I'm an optimist. If there's maybe some slightly good news, oh yeah, trust me, I am searching, I'm digging. There has been some dry air that's been interacting with the eastern part of the eye wall. You notice it almost looks like a C. As we go back to the radar imagery, looks like a C. It's not completely symmetrical, but you're still going to have hurricane force gusts. But at least for Sanibel, they can get a quick breather. And then after that, they're going to be in the eye. And the winds are going to get much calmer. Same deal with Captiva. The eye is going to be approaching Pine Island, but you're not done. You're only at halftime. Then you get the other fierce part of the eye wall.
Matt, you will be able to see when that eye wall or that eye hits land, and maybe we're seeing landfall, but who officially predicts where that landfall has occurred?
National Hurricane Center. So they essentially take right in the middle of that circle, and where that pushes on shore, as that immediately happens right in the middle of that circle, that's when they note the time, when it happened. And it is just unbelievable, the parallels between Charlie, not only the time of the day, but the sliver of coastline in which it is going to be making landfall at.
That is.
And the track.
We're getting a lot of questions because conditions are changing. Downtown here, we can really hear the winds picking up. Folks that are south, Marco Island, Naples, are starting to wonder, is this finally getting past me, or do we have more to go?
Well, let's again look at this positively. For Marco Island and for Goodland, you guys avoided the worst part of the storm. So that in itself is a victory. And I've also been looking at the tide levels for Naples, and it looks like it's actually plateaued.
Okay.
So that's some progress. It hasn't continued to rise.
Okay.
And the National Weather Service in Miami had noted the same things, but the tides were about 6 feet above normal. So the fact that it has plateaued, that is a nice trend. I'd like to see it start to go down.
Right, and we're looking at Marco Island, just so everybody knows as you're talking.
But we can all three agree that compared to the shot about 60 to 90 minutes ago, that seemed to be the peak.
Yes.
And then that water made its way to Naples. They plateaued, and I'm hoping that Naples will follow suit, just like Marco Island in the shot, and start to gradually go down. So for Marco Island, I would say that you guys are on the back end of the storm.
Okay.
Okay, so we're getting there, but different story north of the Caloosahatchee. You're very much in it.
Okay, so let's talk about, so Marco Island may be on the backside of the surge.
Correct.
But we're still talking about high tides in other places and increasing surge in other places. How's Naples looking?
That's right. So Naples and the National Weather Service had noted this too, that we're going to try to, I expect that right now we're plateauing it, could come down a little bit, and then could shoot up a little bit. So I think we're around the average of where the levels will be.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
So
Matt, we want to tell you something right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, we're just getting word of calls for water rescues on Fort Myers Beach and on Sanibel. I can't tell you if those, I doubt there's any way they can actually perform them, but we are getting calls, and we saw the water across, so, and you know, some people stayed, and now here's where we are. Water rescues on Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel at this point. As we learn more, we'll tell you.
Just paints a picture for you of the seriousness of the surge there, and the people who didn't heed the warnings to leave and may be finding themselves in a serious situation now.
No place to go.
And emergency officials cannot get out on the road right now, although it'll be interesting to see how they prioritize those calls.
Right.
Clearly, life issues will be taken in first, but yeah, so Matt, back to you in terms of, you talked about Naples, and as we go further, Sanibel, Captiva, downtown Fort Myers, those areas, some of them still facing their high tides.
exactly right. And as you go more up the coast, you have to deal with literally that C shape. Look at the bottom portion of it. That's going to literally rotate around right towards Sanibel and then going right up the Caloosahatchee. So that is our worst case scenario that we have been closely monitoring here at WINC. We are right along the water in Fort Myers, and we are going to be watching our water levels, and we're going to be watching it for the rest of the community in Lee and Charlotte counties as well, because your water levels are going up. And you can see the motion around the northeastern corner of the eye wall for Charlotte Harbor. You're starting to see a wind change, and that will drastically cause the water level to go up.
Okay, if we can look at our tower cam, if we can, in the control room, punch up our tower cam, because you're talking about the water level rise. Oh, did we just lose it? We just lost it. That was looking at Billy Creek. That's always a good indicator of for us to watch, because we can look across at some of the, here we go.
Here we go.
You can look across at some of the docks, and in other storms, some of them have disappeared completely underwater.
Yep, and at the very, very right of your screen, almost blurred out by a water droplet there, you can, that's Palm Beach Boulevard, where it turns into First Street on the little bridge. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Greg. Monitoring the water coming in from the river on the right of your screen as it relates to that bridge is also a really good barometer of how we're doing at any given time.
As well as our parking lot. That's also a nice gauge.
Yeah, but
our parking lot floods in a good rain. So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it will keep perspective for you there in terms of where we are in downtown Fort Myers in terms of surge in the river.
Yeah, and back to you talking about now the Caloosahatchee, that is a lot of real estate.
Yep.
Coming up there. A lot of real estate built before 1992 building codes, very low-lying areas, lots of developments from the 1960s, 1970s.
Historic buildings, too.
Historic buildings, homes that are not built. You know, I live in a house that was built in the 70s. The elevation is a step, and there's a lot of those like that. So there's going to be a lot of water issues if it comes all the way up and pushes across McGregor.
I was just going to say that McGregor, the very real possibility that we're going to see some significant flooding along McGregor. And we're talking from Iona all the way up. Cape Coral, especially south, East Cape, and I don't even want to exclude West Cape too. West Cape just got hit with the eye wall, and eventually that wind will continue to pile up coming in from the south. But I agree. It's going to be literally right up McGregor and towards the beautiful Edison and Ford Winter Estates. Downtown Fort Myers.
Speaking of McGregor, Mark is joining us on the phone right now along McGregor Boulevard. Mark, just tell us, do you live in that corridor?
I'm in the 12,000 block of McGregor Boulevard, from about a half a mile from the bridge, the College Point Bridge. And I heard a big crash, and I stuck my head out the back door, and the roof on the guy's house next door came off, and it's now in my patio.
Oh, my goodness.
And the house is shaking, the roof is creaking, but I have all the upgrades, all the updates. This is a Ruttenberg home. It's CBS, but this is bad. This is really bad.
Can you see, by all the upgrades, I hope that means you have maybe a hurricane window that you can safely look out and kind of tell us what else you're seeing in the neighborhood?
I have hurricane windows and shutters and 3/4 inch plywood boards over top of that, and the panels, and I'm just lost the power.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you're
power just
fortified.
went
That's
out.
great to hear.
So,
but yeah, I'm fine.
But you haven't seen now. So you're right on McGregor Boulevard. It sounds like, so you not necessarily right at the river, but very close.
I'm about 3 blocks from the river.
Okay.
I haven't seen any flooding yet, but the swale around all the properties in this subdivision. This is Palm City Park subdivision.
Okay.
Lee County came along and cleaned them out about 6 months ago. So we're getting good water drained. But now when we get this surge, I don't know what's going to happen.
Right. Mark, it would be great if you would stay on the line. So our producers, we would love to check back with you in a little while, because that is one of the next areas we're worried about for water, and see how you're doing in an hour or two, if that's okay.
You want me to stay on the line?
No. One of the producers will get a phone number from you, so we can call and get in touch again and check back with you, say in an hour or two, and see how you're doing.
Okay, my power has officially gone out. It's dark in here now.
Okay.
Okay. Well, hopefully that darkness will keep you safe with all of the things that you have on your home.
We're really happy that you have a fortified home and that you're safe. Thank you so much for letting us know and giving us an idea. We hope your neighbor, that nobody was there in that home where the roof came off. We really hope that they're okay.
I haven't seen him in 2 weeks. I think maybe they left.
Okay. Let's hope that's right. Thank you so much, Mark. We'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois, and thank
All right, we'll check back with Mark because, again, somebody where he is just north of the College Parkway Bridge would be a very good barometer of how water is moving, kind of the halfway mark between Punta Rasa and downtown Fort Myers.
I'm glad you brought that up. We have a different type of barometer. If we could in the back, can we punch up the Punta Gorda Fisherman's Village camera? And have you guys ever seen this many boats on dry land?
Oh, wow.
No. Wow.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
All the boats on dry land as the water is getting sucked out from Ian. And I would even say this is a higher caliber than what we had with Irma. Literally almost all the boats are on dry land. Now if we could punch up weather 1, there is the Naples beach shot of the waves still crashing, and this very well could be a delayed image, but yeah, it has been absolutely battered over the past couple of hours.
So that's the story of storm surge in a picture.
Right.
Depending on where you are in terms of the eye of that hurricane. If you're south of the hurricane, you're where the Naples Pier is, and that's what you're seeing. Rising water, storm surge. If you're north of the eye of the hurricane along the coast, which is where Fisherman's Village is, then you're seeing the dry land because the water is being sucked out. That explains it better for some people when they see a picture like that. They can understand what the power of a hurricane can do.
Right, and if you're Mark, the guy we just talked to who lives along McGregor Boulevard, who's in the middle waiting to see what happens, he's right in the middle of these two scenarios.
Exactly right. And he's going to have a different scenario in about 3 hours.
Yep.
Okay.
And so will Fisherman's Village. We should really take a picture of this shot and then compare it to tonight. It's going to be literally night and day, considering the motion around the storm. That means everything. The wind direction around Ian, that counterclockwise motion, is why you are seeing the scenes like this and why we are having the high water rescues around Sanibel and Captiva. It all has to do with the direction and the angle of approach.
Okay, so Sanibel is going to be. I should be looking right now. Sanibel is going to see a break soon. Parts of it are seeing, the eye right now. It looks like, although not all of the island is in it yet.
Right.
So now are we talking?
Talking landfall.
Landfall. That's what I'm going to say.
Soon. And I would say it's going to be between, I would say in the general vicinity of North Captiva.
Okay.
Plus or minus about 5 miles.
Just based on the forward motion of the hurricane and how it's, okay.
Correct.
And then for folks who are downtown here in Fort Myers, kind of going, as we continue going neighborhood by neighborhood, what should downtown Fort Myers and the areas right around it expect next, as those bands seem to be kind of right on our doorstep?
See that band? Yeah, that band means business, and that's an extension of the eye wall. And we're even here at Wink, guys, we're going to hear the noise pick up. The rainfall intensity, the winds will start to gust here very shortly, I would say within the next couple of minutes. So it's going to get rough. And then for us here in downtown Fort Myers, this will continue until we are in the eye.
Now that area, that open area that we see for a minute when it spins right there, that you were talking about dry air, but now it's a closed circle. Does that mean anything?
Yeah, it could be a case where the atmosphere is saturated back up, kind of battling some of the dry air. And that can happen from time to time.
Okay, we're going to go to Vanderbilt Beach right now and Michael Hudak to get report on conditions there where we know they have seen some devastating surge. Michael, what are you seeing now?
Guys, good evening. We are seeing what could be a worst case scenario quickly approaching. The street's gone. Take a look at the garbage bin going down the street right now. That is the ocean side of Vanderbilt Beach. The other side of this building is the bay side, and those two sides have conjoined. We're going to walk safely down the stairs right now. Now remember, a little while ago I was talking to you guys about this guy who was watching Wink News, was watching one of our live shots about an hour ago, and noticed that his car was quickly becoming submerged in water. Take a look at the water level right there. This is the only exit of our hotel right now. And if we safely come down just a couple more steps, this is what's going on with the vehicles right now. It is a devastating situation. You've got cars that are going into emergency mode. As you can see, the back windows are rolling down on some of these cars. This car right here is our car. It was parked a little bit more straight. Now the water and the wind is carrying it. You can see actively the car moving. that vehicle over there, I'm going to step down one more, Javier, so you can come down one more step as well. That car over there is an electric vehicle. You might see the lights on, but do not worry. There, of course, is no one inside of that vehicle. This is a dire situation approaching quickly, and so we just wanted to pop down here to show you guys what is going on. You can see the wind really picking up. You've got cones and barricades that are floating in the middle of the parking lot. We are going to back up just a little bit here to get to a little bit safer ground. That water was already past my boots at that point. We are trying to do this as safely as possible, but as you can see, the situations and the conditions of this area are deteriorating rapidly. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Michael.
Right.
Please
Wow.
get to a safe location. Well, we're talking 3 or 4 feet of water up those cars in that parking lot.
And notably different than when we talked to him, maybe an hour ago, hour and a half ago at most. So, and we heard Matt say a few minutes ago that maybe Naples has plateaued, which would be good news for those folks there. I mean, the cars are wet, but if that's all that gets wet, that's a fixable problem.
But it's not going to recede immediately, so know that. And then don't forget, Naples, the city of Naples, not Collier County, but the city of Naples already under curfew to keep people off the streets because it's just a dangerous place to be. Let's go to Russ McCaskey now. He's standing by with some other videos that are coming into the newsroom right now. Russ.
Yeah, you guys were just talking about Naples and Marco Island, how it may have plateaued there. That's good news. You said that, maybe a few cars got wet. Well, that's not all that got wet. Some of the boats, maybe that floated away, also starting to sink now. This is Isle of Capri, right there by the peninsula. So you're seeing that there's a problem there. Michael Hudak talking about the situation and how significant it is at Fort Myers Beach. We have another video that I think we can go to from Fort Myers Beach. If we can go ahead and play that one as well. The Fort Myers Beach one deals with the LCSO command unit, and it is floating. Take a look at this. It is floating right by the new Margaritaville hotel and resort, and it makes its way into this palm tree right here.
Mobile home.
It's a mobile home
Right.
basically being moved on Fort Myers Beach. Again, the Lee County Sheriff's Office, and you can see just how significant the water is, that storm surge, how powerful it is, moving that right into the island and into a tree. Guys.
Oh, wow.
That tells a story right there, because that is not a small vehicle. I mean, it's a vehicle, but it's not a small one.
Unfortunately, and as it moves down and slams into things, it can damage other things. So, oh, wow. Okay, so Estero Island, Naples, Marco Island, seeing devastating flooding, Sanibel.
Right.
We assume Captiva, although we haven't been able to see any real pictures up on Captiva yet.
And there seems to be a line at about South Cape and Pine Island where we've seen water so far. And now we're waiting for it to come this way where we are, up the Caloosahatchee and points north.
Yeah, I'm getting reports of winds of over 100 miles an hour now that have been reported in Cape Coral. And for everybody here at Wink, and if you live in the general vicinity of Fort Myers, this is it.
Okay.
The eye wall is approaching us?
It's pretty much on our doorstep, and you're going to start to hear it. You're going to hear sounds in here that we potentially have not heard. And literally, we are about to see the eye wall, and that's what brought the wind gusts over 100 in the Cape, and it will continue.
Yes.
There, you can
I don't know if you can hear it on TV, but
Just had
you
a
definitely,
roar.
we're hearing what most people are probably hearing at home on,
Or will hear, depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that we're going to be in that at our location for at least the next hour or two, and then we'll be in the eye. We're going to be in the southern cusp of the eye. It'll get quiet, and then we'll have very likely the maximum surge impact on the secondary part of the eye wall.
Okay, so maybe we should put up Wink Doppler 3X so you can show what Matt's talking about, so that you can see you're talking about the worst of the storm right now in downtown Fort Myers.
Yeah, let's do weather 2. Let's punch up weather 2, and literally that yellow line, that's it. And
Okay.
Oh, wow.
when we heard that big gust of wind a second ago, that roar, that is the eye wall. Page Field is getting slammed. We have very accurate sensors at Page Field. We'll have to see how high the wind got. And yeah, if we could, let's just, Dylan, just go up and down north to south to see where that eye wall, just basically look at the eastern extent of the yellow line. So it's right on top of the interstate, Southwest Florida International, all the way towards Estero. And Dylan, let's go back up into Charlotte County, and especially as we take you North of the river, North Fort Myers, let's see that status. And okay, so North Fort Myers, it's starting to move in. Every single scan heading east. And Dylan, now let's go into Charlotte County. And there it is. You'll see a drastic increase in the wind, damaging wind. And eventually that is going to be working its way towards Punta Gorda Airport. And look at South Gulf Cove, Placida, Cape Hayes, the northeastern quadrant, oftentimes referred to as the worst part of the storm. It is right now being felt. Englewood, Rotunda, Placida. And something to keep in mind for them, they have a double whammy of, with sticking out like that, they not only get surge from the east, with the general location right now, but they also get surge from the west when it starts to depart.
Oh, wow.
So they're going to get surge from two different directions because that water is literally going to be forced because it's coming in from the east from Charlotte Harbor.
Okay, so Charlotte County, look at your neighborhoods there. We're looking at it at a wider perspective now, and you can see where Captiva, Sanibel getting into the eye, but Fort Myers, Cape Coral, parts inland.
Parts of Bonita.
Right, now you are seeing some of the worst of that eye wall.
And Dylan, if we could, let's zoom in to Babcock Ranch, home to our radar site. And that is where you can see that general motion to the northeast. And it's not impossible that we do lose our radar scenes, but then we will be filling them in with Tampa and Miami. But when you're dealing with 100-mile-per-hour winds, you can sometimes get 100-mile-per-hour results. So we will get you the very latest, and there it is. There it is, Wink Live Doppler 3X. Dylan, can you zoom into the radar site on radar? Okay, and Babcock Ranch, because it should be very close to the radar site. And with the latest scan, there it is. I would say it's about 5 miles away. It's pretty much right on top of the interstate. Dylan, let's stop the loop. We'll stop the loop and just show the current frame. And it's only a matter of time before that is going to be pushing towards, yeah, there it is, definitive line. There's the eye wall. If you're watching me at Babcock Ranch, which, by the way, near the main lake area in Babcock Ranch, I saw some live shots there that some huge waves were being reported on a man-made lake.
Right.
And that is something that we sometimes have to keep in mind. These large lakes that are oftentimes man-made, they can sometimes surge as surge areas as well. It's a big body of water, and if you're on, depending on the track of the storm, if you are on, let's say, the northwest side, because we have a southeast wind, you could get surge literally from a man-made lake. So it's not just the saltwater flooding. Again, wind is a force, and it's forcing those water levels up.
And it just kind of scoops the water, right?
Exactly right. It just scoops up the water.
A lot of those man-made lakes are not going to be that deep, so it's not going to be that much of a stretch to scoop that water and push it.
Exactly right.
Okay, so from here, we're going to, it'll move out, and we're talking, Arcadia, those areas are still going to see some of the most damaging winds to come in the next hour or two, correct, Matt?
That's correct. And I tell you what, now that we have brought up some other people down the road, let's do a storm cone. I'm maneuvering the radar site here. And next up, let's do a time lapse as it's now starting to move towards Cleveland. Okay, I'm going to put a cone on it. And next up for the eye wall, okay, Babcock Ranch, we had noted that. Time now is about 1:39. I think that 2:14 is a little much, but I think it's going to be even sooner than that. But Arcadia, you're looking at about 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock for the eye wall moving in. I would like, it's been a while since we've done this. I would like to sample some of the wind speeds that are being indicated right now across Southwest Florida, and to do that, I'm going to switch over to what's called the velocity signature. It essentially just detects wind. And let's take a look here, and we literally have, right around Boca Grande, wind speeds just above the surface at 134 miles an hour, and then just south of Sanibel. And this is going to eventually pivot in towards Sanibel, but wind being detected from the radar at 143 miles an hour. And we also have wind in southern Charlotte County, upwards of 80 to 100 miles an hour. And that is what is going to be pushing onshore.
Now explain again, you've talked a little bit about the relationship between that's a little bit up off the ground and how it perhaps relates to what we see on the surface.
Yeah, the good rule of thumb with a weather radar, the closer that you are to it, the more accurate your information is going to be. And for a while, yes.
Producers, or the booth is asking, are those sustained or gusts, the winds you were measuring?
Those are oftentimes the sustained.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be the sustained. The gust potential could very well be even greater than that.
Okay.
Okay.
But in relationship to ground numbers, you were saying?
Oh, yeah. So the closer that you get to a radar, the good rule of thumb, the more accurate your information is going to be. Because there's a small angle and a tilt with a radar, and the farther that you get away from it, you're only seeing the top half of a storm. But if you get closer to a radar, you get to see most, if not the entire thing. And because we have a radar in Babcock Ranch, I am seeing every single bit of this storm, as well as those winds upwards of 150 miles an hour.
Okay, so Matt, do you want to just explain to people who are seeing the worst of this, how long are they going to be hearing this wind? If they are without power right now, they may just be listening to us on the radio and they can't see what you're seeing.
Exactly right. So for those who are potentially out of power and listening to me on radio, the eye wall extends from Babcock Ranch to Pine Island. That is about 20 to 30 miles wide. It is moving to the northeast at 10 miles an hour, meaning the duration of the strong winds will be between 1 to 2 hours. Then the eye itself is about 20 to 30 miles wide. When that passes by, which right now stretches from Boca Grande to Sanibel, once that passes by, you could even see slivers of sun in between all the clouds. That is when the winds will calm down, but you are not done. You're only at halftime. Then, and by the way, please don't venture out. I know the weather, you're thinking, hey, it's a break, I'm about to be done. You are not even close to done, because then we have the other eye wall that will be rotating around. Same deal, that one is about 1 to 2 hours of intense wind, winds gusting over 100 miles an hour. So combined, the eye event itself with eye and eye wall is about 6 hours long.
Okay.
And that's because it's moving at 10 miles an hour.
Right. And there's no chance of forward speed changing, really. It's going to stick close to that forward speed for the duration of the storm.
It's been very consistent. We're looking at about 9, 10, 11 miles an hour.
Okay.
You know, and if anything, it actually could come down a mile or two from its current pace. So, but that's the general range, and it won't speed up, unfortunately.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so that's good barometer for, depending on where you are and when it all started, where you are, gives you an idea of what you're going to go through. We're all kind of going through the same thing, one after the other as it moves south and north. For the downtown Fort Myers, we've been in this about 20 minutes, a half hour, so we're just getting started. That means a lot of folks in Cape Coral are at the beginning part of their dealing with this. Along Fort Myers, down the McGregor corridor, same thing. And some of the areas directly inland of that. That's why we're showing you the Doppler here, so that you can always kind of have an idea of where you are in relation to the process, but you can kind of look at that whole donut, if you will, as a 6-hour process and kind of figure out where you are in relation to it as it moves.
Yeah.
You know, Chris and Lois, I just drew this line on here because essentially when the National Hurricane Center classifies landfall, it's that line as it moves on Captiva, Sanibel.
Okay.
Once that moves on shore, there's your official landfall.
Okay.
Which
So
should be
it's
here
not
shortly.
when you first hit the eye, it's right in that center.
Right in the middle.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Okay, so we're still waiting for that. Right now, a large portion of Sanibel seeing a little bit of a break. Parts of Captiva seeing a little bit of a break. They are in the eye right now, but not into that center of the eye yet. Matt's going to be going over to his computer equipment to get a little more data. In the meantime, you can see all those yellows and reds on the radar. That is the eye wall. That is devastating weather. We're seeing it in downtown Fort Myers right now. We're seeing it in Cape Coral. Estero, you're seeing some of that. Bonita Springs, you're seeing some of that as well, all the way up to Boca Grande now, still seeing some nasty weather, and part of it, yeah.
And you can use that. You don't certainly want to go outside when you get into the calm in the middle of the storm, but you can take a breath and realize you're halfway done, and you know you're getting closer. So this is where we are at 1:45 on this Lost track of what day of the week it is.
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Me too.
Right.
It's Wednesday.
Yep. Oh, look at that. One car, mile marker 119, I-75 south, just between Bonita Beach Road and Corkscrew, kind of right in the middle of them. I don't know what he or she is doing out there, but that's just a really bad idea. Thankfully, there's no one else to see as far as we can tell, but look at the camera shake.
No, yeah, even in a low-profile vehicle, the winds that we are experiencing are very, very devastating. That's just a foolhardy thing to do.
And any flying thing can smash your windshield.
And we saw that camera going left and right. That is the eye wall. So
Yes.
the eye wall just moved into Bonita, and that's why the camera was going left and right.
Okay, this is Fowler and Hanson Street. Camera a little askew
At an
here.
angle, right.
Yeah, but that gives you, that's right in the center part of the city of Fort Myers. And you can see how the winds, that camera looks like it might be a little protected there, but it's hard to exactly say, but you can see the traffic light there to give you some idea of how high up that camera is. And nobody on the, no,
there you
just
go.
when I said no one on the road, there someone
Always has to
goes.
be one.
Really not a very safe thing to do right now. Please, please stay locked down in your sheltered space. Don't do that. We don't want to be reporting on people out in this weather and being injured or hurt.
All right, let's check in now and go back to Punta Gorda, Fisherman's Village. We're still seeing boats pretty much on the dirt. You know, this is, again, the next step. The water's certainly going to come up there, but if you didn't get a look earlier at some of the parts south where the water went out, this is what happens first, the reverse surge as the water pulls out.
Yeah, much of Southwest Florida didn't see, this is the most dramatic reverse surge we've seen here in Southwest Florida, but now we don't have pictures and cameras at every single location, so we may learn later that there were some areas that saw a lot of water being pulled out. We know farther north of us in Tampa, there are a lot of pictures of the water just being completely sucked out because they're that much further north of the eye. But Matt Devitt is now ready for us. He's got some new information he wants to pass along to you.
Yeah, I do have some new info. I want to talk about tide levels. Right now, the tide levels are 2 feet above normal and rising in Fort Myers, and literally the slope is like this. So it's going up fast. And then in Naples, it looks like the plateau has now started to climb a little bit again. So Naples right now is checking in, doing some quick math. It's about 6.3 above normal. The water levels are about 6.3 feet above normal in Naples. Their forecast for surge was about 8 to 12 feet. Let's hope we don't reach those levels. But right now we're at about 6 feet above forecasted and above normal. Let's go to radar. Let's do another tour here of who is seeing the worst part of the storm. And this is going to be the tornado-like winds. So now is the time, if you haven't already done so, please, no driving around, no observing. Treat it like a 6-hour tornado. I know it's a long time, but it right now is moving at 10 miles an hour. This is a longer duration event. There's the beginning of the tornado-like winds, and there's the end. For this duration, no going outside. Treat it like a tornado, as we could see wind gusts in excess of 155 miles an hour. Here's going to be the eye, and the eye is approaching its eventual landfall, I would say within the next 30 to 90 minutes, if not sooner. But there it is. It continues to blow by. I have been getting some wind gusts. Southwest Florida International was in the 80s, if not approaching 90 when that blew by. So this is a history, even here, of 90-mile-per-hour winds, and that's going to rotate around the storm. Very heavy rainfall, lightning with this Category 4 storm. Let's analyze some of the wind speeds that are right now pushing on shore with Wink Live Doppler 3X. And some of the pretty significant winds have been observed around Boca Grande. There's a 139. Let's do another sample. 125. And then near and south of Sanibel, 159 miles an hour reported just above the surface. And then let's do another observation on Sanibel, 136 miles an hour with the eye wall. Let's switch back over to radar, and I'll fill this in a little bit more. So that is some of the winds that is right now circulating around the storm, but this is the worst part. And I want to time this out once again for some of my inland friends that are watching me very closely around DeSoto County. This is eventually going to be working its way towards you. as well as Babcock Ranch. We have seen those wind gusts move in. I live in Babcock Ranch. I won't have to worry about the surge with an elevation of 30 feet, but the wind, absolutely. Happy to report, however, I was driving through the community yesterday. A lot of the shutters were up. People were taking it seriously. And as we time this out, this is going to be working its way towards Arcadia as we still hit about 3:45 to 4 o'clock. So as far as the visible satellite also is concerned, let's take a look at what this looks like and when the eye moves in, what you could experience. And granted, it's filling in a little bit, but there is no doubt going to be sun on Captiva. How about that? That is a scene you will maybe not even see again in your lifetime. I hope that we do not, where the eye of a major hurricane, a Category 4, with the sun peeking out. This is going to be passing by Pine Island and Northwest Cape, but first up is going to be Captiva, where you will be in the eye of the storm with the eye coming out and the sun coming out as well. Let's do a sampling of some of the general wind speeds. The gusts have been even higher than this, and yeah, even this is probably undersampling it, as we are sustained in the 60s for Sanibel, 50s for Bonita. Keep in mind that if you see some holes in the data, anemometers are really struggling with this one. They either lose connection, they get snapped in half. Sometimes it can be very difficult to get accurate wind readings with a major hurricane. And as far as some of the conditions are concerned, I'd be curious to see some of the water levels around Matlacha, and it looks like we did lose some data with that time lapse. And again, that's another thing that we're going to be losing here is the connectivity with a lot of our cameras. So one more thing I want to do, and then I'll join Chris and Lois, is to just show you essentially the diameter of the strongest wind, because that'll tell you how long we can expect it for. And I'm going to stop this and measure that this is going to essentially be from east to west. The first round is about 25 miles wide. So that's about a 1 to 2 hour strong wind event. Then you get a break for about an hour or two in the eye, but then you're not done. This one means business. It has been popping up very strong on our radar with winds easily over 130, if not approaching 150 miles an hour. That's offshore. We also have lightning with it. And this one, the width of it is about 20 to 22 miles wide. So just pace yourself. It's going to be a long 6 hours. This is a type of wind that is going to have many of us without power for weeks. We were without power for 2 to 3 weeks from Marco Island to Lehigh Acres during Irma in 2017. I expect something similar to our duration, if not longer. So if you still have power, now is the time to crank down the AC inside of your home, because we want to benefit from that cool air as long as possible. And then we also, I'm going to throw on radar here, we also want to try to charge your phone and every electronic appliance that you have for as long as you can, because we don't know the last time or the next time that we're going to be able to charge it. So lower the AC, charge everything you got, because it could be a long time before we have power once again. Chris, Lois, back to you.
All right, Matt, thanks very much. We have someone on the phone to talk about that, because we are hearing from all over the place. The power's going out, the power's going out. Folks lucky to have a generator are on generator. We have Keith on the phone from Cape Coral right now to talk to us about power outages. First of all, Keith, thanks. Keith, darling, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. How are y'all doing?
We're good. We're happy to hear from you. Can you tell us how your area is faring right now?
Oh, it's real exciting. It's almost like being at Disney World. No, right now, probably about 20 minutes ago, it sounded like a bomb went off, and this huge blast of wind came through, and we lost power. And we had kept it all this time. And my screens went out on the back porch, and power went out, and had to hook up the generator real quick to get the fridge going and other things going that we needed around the house.
Keith, for the benefit For the benefit
I'm
of your
sorry, go ahead.
For the benefit of your neighbors, can you be specific about where you are in the Cape so they can understand your experience there?
I am off of the very north end of Santa Barbara Boulevard between Kismet and Wellington near Jacaranda and Douglas Parkway.
Okay.
Okay. And can you tell, other than what you've heard, how the houses that are nearby you are doing? I know that you've heard this recently. How long have you been in the really strong wind?
Golly, really strong wind actually kind of started kicking up last night. And I got up, I want to say maybe about 3:30 this morning, and things were definitely going. And I've been up since about 3:30 this morning, so probably, going on 11, 12 hours in our part of the Cape.
But have you noticed now that you're in that eye wall? Have you noticed a real?
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. It is a massive change, and it was about the time that outer eye, not the main eye, but the outer eye around it, that has the more powerful storms before the eye, it closed up immediately when I got that huge wind gust that knocked out the power. And it was just at that second that it made a complete circle full of the full storm, that it literally sounded like a bomb, not a freight train. And everything just went out.
Could be transformers blowing. You don't know.
No, it didn't. No, it definitely wasn't a transformer.
Okay.
I mean, unfortunately, I'm used to my transformer blowing at my house about every year during rainy season, so I know what that sounds like. It was just such a huge gust of wind that broke a couple trees in my front yard, and then the power went out, the screens went out, and it was a little scary there for a second.
I can only imagine. Keith, how is your house protected that you're able to see these things? How did you protect your home from the tropical weather?
Well, I do have shutters up on everything but my sliding glass doors. I have a fairly large back porch, and I do have shutters up on every other window around the house other than the sliding glass doors, because that's where I have my generator, is out on my big back porch. And it's chained up and locked and everything, and so I had to be able to access it.
Okay.
All right. Well,
and
certainly thank you for sharing your experience with us. Hopefully we can figure out what that big sound was at some point that knocked your power out.
I mean, it was almost like a sonic boom. Yeah. I mean, that's what I would say it sounded like. It literally sounded like a sonic boom from when, like, the shuttle used to land.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
And so that's the best way I could describe it.
Well, Keith, thank you so much for being our eyes and ears in that part of Cape Coral. We appreciate you, and please stay safe. Best of luck to you moving forward.
Thank you very much, and thank y'all very much for all the work y'all have been doing. My TV has stayed on wing for the past 2 days, watching you guys, so thank y'all for what y'all are doing.
We appreciate that, and I'll make sure to pass that along to everybody who's working really hard to bring all this stuff on TV. Thank you for that.
Definitely. Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too, Keith. Thank you.
Stay safe.
I want to check in with Rachel Cox-Rosen now, who's monitoring these power outages for us throughout the area.
Chris, we're seeing a lot. I want to take you through every region so everyone can see what their area is looking like. We're starting with Florida Power and Light, FPL. This is their outage map. Let's start in Collier County. They're seeing about 35,000 outages right now. Now let's go up to Lee County. Up there, about 18,000 out.
Let's go over to Hendry County. Right now, no customers are reported out in Hendry County. Up in Charlotte County, about 7,750. Now, I also want to show you LCEC's map. They have some really good interactive tools. If you go to this website, if you're able to, outagemap.lcec.net, you'll be able to see really specific data about your area. So we're going to start by looking by county. Again, Collier County, percentage of their customers out, 37%. You can see the majority of that. You see those red dots there? That's Marco Island, and a little bit up in Immokalee too, and then a little bit north of the Golden Gate Estates area. Now up in Lee County, 54% of their customers are out, and as you can see, it's really concentrated in that Cape Coral area, also that Lehigh Acres area. I want to change this a little bit so we can focus more on specific regions. So again, Marco Island seeing a lot of outages, 55% of Marco Island seeing outages right now. Up in Immokalee, 17% seeing outages, about 2,000 people there. Up in Lehigh Acres, 771 seeing outages, only actually 2% of customers there. Now let's look at Cape Coral. This is the region that you're seeing the most outages right now. In Cape Coral's northwest region, 87% of people are out of power. Now looking up at a different region of Cape Coral. Nicole, would you be able to read for me exactly what that says, what part of Cape Coral that is? Which one? Right here? The one I'm clicked on right now. That's North Fort Myers West. Okay, North Fort Myers, 53% of people are out with 17,000 customers out there. Now let's look at Pine Island. Almost 100% of Pine Island out of power right now. And as you can see, it's even hard to click on some of these because these circles are so big. Southwest Cape Coral, 59% are out right now with 19,000 people. So you can see the majority of those outages are in that region. So just again, if you are curious about this really good interactive map, outagemap.lcec.net, and we'll keep you updated with these outages. And just have patience. The governor spoke this morning about that. We're going to be seeing millions of outages, he said, over the next 48 hours in the state. And there are power companies, FPL, LCE, CE, working to get power back on. But you might need patience. Matt talked about it earlier. It might be a really long time before you see power again. So just stay safe, use patience, and we'll keep you updated.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. So many power crews from all across the country are stationed here in our area already. They're hunkered down now. They're not going anywhere to start restoring power until it is safe to do so. But your power will be coming back. Let's go to Pine Island Road right now and Del Prado to give you an idea of what's happening in a major section of Cape Coral right now. Keith is the guy we were talking to. He was in the North Cape. We're hearing about all the outages there. Now you're seeing some of the roadways in a major corridor, Pine Island Road and Del Prado in Cape Coral. Cape Coral really going through it right now, Matt.
They are. I just got a wind gust in South Cape, Tarpon Point, Cape Coral Yacht Club, 100 miles an hour.
Oh. Wow.
I also got another wind gust, Punta Gorda Airport, 105 miles an hour. So that was just recorded at the airport, and that is not even the secondary eye wall.
Okay.
And I think the main thing, thank you, Greg, I just got a confirmed?
Yes.
Okay, just got a wind gust to 126 miles an hour on Captiva. That was very likely when the eye wall was initially working its way through. So 126 for Captiva. We noted the Punta Gorda at 105. Earlier, we also had near Pelican Bay, 112, 113. So hurricane force winds, but I believe right now, especially for us in Fort Myers, North Fort Myers and the Cape, right now we're getting slammed with primarily the wind event. But then the worst part is after the eye, it's the combo of the wind and the surge.
Yeah.
We start to see more of the surge event once we get that wind to change direction and push the water up the river.
And hold that thought and stay with us because we have someone on the phone in Naples who's dealing with rising water still. John, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, John, tell us what part of Naples you're in first.
Hamilton Harbor.
Okay.
So East Naples.
East Naples. And how high is the water?
Well, it's up to the bottom of our mailboxes now, actually going up over the middle of our mailboxes as we speak.
Okay, so just to confirm, you're south of 41.
We're south of 41.
Okay, so you're in the area, the first zone to be evacuated, but you're still in your home?
Yeah, we have a 2-story, so we're upstairs.
Okay, so they're doing the vertical evacuation we often talk about when you're in those low-lying areas. When the water starts to come in, you go upstairs. You and your family are fine, and your neighbors, do you have any idea?
Most of my neighbors left because they're all in single stories, but anyone I heard news, a couple people on our street are still here, but they got elevated homes as well.
Okay, and how fast have you seen that water come up from ground level up to where it is now?
In the last 2 hours, it rose from absolutely clear to our mailboxes, so 2.5 feet.
Okay.
Does it seem to you, from what you can tell right now, that it's still rising, or is it kind of plateaued?
No, it's still rising. It's torrent down our street.
Have you ever seen anything like that in the area you are? Because you are in a lower-lying area of Collier County.
During Irma, we had it stopped the middle of our driveway. So it's never been this high. I mean, my downstairs stairs, I've got 2 stairs underwater as we speak.
Oh.
So I was just going to ask you the difference between where it is at your mailbox and is it in your lower level of your home? It is in the lower level of your home.
It is.
Okay.
So sorry to hear that, John. Really sorry to hear that. You're doing the right thing being up in your 2nd story. We really hope that the storm surge doesn't get much worse there. Matt, can you give him any indication in that part of Collier County?
And John, stay safe for me. I'm Matt Devitt here. The tide levels are about 6 feet above normal, and there's still a small climb, as I've noted, probably the past 30 to 60 minutes. So hang on there. Now, the high tide for you, we are approaching it, so that's why you're continuing to see that climb. And then as we go into this evening, your tide levels will start to lower as we also will be approaching low tide. So essentially, you are approaching the worst part of it at the moment. Just be safe, and I know you're going to be continuing with the updates here on Wink.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
yes,
John. Thank you so much, and stay safe and protect your family.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you hate to hear about that, but that's the type of information that other people who are south of 41 or west of 41 in Naples and Collier County can benefit from, to see what someone in a 2-story home is already seeing in their home, or if they're watching us from, they evacuated and they're wondering about their area. It gives them some picture in their head about how devastating the storm surge is for them right now.
And we had always noted the computer model showing this possibility of that water level rise, and I think for a lot of people this is the first time seeing that in reality.
Oh yeah.
And because this is the worst case scenario of a Cat 4, almost 5, and the motion around it is in our worst and most vulnerable spot of our coastline, and bringing up our tides.
Yeah, I mean, because he gave us the comparison. He said during Irma it was halfway up his driveway. Now it's into the first level of his home, up 2 stairs. So
I think a lot of people are seeing things today that no matter how long you've been here, you've never seen before. And I really fear that when it's done and we're going to assess the damage, a lot of people are also going to see things that they've never seen before in terms of damage to buildings, damage to structures, things like that. Hopefully not.
Okay, we have some new video for you coming from the villas in Fort Myers. So as you look at this video, I understand we also have the person who shot this video for us, Moses. I understand you're on the phone with us. Moses, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you shot this video. Tell us when you took this video, what you were seeing at the time and feeling and hearing.
Roughly about an hour ago, and we were just hearing a lot of popping and a lot of the wind noise, and so we went out because I have a window out the back that we can look out of, and that's when we started noticing that the sparks were coming from the power line, and it was sparking pretty bad.
Has it stopped, hopefully?
Yes, the line finally popped, and it's laying in the backyard, and ever since then the power finally went out.
Okay. Looks like your lanai screens have been ripped out in some spots.
Oh yes. And storage shed's roof is peeling away too.
Okay, I was saying, any other damage to your home that we can't see from these pictures because it looks pretty bad just from what you're showing us?
Yeah. So far as the ceiling on the shed is peeling away. The neighbor's fence is starting to fall apart, and
So the more the winds come, the little by little things are falling apart.
Are you seeing any flooding in your area? We see the rain on the Lanai ground there, but we don't. Are you seeing any other flooding?
Not so much. Just a little more than what we usually get during a regular afternoon storm.
Mm-hmm. Boy. Okay. I mean, Moses, this is very, very important information for us to be able to share not only with our meteorologists, but with the neighbors in your area. Do you know whether or not people are just hunkered down in their own homes? Have they fortified their homes, and are they staying there? Do you have any idea?
Yes. I have kept in contact with my neighbors. They are all boarded up and have shutters up, and we have been communicating through phone call and through text to make sure each and every one of us are doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, everyone's well.
Oh, that's
Good
glad.
to
We're
hear.
good. It's really good news to hear.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. It helps so much to be able to see what different people in different areas are going through, and we appreciate your time,
Most
Moses, so
definitely.
much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, stay safe.
Okay, South Fort Myers area, Matt, as you know, so they're reporting, like when you see those power lines sparking like that, it could be vegetation flying into the lines, it could be any number of things that are causing that, and then the power goes out.
That's it. And then that's it. And here's the reason why we have all the power outages. Let's punch up Weather 1, and this is the current list of the highest wind gusts. Captiva, 126 miles an hour. Pelican Bay, 112. Punta Rassa, 107. Punta Gorda, 106. Cape Coral, 101. Another observation in Cape Coral, Southwest Cape, 99. So there is 2 confirmed reports of basically 100 miles an hour or greater in the Cape. Mm-hmm. And then St. James City, 92. Fort Myers International Airport, 83, and then Bonita Springs at 80. So we are seeing widespread hurricane force wind.
You're getting some good wind reports despite how strong this hurricane is. Have you lost any measurements at any point yet?
Well, I also have not gotten many from Sanibel and Captiva. We got very lucky to get that 126, but it's also a connectivity issue, power, because you obviously have to power the sensor. Mm-hmm. And so that's another thing you got to worry about, the sensor snapping in half from the wind. So to get those observations, oftentimes with technology nowadays compared to 20 years ago, we have a better way to at least read the max winds.
All right, we just want to let you know that RSW has just told us they have canceled all flights for tomorrow, as well as we would predict they probably would, but it's official now, so we're at least through tomorrow before there'll be any flights out.
Right, so anyone who was hoping they were going to bring back planes quickly, that's not going to happen at this point. They're going to keep their crews and all the planes as safe as they can until it's safe to come back here and they can clean up the airport and make everything clear and safe for all airlines.
So where do we stand? Can we pull radar full screen? Because it's different for everybody and it's moving through, and people are wanting to know based on what they're hearing, and a lot of people are on radio and can't see us, and perhaps in homes with shutters or boarded up and can't see out. So going through this literally in the dark, locked in your house, can be very difficult. So Matt, if you take us through some of location by location where we are and what we're experiencing and what's next, I think that would help a lot of people.
And Matt, specifically, we're getting questions from Lehigh, LaBelle. They're worried about what's coming. If you could give them some indication of what's going to be in their neighborhood.
Absolutely, I would be more than happy to. So here's the eye, as it is right now in the process of approaching landfall. As we zoom on in, that is going to be primarily Sanibel and all the way towards Boca Grande, but more than likely this is going to be making a landfall around North Captiva. Now, the reason why I bring that up is I want to show you where this storm has come from and then where it is going to be heading. And as we zoom in a little bit more, you can see the eye wall. And what I'm going to do now is take that eye wall and show which areas have the potential for wind gusts over 100 miles an hour, which this eye wall does have a history of bringing to parts of Southwest Florida. So as we extrapolate that out, okay, and then I'm going to do this area as well to the northeast, this corridor is going to see the strongest wind. So that includes essentially Bonita Springs and north. All of Sanibel, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Shores, Babcock Ranch, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Northport, Englewood, Rotunda. But then we just got the question about Lehigh Acres. What's the situation for Lehigh Acres? And Lehigh Acres certainly could get brushed with the southern periphery of this eye wall as it moves inland over the next couple of hours. So I do want to give a timing for Lehigh Acres, and it looks like for them, that eye wall is very close. It is almost there. And let's zoom on in. And to actually Lehigh Acres within the next, I would say 10 to 15 minutes, an extension of the eye wall, this band right here, there's your primary eye wall, but you could see a quick burst of wind and heavy rain, which is right now visiting Southwest Florida International. They had a wind gust to 82 miles an hour. So that could be a little foreshadowing to what is rotating around and heading to Lehigh Acres. But I'll time it out for you just in case. And as we do a storm cone on it, that would be heading to Lehigh Acres. So time now is about 2:15. 2:50 the latest, if not sooner, as we start to see those bands of rain and wind continuing to circulate around the core. The radar is also, in addition to analyzing heavy rain, it also is picking up on wind. And the wind speeds right now, especially on the northern side of the eye. So here's going to be the eye, and that's where the wind is quiet. And you can literally see a lack of colors. That's because there's no wind being picked up on radar, and that's where the sun is even peeking through sections of Captiva. But I want to sample some of this pink and also darker brown, as well as some winds aloft for Sanibel. Let's do a quick sampling as to what could make its way down towards the surface. And it looks like we have some winds of 141, 103. This one was legit. We had Punta Gorda Airport hit 105 miles an hour just a bit ago. Now we'll go into Lee County. Very close to Sanibel, we have winds of 150 miles an hour just offshore, and that's going to be rotating around Ian as it makes that trek inland and to the north and northeast. Heads up in Cape Coral. Just above the ground, we have winds of about 134 miles an hour. That will be rotating around and heading into the western side of Cape Coral. So first up, Southwest Cape, and then eventually Northwest Cape, and then that will start to rotate around towards Boca Grande as well as Rotunda. So those are the hardest hit at the moment. We also have some pretty significant wind being picked up about 92 miles an hour. Estero Bay, Coconut Point Mall, and for the heart of Estero. And this will continue, folks. I do want to show you the status of the eye as it is approaching our coastline. This is the visible satellite imagery, and it looks like we are starting to see, yeah, how about that, Chris and Lois? We are starting to see some breaks in the clouds, and don't be surprised to see some slivers of sun. And if you see a picture of that sun, by that point, we would be temporarily done with the worst part of the storm. Do not go outside. Don't go outside, but you can maybe take out you can pull down a shade if you don't have hurricane shutters up, and just take a picture from inside to outside showing that sun, which could be peeking through essentially from North Captiva to the northern half of Pine Island. But be safe for me. That's the eye, and then we get hit with round number 2, and that's going to be the outer eye wall, which is heading in the general direction northeast, and that's where we see that secondary round of winds over 100 miles an hour. Guys?
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. We're going to look at our tower cam right now in downtown Fort Myers. We're experiencing some severe weather here right now, and we want you to take a look at it with us. You see those high-rise buildings that are on the waterfront right on Palm Beach Boulevard. And as we pan over, you can see the river behind it. You can see the bridges in the background there, although it's harder and harder to see with the heavy rain. But now you're looking straight toward downtown Fort Myers, where we are seeing some very, very heavy winds and heavy rain, and expecting rising storm surge as well.
Yeah, really can hear it. I think we have a look at the Edison Bridge as well. Well, as best as we can through all the wind and the rain. You can see that debris. Last time we was there, we looked at this shot a while ago. There was a lot of debris on the road. There still is, of course. You can really see the trees moving, even though a little bit of that is probably the image coming in as well. But clearly, if you focus on the lower left of your screen, that tree, you can get an idea of how much wind we're seeing downtown here in Fort Myers.
And we're gonna take a look at Charlotte County too. Matt has some new information for you.
Yeah, I really want to focus in right now on Charlotte County. If it's getting loud outside, you're hearing these howls of wind. And this is the live shot from Fisherman's Village as the water is still getting sucked out, literally with winds upwards of 105 miles an hour. The water is getting sucked out in the opposite direction. Now, the problem is once we go deeper into this evening, that water is going to come right back up. And that water could be at least 8 feet when it does so. Now, I want to show you on WinkLive Doppler 3X Weather 2 in the back. And this is the northern and eastern portion of the eye wall. This is literally one of the worst parts of the storm. And it is right now filtering in for Charlotte County, Pirate Harbor, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Cleveland, Deep Creek. Where you see that swath of red, that is where it means business. And it's about 20 to 30 miles wide as it is circulating around Ian. And if you haven't done so already, we got to treat it like a tornado, as we've had multiple reports of winds over 100 miles an hour. And that is going to continue for a while, guys. I mean, we're going to get a break for a bit with the eye, but that will continue to circulate around. And the problem is, look at the intensity of the rain, the color. That heavy rainfall is going to lead to, in addition to the the saltwater flooding, also the freshwater flooding, the heavy rain. Look at Englewood, look at Rotunda. As this continues to move northeast, you will see heavy rain for a long duration of time, where a foot of rain is going to be possible after it's all said and done. So just be safe for me, Charlotte County. We're thinking of you, just like Lee and Collier County, as well as all of Southwest Florida as a whole. And what's going to happen is, once this eye wall continues to push inland, then we start to focus even more in greater attention to DeSoto County, to Glades County, Hendry County. We're not going to leave anybody out. We want to highlight every single part of our area so that you know exactly what's coming up next.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. We're going to go down to Vanderbilt Beach in Collier County to Taylor Wirtz, who has been experiencing the conditions there. Taylor, tell us what you're seeing.
Lois, honestly, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what's going on right now, because it is so unbelievable. If you take a look behind me, this whole bay, there is a dumpster just floating by like a log through the water. You can see the roof about to be ripped off. There are several boats, I don't know if you can see any of those, just floating off in the distance. These boats that we showed you yesterday were tied up probably at least 5 feet above the pier. They are just floating. No one on them, just floating aimlessly through the water. There's a whole rack of kayaks that washed up, and paddleboards. Have no idea where it came from. Another resort, another home, and it's just been bobbing up and down right in front of us. Our news cars that we drove to get here are completely underwater. They are buried. So this situation, we've all been sitting inside just trying to compartmentalize, and I honestly think that's the only way. You just have to right now be concerned about your immediate safety, because you cannot even begin to look around you and process what's going on. I also have some video, if we can pull that up, of this floating, looked like could have been a refrigerator, some sort of construction storage unit type thing that was at least the size of this balcony, just bobbing up and down in the water. There is no telling how much that weighs or how big it is. So that just begins to paint a picture of what it's like out here. Yes, the conditions are bad, but now we are seeing the effects of that storm surge, and safety is clearly the name of the game. So we're going to stay on this balcony and stay safe, and I urge everybody and plead with everybody else to do the same. Live in Naples, Taylor Wirtz, Wink News.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much. And just looking at the water behind her there, a couple of things came in while she was there. One, from Cito, getting calls already about boats that have broken off or floating down canals in Cape Coral. Obviously not something they can do anything about right now, but letting us know that. And one woman, loyal viewer in South Fort Myers, a moment of perhaps a little bit of levity, but also shows you how serious it is. House is shaking so bad, she says, I have storm surge in the toilet.
Oh, it's awful.
Because the water's going back and forth.
We want to go back to Charlotte County, and specifically to Zach Oliveri, who's been at the Charlotte EOC. Zach, we're just hearing how tough the weather is getting there. What are the emergency managers telling you?
Lois, we will have an update on where exactly we stand right now in Charlotte County coming up at 3 p.m. But about an hour ago, they did close the shutters here on the front door. This was our only way to look out and see what the storm looks like. Now we can only hear what the storm is like out there. And I can tell you, me and my photographer have been out here waiting for about 20 minutes. You could just hear the sheer force of the wind, the rattling of the shutters. It just keeps going back and forth. It's the sound is something like it sounds super intense, almost like we're in a wind tunnel, and the shutters are doing as much as they can to keep that force outside and keep us safe inside the EOC. And like I said, we will have an update on where things stand in Charlotte County coming up at 3 p.m. Live in Charlotte County, Zach Oliveri, Wink News.
All right, Zach, what you're describing is what a lot of people describe in these types of storms. It is an eerie, scary sound. The only thing you can tell people is we're all going through it, and we're going to make it through this, and we won't leave you. We'll be here with you through the whole thing.
It's like we all have to go through it alone but together.
That's right.
Because so many people are in their homes either by themselves or without any real knowledge of what's even going on down the street. And I know not as bad for folks who got out of the area, and glad you did for a while, but are wondering about people here. So it's just mentally very, very difficult. As we talk about all the physical difficulties, I want to acknowledge that it's a struggle at times to just stay calm and wait it out, which is what we have to do right now, and we will help you do that in any way that we can.
And we can't wait until we'll be happy to hear what they have to say at 3 o'clock, because we're in the daylight hours. Perhaps they have some real wind and damage reports or what they want to let people who are living in Charlotte County know. We want to show you some live pictures right now from Marco Island as well. Remember, we've been watching the surge there, and it's very difficult to see right now exactly what is happening there. But this is the same view that we had earlier, where we saw those tiki huts on the beach, and the water was coming up, and it's
hard to tell if they're just gone or if the water came up and they're underwater. It almost looks like they're gone.
Yeah. We can't see them from this vantage point right now. We maybe have to wait till we get a clearer picture. But Marco Island should be seeing water not going any higher, right? It should be actually
we are approaching
stabilizing
their peak and their high tide. So in theory, it should slowly start to lower. Now, the rate in which it lowers, Ian's going to slow that down.
Right.
But it's right now essentially peaking in its water level. I do have an update in Collier County, and this is an interesting observation. 105 mile-an-hour wind gusts at Naples Airport.
Okay.
And that is an area that wasn't even impacted by the worst part of the eye wall. And they hit 105.
Wow.
So just in 105 mile-an-hour wind in Naples at the airport.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. We're going to go to Celine MacArthur right now, who is at the Sanibel Harbor Resort right along the mainland side of the causeway. Celine, how are conditions for you?
Hello, everyone. I'm Celine MacArthur with Wink News. Right now, we're in Fort Myers, right across the bridge from Sanibel Island. We are just east of the eye of the storm, and I wanted to give you a look at Hurricane Ian. This is what 140 to 160 mile-an-hour winds looks like, sounds like, and feels like. Just a little while ago, just minutes ago, I shot video of a reporter standing right next to the pool doing a live report. That is dangerous. I recorded it so you can see perspective, get some perspective of what it would be like if you were standing in this. But I had to stop recording. I wanted to go find him because there was a pool sign, a metal pool sign that looked like it was going to rip off the fence and hit him. And projectiles are extremely dangerous in conditions like this. Now, right now, the power is out in the hotel where we're staying. And the big mission here is to fortify this building. There are a lot of windows. Some of them are broken, so right now it's about locking everything down and staying safe. As you take a last look right now at Hurricane Ian, we're going to go back inside. We're going to get you another vantage point, and we're going to get you some more information. But remember, these are not the conditions you want to be outside in, getting video or looking at your house or checking on your friends and family. All right, for now, reporting for Wink News, I'm Celine MacArthur. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Selene. You
Yeah,
see it,
and-
the wind's really blowing there.
Really picking up. I'm glad she's going inside, and we'll get her, make sure she's safe. These are live pictures now. This is our tower cam from our station, so a vantage point kind of straight down toward Billy Creek and the Dean Park neighborhood right behind us as we monitor. A little calmer for the moment with the wind, but just as we were listening to Selene, it was really loud here. We had some really strong gusts of wind and bursts of wind, but we're keeping our eye on downtown Fort Myers, when we're going through quite a bit of it right now.
This is also a great place to watch the water on Billy Creek there,
Yeah.
because it leads right into the river, so you can see the water rise oftentimes along the creek there. You can see it. We're still seeing a lot of the lawns across the creek, and we're still seeing some of the docks, so we know that we're in a pretty good situation here in terms of surge at this point, but we know it's going to be rising. This is
Go ahead.
Ben Hill Griffin and Corkscrew. You see the big intersection there. You can't really tell. I don't see any power to any of the traffic lights.
No, it looks like they're out. It looks like there was a little piece of debris kind of going across the road, but this is right near FGCU. And there are students sheltering in place at FGCU, so good to know that area looks reasonably good for now. And we're certainly keeping our eye on all of the different neighborhoods and areas as we get new information.
Although as we look at the radar, they are dealing with some of these bands coming through, so they're going to have some moments of time when they see some pretty heavy wind and heavy rain, as they have been seeing for a little while now. So if you're in Estero, you can see right now. If you're watching on TV, you can see those bands coming through. If you're on the radio, that the hurricane is still spinning here, and still moving through Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Charlotte County. Matt, I know you're standing by. It really looks like they have some intense storms there right now.
You're exactly right. They are really getting slammed right now. Northeastern quadrant of the eye wall, most intense part. I do want to take this opportunity. I want to make sure everybody is in the loop with what's going on. I'm going to take you county by county. So first we'll start with Arcadia and DeSoto County. So first with you guys, I'm going to do the measuring tool. You are about, in reference to the eye wall, you're about 18 miles away, okay? So as we do a storm cone to let you know when you can expect it, I'm going to stop the loop and I'll time it out for you. And this is when I am expecting the eye wall to fill in towards Arcadia. Okay, so next up, Deep Creek at 2:34, Nocatee 4 o'clock, right on the money, Arcadia 4:26, and then Joshua just after 5 o'clock. Okay, now let's go into Charlotte County. Into Charlotte County, it is particularly bad right now. This is some rough stuff and some of the worst weather that we've had in years across particularly Charlotte County. I mean, we'll have to see the winds after it's all said and done, but this certainly could rival Charlie, if not have wind gusts even greater. The highest wind gusts I've officially received so far, Punta Gorda Airport, 105 miles an hour. Note the motion around as it's pivoting and eventually heading to South Venice and Englewood. Let's take you city by city and take you street level. And for reference, there's going to be Northport, El Jobin, Murdoch, right along 776. It is absolutely coming down. And if we could, embedded within this, can we punch up the Punta Gorda camera from Fisherman's Village so that way I can give you a visual as to what is going on. And there it is. You have the palm trees whipping left and right. The tide levels, there was one point about an hour or two ago, those boats were on the dry bed. Now we're going to start to see gradually the water levels rise, but look at the visibility. I mean, we're talking about 1/4 to 1/2 of a mile. Not much to see for my radio listeners at the moment. Thank you so much, Greg. You can see him panning around, showing all the palm trees whipping around left and right. Wind gusts over 100 miles an hour, certainly possible, as we also do have water level rise. And we're starting to see that increase in Charlotte County, but we're also starting to see it into Lee County. A particularly strong part of the eye wall. Let's zoom on in. Right now, slamming Island Coast High School as well as Diplomat Elementary. It's going to be getting loud outside. In addition to that, lightning, thunder. Diplomat Elementary, let's take you down to Mariner High School, where winds have been reported upwards of 100 miles an hour with this eye wall. Pine Island Road, heavy rainfall, as well as other wind reports of 100 miles an hour in South Cape. That has already been observed, as this eye wall is also bringing heavy rainfall, blinding conditions, as we take you also to North Fort Myers and downtown Fort Myers as well. The water levels are increasing in Fort Myers. I now do have surge levels and tide levels, let's go with that, about 3 feet above where they should be, and that is because of Ian. Now let's take you down into Collier County as the bands of rain continue to spiral around the storm. I'm going to take off this area of green. That is a flood advisory. I had a recent wind gust to 105 miles an hour, and what is interesting to note about that is that we have the eye and the eye wall to the north, the worst part of the storm, not even near Naples, and they had a wind gust to 105 miles an hour. And then for our final stop, Lake Okeechobee, spotty showers for now, but your worst weather is going to be later on into the evening. As Chris and Lois, we are getting very close to landfall for North Captiva, with literally within the next 15 to 30 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. And we're going to go just south of there to Punta Rassa. We want to show you some video that has just come in looking toward Sanibel, so that we can show you what people are seeing there along Punta Rassa. This gives you a real idea of how high that water has risen, the surge, just devastating to this part of the mainland side of the Sanibel Causeway.
And take a look, some of that may be, this is from the Marriott Hotel, looks like some of that, based on that railing that came out, might have been the pool area, which, if you remember from Charlie, if you ran from Charlie, that area all flooded during Charlie, took out their swimming pool. So this is a new pool since then, and that looks like the pool area to me, based on what I remember of it, of the hotel there.
And when you see those shutters that are on that building flapping, then when the water can get in there, that can be devastating to those buildings. Can look at the floating. It looks like a dock maybe. I don't believe that's a floating dock. I believe it's broken away perhaps, or about to break away. It's hard to tell exactly. But when you see those shutters like that flapping in the wind like that, when the wind can get in there, sometimes that can really devastate the roof, pull it off, blow it off. We'll have to keep an eye on that, because while they will go through a period of calm weather, there's still more devastating weather to come.
And it's a definite indication that the water is still rising in a lot of places, and a lot of places haven't even started to see their water beginning to rise. I believe Rachel Cox-Rosen is working on some new video for us, putting together some new video. We'll have her here in just a second, but we have a lot of new video coming in that we want to share with you, so she has some to show us right now. Rachel.
Absolutely, Chris. This is from Fort Myers Beach. It's really shocking. I really want to let you all see it. You can see just tons of flood water and tons of debris floating in there. What looks like furniture. There is a car completely submerged. You can only see the top of it. Again, those really strong winds coming in. This is what looks like somebody's home, hotel. We're not sure exactly. We can't pinpoint exactly where on Fort Myers Beach this is, but really scary video there. And we've been seeing video like this on Fort Myers Beach all morning, just even clothing floating there, little pieces of what looks like structures as well, all sorts of debris and mess in that area on Fort Myers Beach right now. Really getting hit hard, you guys.
Yeah, the salt water, too, coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, it's devastating, corrosive, and it's going to cause a lot of problems for the beach. It's going to be quite a recovery for them after this storm passes.
Absolutely, in so many different areas. We'll bring Matt back in right now with kind of the status of where we are.
Well, and I'm sure I'm not the only one seeing that video and thinking, this is where we live.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing, just the raw power of the storm, and why before it we couldn't stress enough the seriousness of the situation. And I still want to reinforce the theme here of pace yourself. We still have to go through about another 60% of the storm. We've done about 30 to 40% depending on your location, but we still have the eye, and then we have the secondary eye wall, which is still fairly significant. Now, as this does push on shore, the pressures will start to rise, and the maximum wind speed will come down a touch, but it will be growing in size and its wind field even more. So it is still by no means going to be a picnic, and it is going to be rough for the secondary part of the storm, which will last for about 2 to 3 hours, that secondary eye wall and the worst part.
Yeah, we have a lot to go, and we just pray everyone stays safe where they are. Please be safe. And again, you're saying Charlotte County is really getting it at the top of the hour. We're expecting some updates from the Charlotte County EOC. We'll make sure that we get those to you when that happens. But let's go right now to Nicole Gabe, who's got some brand new video to show us.
Yeah, exactly. So this is video from social media right here, from Twitter. Dave right here, he is a freelancer reporter with CBS. He said his friend sent him this video out of Naples. You see the roof completely gone, rip off right here. And you talked about, Matt, Lois, and Chris, this is our home, Southwest Florida. This is someone's home right here. The roof completely gone in just a matter of seconds. Another moment right here. Now, this is going viral on Twitter. Her name is Megan Scavo. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. This is on Bonita Beach. Check this out right here. Her boyfriend, that's a cat. That is a cat right where the water is. He's about to go up and rescue that cat. Now, obviously, when you're in a situation like this, when we're in storms, make sure you are safe, you are in shelter. You don't want to risk your life for something like this, but obviously you can see they rescue this cat right here. It's a very touching moment to see him grab that orange and white cat as the water is rushing in. You can see that cat just clinging to his shoulders, thankful that they were there to rescue him. But again, this is our home. Structures are flying everywhere. There is debris everywhere. The water is rushing in. So if you are out, just make sure you are safe right now. You shouldn't be out. That's the first thing. But of course, moments like this, you know, it's great to see, but just please be safe. And this is a reality that we're dealing with right now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicole. You know, a lot of animal lovers were writing in very concerned. A lot of the animals were evacuated, so from like domestic animal services, places like that, so that they would be out of harm's way.
Let's take you live to I-75 southbound, just near Corkscrew Road, or south of Corkscrew Road, mile marker 119. And always one car there seems to be.
Always one.
Yeah.
Always one. But noticeable from the last time that we looked at one of these FDOT cameras, the cameras are a lot more wobbly. And again, these are prone to be wobbly because they're high up and they're in the wind anyway. But this is a much more unstable picture, if you will, unstable camera than we've seen the last time we looked at it. And you can really tell the conditions are getting more serious even at this inland location.
Yeah.
Exactly right. I mean, we're talking about wind gusts, and you're talking about the camera's unstable. That driver's probably all over the road dealing with these occasional bursts of wind, 60 to 90. That's enough power to, you know, have you go from one lane to the other. So
doesn't matter how low profile your car is, that's going to be hard to manage.
Let's go right now to our lobby here at Wink News, looking over at Altamar, the condos on the other side, right along the river. This is right on Palm Beach Boulevard, and you see the palm trees there swaying in the breeze.
But I'll tell you, as someone sitting right across the street, looking, you know, that's our building, or from our building, those pictures don't match the sounds that we're just hearing. The sounds have been so much more intense than that picture makes it look, which
those are protected.
I suspect is true for a lot of people who can't see outside of their homes. The sounds are much more ferocious than what they're able to see. Absolutely.
And we are still, so Matt, this is near downtown Fort Myers, all of downtown Fort Myers, right on the Caloosahatchee. What are we looking at in terms of high tide for downtown Fort Myers and the storm surge threat that we continue to see here?
I would say based off the current positioning of the storm, I think soon we're starting to make that transition where I do expect the water levels to start to go up, and it could go up fairly quickly. I have Dylan, he's right now maneuvering the camera trying to find the flooding situation, and this is about maybe 500 feet away from us here at Wink, and that could be a combo of heavy rainfall as well as the Caloosahatchee starting to rise.
I was going to say,
okay, Dylan, you want to position it down to Billy Creek?
We're learning from the producer who is very familiar with this area is that area you saw with water is an area that floods regularly during rain. So this is Billy's Creek, and this is an area we usually watch. We can see the docks across the creek, and as they the water starts to rise, a lot of those docks will become covered. I think Dylan Federico was just outside not long ago, or was able to peek outside, and the creek is right up to the seawall right now.
If you see that house there with the pool kind of off to the top right of your screen, and that we've been keeping our eye on that area kind of as a barometer of water, and it's definitely more than it was the last time we were looking at this shot.
We're looking about 2 to 3 feet right now above average and above where we should be, but that number's going to go up very quickly coming up.
And that lot across the street that we were looking at the condo at Palm Beach Landings there, I used to own a unit in that complex. They're right, that does flood a lot, but it also drains fast. So it'll be another good barometer of how the water is rising through this, because it's about as flooded now as it gets during a heavy rain, so above that would be unusual.
And Fort Myers, the high tide is 7 o'clock, so we're going to see the true nature of the surge and the water potential as we hit. So it's about 2:45 now. We got about 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so there you see where we are. Let's go back to the radar so we can keep an eye on where the eye is and where the most devastating parts of the storm are, the eye wall. And we see some more of those fuchsia colors again up in Charlotte County. So there's definitely some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning along the I-75 corridor there too, Matt.
And we're talking, visibility not even a quarter mile. Wind gusts within that, upwards of 80, 100, even probably some flirting with 110, 120. And that is on the northeastern quadrant of the eye wall. And boy, now is the time to treat it like a tornado. Charlotte County, center part of your home, away from windows. And the reason why we always say that, the potential for flying projectiles. You have, let's say, a piece of a roof, or we showed the video earlier of the Lanai,
yes,
and the porch that got completely ripped off, and then that debris is launched through the air at 80 to 100 miles an hour. So that's why we tell you to get away from windows, get to the interior. And here is the video, and you will watch the end of it. You'll see there's a strong burst of wind. The wind goes under the lanai, and you'll see it to start to lift right there.
Right over the house.
And think about a piece of that, whether it's the side of it, the top of it, going towards your window. Think about the seriousness of that and the damage that it can do. But the more that you insulate yourself, you put as many walls between you and the exterior, the better off that you will be.
Yeah, and we're also on a much smaller scale, just reading what people are writing in on social media and some of the emails. Not entire lanais, but portions of lanais, certainly flying roof shingles, a recycling bin that went from one side of the yard to the other. There are a lot of smaller things out there that are perhaps or that would be just as dangerous if you happened to be out there, or they were coming at your window and your window is not a hurricane window or something like that can protect you.
I mean, we're seeing all of that debris. When we look at the storm surge video from Fort Myers Beach, we're seeing all that debris. We'll never know where some of it came from. It's just everywhere in the water along Estero Boulevard and along the resorts and hotels and homes there.
Well, I think the next step, and I just want to prepare everybody that's listening here in the studio at Wink, we got to mentally prepare. We've already been hit with winds of about 100 miles an hour. If we could punch up weather one, and Greg, if you could zoom in, right now, Northeast Cape is getting slammed with one of the strongest, if not the strongest, band of rain. This is going to be the eye wall, the eastern side, and where you see that pocket of red, we will likely see our worst weather of the day so far. So I just wanted to mentally prepare everybody that lives in this general vicinity and is also here at Wink. We are going to have some big rain and wind that will start to filter in, wind gusts easily over 100 miles an hour as it circulates around Ian.
And not a lot of large mobile home, manufactured home parks in that area of North Fort Myers. Very concerned for those communities. Hopefully people evacuated, knowing it's not a safe place to be.
But even with people out, a lot of those, especially some of the ones that deal with the smaller homes, there's a lot of things in those communities that could become debris and end up being, another type of problem, but hopefully nobody's out.
Well, and we saw that in January with our tornado outbreak.
Sure. Of course.
All the debris that was thrown into the air.
Now, I was just noticing, because I keep looking for those little pockets of dry air that you talk about where the circle doesn't quite come together, kind of down by Bonita Springs now. that it's a little further south than it was east before. Does that mean anything?
Because you think about it, it is circulating around all this air, and at times it's not all completely humid and saturated, and you get these little pockets of dry air, and that is what it literally is circulating around. And like you said, at times you don't get a completely symmetrical eye wall, and we are seeing a little bit broken on the southeastern side.
We'll take any break we can get.
Yeah,
so
man, I'll take it.
Even that small one is something for the people who get a little bit of a break because they happen to live near it.
Now, I didn't miss landfall, did I? I mean,
I've been checking. National Hurricane Center hasn't said it yet, but I mean, it is getting close.
sure looks like it, yes.
Dylan and Greg, do we have an update from the Hurricane Center on any potential landfall, which it looks to be around North Captiva, very close to it. So that we should be getting that any minute, at least the official.
I mean, we're seeing all different kinds of pictures. Right now we're getting some pictures in, like from Matt Lachey, where, you know, you have all those funky colored, beautiful stretch with all the art galleries and things, and there's a lot of older buildings there. We see roof materials being ripped off and things floating around, not just landscaping damage. There appears to be damage around there as well. And we want to go to Harborview Road, mile marker 166 on I-75, just to take a look at the bridge there in Charlotte County. And you can see the camera, of course, bouncing around again. And
the tree limbs.
Looks like a lot of tree limbs or horticulture on the road there.
On the road.
But certainly we are not seeing the kinds of conditions and the kinds of wind on 75 here that we saw when we were looking down at Corkscrew just a little while ago. So not yet for them. It's headed that way, obviously, but if you look at how the camera is kind of holding itself together a little bit better here than it was down south.
Yeah, we're hearing quite a lot of wind overhead here.
Listen to what's happening over our heads.
Right, right.
Greg, can you zoom in one more time to Cape Coral, Fort Myers, because it should be any minute. And also, if we could punch up. Fisherman's Village is rocking and rolling right now. We got winds easily, hurricane force, and that's why you'll notice the feed is glitchy right now, going in and out. And it is certainly howling from the southeast, rotating around the storm. Greg, let's zoom in even more to Weather 1. Okay, and if we could, let's punch up Weather 1. And there it is. It is going to be absolutely intense for Cypress Lake, up McGregor, Page Field. We should be getting a wind observation there here shortly. Northeast Cape, North Fort Myers, the bridges.
Yep.
And like you both had noted, I actually had a hurricane talk at a manufactured home community in North Fort Myers. And thankfully, I was very encouraged to hear that they had contingencies. They had plans for major hurricanes that were going to approach the area. So I hope that they had evacuated, considering how susceptible they were to the wind.
Right.
So it's just interesting as we go through all these areas in the darker colors here, people see it kind of headed toward them right now. So one of our perhaps most at-risk areas from wind in the next half hour is going to be that McGregor corridor and right on the other side of the river in Cape Coral. And there's just a lot of people in those two areas.
Yeah, highly populated, and this is essentially that fierce thin line right there. That's where the winds could very well hit over 100 miles an hour. It has had a history of hitting over 100 miles an hour. And Greg, let's stop it right there and essentially just go due east with that line, and that's where it's going. So next up is going to be, just off the top of my head, 6 Mile all the way to Tice, Veronica Shoemaker, I-75, and then that will continue to try to work its way towards Gateway, and then Buckingham, Fort Myers Shores, and then it will continue to rotate towards Babcock Ranch. But this one means business. This is the one that we warn about with the tornado-like ones.
So those of you who are listening on the radio, this is very interesting how it's like right along the US 41 roadway. There's a very strong line that's all the way, as Matt was saying, from the villas north, and it's following, it seems to be, around that 41 corridor and spinning around So if you can't see us right now, at least you have some idea of where we're talking about, and then it's moving east.
And if you need a good visual, I would say, guys, it's literally right on top of Tamiami Trail.
Right,
I mean,
right.
literally from north to south.
Yeah.
It's right on top of Tamiami Trail. FSW, Page Field is seeing the brunt of it. We should be hearing it and seeing it at Wink shortly, right? I mean, it should be any minute where it's going to really pick up. And then Tice, you're up next. North Fort Myers, seeing the bulk of it. Suncoast Estates, it's likely getting noisy, loud outside with the gusty wind. Even have a few lightning strikes embedded into the mix. Specific communities, Magnolia Landing towards the Lee and Charlotte County line. Let's continue to go up towards Punta Gorda Airport, which has already had a wind gust to 105 miles an hour. There's going to be south Punta Gorda Heights. And then Greg, okay, there's Punta Gorda Airport. And let's zoom out a little bit more. And I also, we've been spending a lot of time on Lee and Charlotte County. For some peace of mind for our viewers in Collier County, let's go south of the Caloosahatchee real quick, Greg. And the interesting note here is look at that fierce band that could in fact brush northern Collier County. So we got to watch that. That could have wind gusts well in excess of 80 to 100 miles an hour as that will circulate towards Bonita Springs and even Vanderbilt Beach, which, as we've had the video, is flooding as is.
Yes, it is.
Right.
It's very flooded right now.
And people keep asking in Marco and in Naples about the water. Plateaued, but they still have tides, you keep saying, to deal with. So I just want to keep answering that question because people keep asking it. It's not over for you yet.
Right. And, we are right now at your peak. And yes, it could slowly come down a foot or two, but you're still going to deal with periods of surge from now and all the way towards about Thursday night. Granted, right now is likely the highest level, but we will see a slow decline.
Just about a minute ago, we got information from the Marco Island Police Department, and it's letting Marco Island residents know all roads and all bridges on Marco Island are impassable at this time. They're asking you, please do not leave your homes. Take shelter, move to the highest point of your home. Leaving your home at this point is too dangerous. Power is also out at the police station. They're working to switch to generators there. But remember, police and emergency services will not respond to you until the situation is safe. They are telling you to stay hunkered down.
And we're getting information from the Collier County Sheriff's Office right now that several parking garages along the coast in Collier County are flooded with water over vehicle roofs. We've been kind of seeing that with our crew at Vanderbilt Beach, but especially at 41 and 5th Avenue South. That intersection is underwater. They are assisting Marco Island, they say, with severe flooding as well on the Isle of Capri, and reminding people that they cannot respond to individual requests to check on flooded roads. They're in the middle of an emergency. They're doing the best they can. If you're trapped by flood water, they say, or in a life-threatening situation, call 911. At this point, even 911 is not a guarantee that they'll be able to come and help. But multiple parking garages on the coast of Collier County flooded with water over vehicle roofs, and we know that to be true further north too at Vanderbilt Beach because that's where our cars are parked and they're underwater.
And we're going to go there right now. Chris, Taylor Wirtz is standing by at Vanderbilt Beach, and she showed us that dumpster floating down along the back bay there, and that is a huge body of water back there, Taylor. So I just can't imagine. There's a lot of homes around that area.
Yeah, Lois, there absolutely are, and many of them at this point are starting to go underwater. If I could have my photographer, Joe, pan over to my left, there's some homes right here. You can just barely make out the rooftops. Those are pretty much submerged at this point. The higher elevated homes are still doing okay, but those first floors, in fact, the first floor of our hotel, I'm not sure if we have some video that I took earlier that we could pull up. It looks like the scene in the Titanic. The water is coming up the stairs, has almost fully reached the first floor at this point. As you mentioned, our news cars are all submerged underwater, and out on Gulf Shore Boulevard, right on Vanderbilt Beach, it looks like an ocean. That is a road. I think we have some video of that too as well. There are cars slamming up against the side of buildings. The tops of trees look like little plants. I mean, just, it's impossible to put into words. And so I think just showing you is the most we can do. But we still, again, are seeing these boats that were tied up. This one tied up very high above the pier. It's bobbing. It's still staying put, but I don't know how much longer that's going to be. We have seen a lot of boats floating around, though, and it's worth noting that our hotel alarms have been going on and on. There's this screeching noise, and so obviously they want everybody to stay inside. I think high elevation and staying indoors is the name of the game right now. Our power's out. Again, we have no cars, so just stay as safe as you can, stay indoors, and just take care. Live from Vanderbilt Beach, Taylor Wirtz, Wink News.
All right, Taylor. Yeah, and you
Powerful words. Take care.
And you do the same. We have another vantage point on those cars underwater at Vanderbilt Beach, where our crews are. Rachel Cox-Rosen has got some brand new video for us, or a new perspective, anyway.
Yeah, we just heard from Taylor Wirtz, and this is video that she took earlier showing that parking garage we were talking about before. Look at that water surging in, and there are vehicles under there that are completely submerged with water. It's fast moving, and I want to show you another image of this. It's sideways, but you can see that's the top of a car there. Wait for it. There it is. There's a top, just the top, the roof of that car. Everything else submerged. There are other cars. There's another one right there. Obviously, not a good sight to see for anyone who's decided to park on the first floor of a parking garage. And Chris, you were talking about earlier that the Collier County Sheriff's Office has warned about this. It's definitely a concern, that storm surge right now in Vanderbilt Beach. Quite significant. And our reporter, Taylor Wirtz, is still out there, and at Montgomery as well, continuing to bring us updates. Back to you guys.
Yeah, all up and down the coast now, apparently, because we can see Vanderbilt. We know Fifth Avenue South at 41, and the municipal garages in that area are flooded. So, yeah, a lot of at least first-level cars are going to be underwater.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Naples under a curfew right now until further notice. They don't want you out on the roads. There's a lot of flooded roadways, very dangerous situation out there, and so they don't want you out.
Right. Let's bring Matt back in right now as we continue to watch the eye wall of this and listen to it right above our heads. Something just went snap or hit it or something.
And what you can't see at home, all of our lights are shaking.
Yeah.
Not like two of them, all of them.
Yeah, the grid does move when we get winds like that.
And it's just that they're moving even more than normal. We just here at Fort Myers, the tide levels are now hitting about 3 to 4 feet above average, so it still is continuing to rise. We have our Skycam shot outside. If we could punch up, there it is.
There it is.
And even here at Wink, our parking lot is getting flooded. Billy Creek is being overwhelmed by water.
If you look between those the big two satellite dishes on the right side of your screen, and if you look at the ground and follow it, you can pretty much follow the parking lot level with the creek. Usually the water would be lower.
Okay, we want to go to Charlotte County, to the EOC. This is the new information they're sending out.
3 p.m. briefing. As our residents are aware, we're beginning to experience heavy impacts from Hurricane Ian. This storm still possesses catastrophic intensity, bringing about storm surge to life-threatening levels, hurricane force winds damaging to homes, and heavy rainfall. Our residents are urged to continue to hunker down throughout this storm. The eye of Hurricane Ian is large in size in comparison to Hurricane Charlie, which had a 12-mile eye. This storm has an eye larger than 60 miles across. Please do not go out venturing in the eye thinking you're safe. Please remain hunkered down until the storm has passed by. We remain monitoring the storm here, but as a reminder to our residents, emergency services are unable to respond at this time due to the intensity of the storm. Please continue to hunker down and remain safe. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
What are the areas most impacted right now, as far as you can tell? And then secondly, can you talk to us at all about some of the calls that might be coming in for assistance? I know right now you can't send first responders out there, but what are you hearing?
Well, right now the areas of the county, obviously it's moving, from the Gulf of Mexico, so our western portion of the county is probably receiving the highest level winds and storm surge, and that's going to continue to move east as the storm moves northeast direction. The kind of calls we're receiving, they include any number of things, questions about the timing of the storm, what they should do if they have damage, just normal calls that we get during storms. Nothing critical in nature at this point. But we are urging residents to continue to remain in their homes, away from windows, and hunker down as safe as possible.
What's kind of the next few hours going to look like?
We're going to continue to see the effects of this storm. This is a large storm. The wind field for this is over 200 miles wide. Again, this is not similar to Hurricane Charlie in size at all. Anyone who was in this community back in 2004 should know this is a very different storm. It's going to last long. It's not moving quickly. It's going to take a while for it to clear our area. We're going to experience impacts of this into tomorrow.
And is there any timeline right now when crews might be able to go back out on the roads?
We continue to monitor the time frame in which crews can get back out on the road, and it all depends on when the damaging and severe impacts from this storm cease.
Extreme wind warning.
Can you, because obviously you have cameras in different locations, can you give us a sense of, what you're seeing out there visually as far as storm surge? Are there areas that you can talk about as far as that are seeing a lot of water?
Well, information's trickling into the Emergency Operations Center. The storm surge, we're still at the very beginning of that. We will see that continue throughout the afternoon into the evening. It's going to begin to fill up canals, overtop land, potentially into homes. We have some reports of water intrusion into homes, and I expect that to continue. We're going to see life-threatening storm surge. Hopefully those folks in the evacuation areas have left. If you have not left, now is not the time to be on the road. Please remain hunkered down. This is a dangerous storm, both from water and from wind.
All right, so we're listening to the Emergency Operations Center in Charlotte County telling everybody to stay put. The worst is still coming for Charlotte County. They're just getting started. I-75 at Harbor View right now. You can see how much the wind is picking up there since 15 minutes ago when we were looking in this general area.
And while we were listening to the Charlotte EOC, all of our phones were going off here in Fort Myers because there's an emergency alert from the National Weather Service, an extreme wind warning. It's in effect for this area of Lee County, downtown Fort Myers, until 6 p.m. This is life-threatening wind. Stay where you are. Do not go out. Protect your head from any flying debris. If you happen to be in an area where that happens, get to the interior of a sturdy building. Stay there until we are clear of all this. The wind's really howling right now, Matt, in downtown Fort Myers.
Well said, Lois. So here is the coverage of the extreme wind warning. I have it up in Weather 2, and let me show this real quick and then we'll go back to the shot. So everybody in this orange shading, extreme wind warning, where literally the winds are so strong that it is tornado-like and it could be life-threatening. So extreme wind warning in effect for almost 1 million people within this extreme wind warning until 6 o'clock. This is the time that we talked about to treat it like a tornado. Get into the interior part of your home immediately, away from windows. This is not a storm to look at. Get to the interior, the closet, the bathroom. This is as serious as it gets, as we have seen multiple reports of wind well over 100 miles an hour. And if we have any debris in the air, that's going to be launched at your home at that type of speed. And just think of a palm frond or anything that is launched through the sky at 100 miles an hour, the type of damage that can do. So to reiterate, extreme wind warning, over 800,000 people under this. Charlotte, DeSoto, Lee, and Sarasota County, as you will see the eye wall, and winds over 100 miles an hour as that wind is also driving up. This is live right outside of Wink, and I just took a peek a second ago, and it's coming up fast. So we are going to be monitoring that here, not only at Wink, right along Fort Myers, but in the Cape, we've got your back, North Fort Myers, and you name it. If you are exposed to a waterway, we will let you know the status as soon as it comes in.
And just to reiterate something you said that's so important in these zones, if you're home, stay away from windows. I mean, it's tempting to look, it's tempting to want to see, it's tempting. Anything, if you don't have Andrew-rated hurricane impact windows, anything flying through the air can come right through that glass. You've got to be in an interior room with no windows as best as you can, laundry room, closet, bathtub, something like that.
You put up the shutters, you put up the different things to protect your home. Why would you not protect yourself and stay inside that sheltered building that's reinforced for your safety?
Well said. And guys, behind you, I just saw a car drive on that road. And I'm concerned because that is I-75 South, and the trees serve as friction to slow down the wind to a certain degree.
Right.
If he's going to be heading, or he or she going to be heading over the bridge.
Let's tell the control room what you're looking at here. We're looking at 75, mile marker 168. There you go.
Okay,
Now the viewers can
Okay,
see
so
it.
we had a car that just drove by in these conditions, but the land serves as friction to slow down the wind a little bit. But the problem is when that driver goes over the Peace River Bridge, you're over the water, there's nothing to slow down the wind, and that car could literally flip over with this type of wind over 100 miles an hour. So just not the time to be on the roads.
No, and some of the emergency crews we're seeing are posting, like Lehigh Acres Fire is posting, the hardest thing for them to do, the firefighters and the emergency teams, is to wait out this storm because they know they just can't respond right now to help you. But they said, rest assured, they're ready and they will be coming. They just are waiting until the storm is clear. Nobody should be going out in this.
And at this point, they're just listing calls and trying to prioritize, but nobody can respond. Nobody would be out in this. Let's see if we can take the picture back live in our parking lot here. And there in Billy Creek, you don't see a current like that in the wind. And take a look at the river here as we head out to the Caloosahatchee. There are the Beau Rivage and the buildings being built. Hard to tell from that vantage point. Okay, one of our employees lives in those buildings, just called to say there are screens coming off those buildings. And those buildings were being built, ironically, during 2004. One of the big concerns during Charlie was the hurricane debris from those buildings. Been fine since, but now the screens are starting to come off, according to one of our employees who lives across the street.
Well, and the other thing we got to keep in mind is I had just talked about how land serves as a frictional force to slow down the wind. As you get higher up, you don't have as much of that frictional force to slow down the wind. Translation, the wind speeds are higher at the top of those condos than at the ground. And sometimes you can almost add an additional category of the hurricane, and that is what they're dealing with. And I am not surprised by the report that you just said that the screens are popping out, destroyed, getting probably likely thrown into the river. And we are seeing winds well over 100 miles an hour right now in this live shot at the condos.
And let's see, is there any way? There's nobody over there to move it. Let's see if we can
okay,
see.
I am.
Okay, you are. Let's see if we can just see the First Street Bridge better and try to gauge the level of Billy Creek.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to move the camera.
Because we know we have water coming into our parking lot, which is where we're headed toward right now. All right, so you can still see the bridge okay, but yeah, you can see more and more water coming over the bank into our parking lot here. Just taking that as an indication of what people in downtown Fort Myers are starting to go through. The water is starting to rise here, and we are significantly up the Caloosahatchee from Punta Rasa. So if the water is starting to rise here, there's a good chance it is starting to rise in other places along the river.
That's right.
Up through Cape Coral, up through the McGregor corridor, Iona area, lots of places with lots of people who have hopefully all left.
On the Cape side as well, you know,
Oh,
the
sure.
Cape side, North Fort Myers, yes.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this affects a lot of people.
I do have a quick breaker. The National Hurricane Center has announced landfall. Okay, you all just see that?
No.
No, we haven't seen it
We
yet.
just had a transformer in the live shot right along Billy Creek.
Okay.
I heard it outside. The viewers probably just saw it on the live shot. One of our transformers blew right near the station. We are operating on generator right now, but we literally just saw it live. But to go back to the report, the National Hurricane Center at about 3:10 announced that it made landfall, sure enough, near North Captiva as a 150 Cat 4 pressure, 940 millibars. For reference, Charlie, 150, 941.
Wow.
This was 940, 150, same as Charlie, almost the exact same landfall location, and it was around this time as well.
Just so much bigger.
Just about 2 to 3 times as big. Yeah.
Keeping our eye on the water now, we're trying to keep you apprised of what's happening next in all the different areas in our viewing area, and one of the next to be affected is going to be this corridor here all along the river from Punta Rasa well past downtown Fort Myers, to see how far the water comes up, when it comes up, and how many people it affects, because there are homes all the way, pretty much all the way through there.
We know some of you are hearing like things outside right now, scary noises. We're all hearing them. We're all in this together. There we go. Some
Another
more.
transformer.
Another transformer.
That was it. Yep.
Another transformer just blew. We're going to see a lot of that. Those of you who are listening on radio, we're watching from our tower cam right here on Palm Beach Boulevard at Wink TV, and we're seeing transformers down along Billy Creek, right along the roadway, blowing right now. And so we're seeing sparks flying, and I'm sure there's lots of things to mimic that all over Southwest Florida right now.
Let's go a little bit east for a minute and check out I-75 at Palm Beach Boulevard. It's getting hard to check these cameras because the cameras can't hold still. But as best as we can tell, obviously very windy, and as best as we can tell, we don't see anybody on there. But we have an awful lot of wind now in the more interior portions where we hadn't seen it before.
Let's go over to Russ McCaskey right now, who has some video of some water rescues. And Russ, we don't like to hear this, but what are you seeing?
Yeah, there are some water rescues been taking place. This is Naples Fire, and they just sent this video in. So let's see if I can get that to play. Here we go. Oh, I hit it again. And so what you're going to see is it's going to pan over. It's going to be a little jarring for just a moment, but then you're going to see the firefighters who are walking a person out very carefully. They're holding up a lot of things over the water, some of the personal equipment perhaps, but this is one of the water rescues that has taken place. We've been talking about how you can't guarantee that there will be firefighters and ambulances and so forth. They're going to be able to respond because of the conditions, but when they can, perhaps they will, and they were able to get that person out of the water. Again, that from Naples Fire Rescue. I think we have a couple of other videos that we could also take a look at. We have one from Fort Myers Beach, if we want to call that one up, of flooding there that was taken about a half hour ago. Do we have that one? Okay, yeah, here is Fort Myers Beach from about a half hour ago, and just take a look at that water, the storm surge. You can really see it now up several feet on Fort Myers Beach, almost to the bottom of the first floor of the parking garage there, all that area. Looks like that is going to be underwater, those palm trees just swaying. So that was at 2:45. Let's go back to 1 o'clock, and this is some of the most incredible video that we saw on Fort Myers Beach, and that is the Lee County Sheriff's Office Mobile Command Unit. And it is literally floating right there by the Margaritaville resort that's being built, and it just starts moving. Eventually it hits this palm tree here, but it doesn't stop there. It keeps going. You can just see the wind and the water and the power that is involved in that. Essentially, as Lois said, a mobile home that is being moved by all of that water. Just an incredible piece of video there. So this storm is a tough storm, and it has a lot of power, guys.
All right, yeah, giving us a real idea of the severity of it. Pictures kind of matching the sounds that a lot of people are hearing in their homes and wondering what's going on out there. You know, if you're listening on the radio and you were just listening to what Russ was talking about and couldn't see it, on Fort Myers Beach there was literally not a piece of pavement that you could even come close to seeing. I mean, the water is everywhere, including, as he said, some of the ground level under the building parking garages, which are pretty much full up to the first level of living above them. So they're going to have
10 feet, close to 10 feet in height for those parking garages.
We are absolutely going to have a lot of flooded out cars and a lot of people who are not going to be able to get to their cars for a while, if nothing else, as we go through this.
Or get out of their condos if they're still there, hunkered down, or get out because there's just too much water and too much danger in the streets.
Trapped inside. Wink News Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt is standing by with an update for us.
Okay, so in addition to the saltwater flooding, I have a flash flood warning for Northport, as well as Port Charlotte, Rotunda, Englewood. This is a persistent, heavy band of rain on the northern side of the eye wall, as we have seen major totals so far today. Let me throw on some of the Doppler estimates, and pretty overwhelming. Let me throw on, we have about a foot of rain, and that has just been within the past 15 hours. And just too much rainfall. It has nowhere to go because the surge is preventing it from running off back into Charlotte Harbor and into the Gulf. So flash flood warning right now in effect. Here's going to be the situation at hand. The eye has made landfall between Boca Grande and North Captiva. 150, Category 4, the max wind's 150 miles an hour. Okay? So you can see that right on the bottom hand portion of your screen. Ian has made landfall here in southwest Florida, the exact same spot as Charlie, the exact same intensity as Charlie, and almost roughly the exact same time, except this is a bigger and much more fierce storm. All right, so let me show you exactly what is going on. DeSoto County, you're going to start to see a big change, Arcadia. The eye wall is now moving in. So Arcadia, please hunker down. This is the extreme wind warning that we talked about. This is going to be where the winds are going to pick up drastically. 100 miles an hour plus expected down US 17 towards Port Charlotte as well as Punta Gorda, where you see that band of dark red, maximum sustained winds upwards of 70 to 100, if not gusting greater than that. And that is pivoting towards Northport and Englewood. But look at Boca Grande and Point South. Pine Island is now in the eye. Pine Island is now in the eye, along with North Captiva and even Northwest Cape. That is where the heavy rain, the strong damaging wind has now led to lighter winds, and even, I want to see here on the visible satellite imagery, it is not impossible to see even breaks in the clouds and to see the sun come out. And it looks like we have a few breaks around Pine Island Center as well as North Captiva, and some sun is right now peeking through where the eye is pushing on shore as a 150 Category 4. Now let's take you into Lee County. And before I do that, I tell you what, before I do that, let's sample some of the wind speeds that are right now being picked up with Wink Live Doppler 3X. And we have a lot of bright colors that we traditionally don't see in our area. So let's sample some of the wind speeds that are right now being picked up. There's 105 near Boca Grande, 125 elevated near Punta Gorda. Let me take you over into Rotunda, as well as El Jobim. There's a 94. So based off of that range, there is very well the possibility that winds gusting 90 to 130 miles an hour are possible at the moment in Charlotte County. Now, granted, it's going to be a touch lower as it pushes into DeSoto County, but even you around Arcadia and Nocatee need to be mentally prepared for a huge amount of this wind to eventually work its way into your area. Let's switch back over to radar, as I want to show you the intense band of rain which has now passed by downtown Fort Myers as well as North Fort Myers. If we could in the back, I'm curious to see this. Let's punch up the Wink Doppler cam. That's where the eye wall is right now working its way towards. So the Wink, yeah, there it is. And it's hanging tough. It's doing a great job. Let's keep it going. But that eye wall is about to approach the Doppler, and it's probably going to get the biggest test that it's ever had so far since we put it up, with winds upwards of 100 miles an hour, but so far taking it like a champ. Babcock Ranch, you will also shortly see the periphery of this eye wall, and where you see that dark red, that is going to be working its way into Babcock Ranch. So let's go back to the radar. Okay, let's go back to my Weather 2 system. We'll go back to the visual here in a second. Babcock Ranch, you'll notice that red, that is the worst part. That's the 100-plus wind that is very close to our radar site. It has just slammed North Fort Myers as well as downtown Fort Myers. Pine Island Center is now on the eye, but we're starting to see, and I want to punch, if you could punch me up here at the touchscreen, look at the motion around the eye. And that's when we're going to start to see the surge really move in, because it is literally getting forced up the Caloosahatchee now as we are approaching high tide. This is the worst case scenario. It is unfolding as our water levels are rising because of the strong wind that is forcing the water up the river. Okay, now let's analyze some of the wind speeds that we have. Oh, and also for the viewers, for my viewers around Buckingham, Lehigh Acres, this is an extension of one of the strong portions of the eye wall. It's working its way down towards Bonita and Estero. Your winds are going to be picking up significantly as that is filtering in towards Vanderbilt Beach. Now let's analyze the wind speeds to see what type of wind that we're dealing with here. And the winds are fairly strong right now in this pocket of purple. That is as strong as it's going to get in this part of the storm. And let's take a look at some of the sampling. And we are looking at the potential of winds gusting. And granted, this is analyzed a little bit above the ground, but we could take most, if not all of it, and bring it down to the surface. And right now the winds are being analyzed around Fort Myers Beach, as well as Iona and Villas, Bell Tower, FSW, between the 90 to 130 mile per hour range for gusts. That is why we're treating this like a tornado. Hunker down, center part of your home, away from windows. Insulate yourself with as many rooms as you can and as many walls as you can from the exterior, as that is going to be rotating around and then eventually working its way towards Bell Tower, Gateway, Gulf Coast Town Center, and then eventually downtown Fort Myers. Also want to do some sampling of some of the wind speeds around Lehigh Acres and Gateway. There's some 81, there's 125, and then around San Carlos Park about 114 miles an hour. Okay, now for our final stop into Collier County before we also highlight our friends around Lake Okeechobee. Okay, I'm going to extend the radar. There we go. There's the full vantage point, and you can see the southern extension of the eye wall rotating around, and this is a particularly fierce part. And if you're listening to me on radio, the extension of this bad part of the eye wall is from Estero to Pelican Bay. Under the gun is going to be Bonita Springs as well as Vanderbilt Beach. Winds, according to radar estimates, I'm going to sample some of these, are upwards of about 70 to even 90, if not 100 miles an hour. Already I have had a wind gust to 105 in Naples during this storm's duration, as more surge and more rain is going to be coming in from the Gulf. And notice how we're starting to see bands rotate around LaBelle. LaBelle, outer bands, but not the core just yet, as the full force of Ian, guys, continues to make its way felt across Southwest Florida.
Really hearing the sounds here in downtown Fort Myers. We know so many of you at home are also hearing those sounds. Don't worry, we are here with you. We still have a lot to go. So make sure you stay hunkered down where you are. This is our tower cam looking down at the satellite dishes there into Billy's Creek, where we're seeing the water levels rise. This is what was expected with this storm surge in downtown Fort Myers. So if you are anywhere along the McGregor corridor on the Fort Myers side or along the Caloosahatchee on the Cape Coral side, if you're in North Fort Myers, you're seeing this as well too. And you might see, if you're watching the parking lot right by the satellite dishes, every once in a while you'll see a wind gust that's really blowing, and it's blowing water from our parking lot toward Billy Creek. So the parking lot in our back of our building is flooded right now. And so anyone along Billy Creek and those homes along Billy Creek in Fort Myers, you're probably experiencing something similar. You don't have to be right on the Caloosahatchee to see this storm surge. Any of the tributaries are going to be rising as well.
I do have a new update. Punta Gorda, we were just noting the northeastern eye wall, just got a wind gust to 110 miles an hour.
Okay.
So that's the type of wind that we are right now dealing with at Punta Gorda Airport.
Okay.
Now that's going to be rotating around towards Port Charlotte and Northport. So plan on bare minimum 100 to 110, if not 120 mile per hour wind.
Okay, now we're looking at this at Fisherman's Village, but it's frozen. This shot is now frozen, so it gives you a still picture of what was happening there when the camera froze. But you can see we were watching how the water was so low, and it's not as low as it seems to have been. Am I seeing that correctly, Matt? Or are we, because we know.
And I do expect a gradual change. It is we are still seeing lower levels around Fisherman's Village, but that is going to change quickly.
Okay.
Once it starts to make that turn even more to the northeast, and as the the winds turn around and more from the west, that's when the water's going to pile up.
Okay, so there are low levels in Punta Gorda, low elevation levels, low levels in Port Charlotte, all along the Peace River in Charlotte Harbor. There's a lot of areas there that are very low lying. So much of Charlotte County is very low lying, which is why they evacuated their A and B zones, 127,000 people potentially in those low level zones that they asked you to evacuate. And they don't have nearly that number, not even close, in their shelters. Hopefully people have evacuated those areas because they would avoid not only the surge but the strong winds that you were just so adequately pointing out to them while you were doing your weathercast, Matt. So as we continue to watch Wink Doppler 3X, Matt just told you we had landfall around North Captiva, 150 mile an hour storm. And Dylan, you were just saying that you wouldn't be surprised at all if when they look at the analysis of what this storm is doing, that they could change the strength of that storm later.
Absolutely. The radar data and along with the Hurricane Hunter data certainly gave enough evidence for it to happen. But I will say, regardless of whether or not they up it after the fact, Ian does tie the record for the fourth strongest hurricane on record to make landfall in the United States from a wind standpoint.
Is that in Pacific and Atlantic or just the Atlantic?
Just the United States from the Atlantic.
Just the United States from the Atlantic. All
Yes.
right. Yeah, so I don't think we have to convince anyone that this is a historic event for us here in Southwest Florida. Matt has been telling you all day long how this is a worst case scenario for us because of all the factors of a hurricane being felt here. I'm sorry. We're going to go to Palm Beach Boulevard and Shoemaker, and there are your live pictures of what's happening right there in Fort Myers. You see the trees whipping, you see the power or cable lines whipping in the wind from this traffic camera. This is really in very, very centralized Fort Myers, and it's nice to see that the streets are empty because a lot of residential areas around this.
And doesn't do it justice. I just took a walk through the newsroom and looked out of one of the kind of protected windows we have at what's going on around us, and you can see from this view the water is definitely coming up, and it looks like it's coming up along the river a little bit as well. But if you are downtown in Fort Myers and hopefully in a safe place, somewhere elevated impact windows, and you can see out the window, this looks calm by comparison to what you'll see out of your window. It is really intense and almost violent out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're chugging along here, folks. We're getting through it. We're getting through it, okay? And we are approaching the middle point of the storm. Just hang on tight with us, okay? We're almost through. We got a couple more hours of intense weather with strong wind, surge, and heavy rain, but we're going to be with you every step of the way. We are not going anywhere. Lois?
Okay, we're seeing some of these green boxes again, the flood advisories. Is that what they are, Matt? Right,
Yeah,
out in the LaBelle area.
Correct. They are flood advisories, and then we also have what you see, that outline near Port and towards the beginning of Charlotte.
Right.
That corridor right there, that's even worse. That's an upgrade from the area you see around LaBelle. That is a flash flood warning.
Okay.
They've had since midnight a foot of rain, almost approaching 13, and still look at the duration of the heavy rain. They could be talking about 20 inches plus in spots because of the fact that it's moving so slow. For the listeners right now on radio, the area that I'm talking about is mainly Charlotte County, southern sections of Sarasota County, Doppler estimates of about 12 to 13 inches around Englewood, Venice, Manasota Key, and extending to Northport. There's been some very heavy and significant rainfall, and we're only about halfway through, so in theory, you could multiply it by 2, and that could give us an idea of what type of totals we could see after it's all said and done. But the problem is, all that water, we're looking at the vicinity impact, that's going to go down the Mayaca River, but the surge is going to prevent it from flowing down properly.
Right. So it has to go somewhere, as you say.
Exactly right.
We're going to have different versions of that all over the area. All this water has to go somewhere, and it won't be able to.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to look at some more video, Matt, here. We want to take you to the Oasis Towers. That's from right along Palm Beach Boulevard. This is on the 33rd floor. This is video of what they're seeing, looking out their window along the Caloosahatchee. Look at the water just being pushed by these winds. And they are watching the water levels rise there right now. We don't know exactly when this was taken, but we're assuming it's fairly recently. Oh, 2:55. Okay, thank you very much from the booth. So this was taken just about 35, 40 minutes ago from the Oasis Towers in Fort Myers.
Good news is at that point, those areas looked fairly normal. We'll see how that changes. We have another video now from the Hilton Garden Inn. I'm not sure which Hilton Garden Inn. This is the one by RSW. Okay, from the third floor. And I know a couple people staying in that area saying the winds have been increasing and very, very strong around the area of FGCU, Alico and Gulf Coast Town Center. There are several hotels there. A lot of people staying there to get out of the coastal areas. I know the power's out at a lot of those hotels, and you can really see what's going on outside the area.
We want to talk to a viewer right now from on Pine Island. Mark, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Mark, tell us, we saw some video earlier of a lot of storm surge flooding there. Where are you exactly on Pine Island?
I live right off of Stringfellow, and I'm out here clearing the roads now of all the trees laying on Stringfellow right now with my machine.
Are you in central Pine Island, or are you on the Bokeelia side?
I'm on from center all the way up to the north end of the island. I'm about 3/4 halfway of the way up that way.
Okay, so you may be in the eye right now, sir. You may not want to stay outside. There is going to be much more severe weather coming your way. We'd hate to see you being injured.
Yes, ma'am. I've been in it the whole time with my machine. We want to get LCEC and get the power back on as soon as we can. So the road's got to get cleared.
Yes, Mark, I understand, and you're trying to do something nice there, but there's much more storm coming, and you are in the eye, which seems calm now, but it is going to get nasty where you are. It is not safe to be outside at this moment.
Well, I'm in a 16,000-pound machine, covered up, pressurized, and I see people running around on bicycles. That concern me more.
Yeah, that
I would agree with that.
I agree. Yes, that's very, very concerning. Your home is fortified. You can go home and hunker down there and be safe.
Yeah, well, I already lost the shingles on my house. All my shingles are gone on the house. Pretty bad out here.
Yeah.
Get a crew out here. You might want. I'm more worried about working my way up to where the migrant facility is, where a lot of the workers stay at that stayed in the RVs that didn't leave.
Oh boy.
Right. Yeah.
Boy, we really pray for them. We hope they are well. But Mark, we're also very concerned about you. We really don't want anyone out
appreciate that.
in this weather, and I can assure you that emergency officials don't want you out in it either. If something happens, they cannot come to you. So please get yourself to a safe location if you would.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Mark.
Yes,
this is Matt Devitt. I
hey,
wanted
Matt,
to.
how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I want to tell you. I want to tell you real quick.
From now on, hurricane season, we need to just go straight to you and forget the rest of them, dude. You are on the money.
Oh, I pray that very kind of you. But hey, your safety is paramount here, man. I want you to be safe here because, yes, you just went through the first eye wall and right now you're in the calm. But the problem is you're going to get a double whammy here coming up of a greater surge because it's coming in from the Gulf. The wind direction is going to change. And we also are going to see another round of 100-mile-per-hour winds. So, I just can't stress
enough, let me
man.
tell this guy in the bicycle he needs to seek cover, and I'll head back to the house.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, just be
Thank
safe.
you very much.
Just be safe for us. We care about you, man. Be safe.
We want to make sure
I
everybody
appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time. We want to make sure everybody is here to talk about this storm afterwards and doing everything they can to stay safe while we get through the worst of it, which we are in right now.
Yeah. So we have some other videos that we want to show you. We want to take you to Cape Coral to the Rubicon Canal. And Philip Fryman is the person who took this video. And you can see the palm trees blowing there. And there's so much concern for a surge there. You can see the waterway behind this area where he shot this video. He seems to be in kind of a protected area where he's shooting this from, and we're not exactly sure what time this was shot, but there you see a look at the Rubicon Canal in Cape Coral.
Yep, let's head over to Parker Lakes. Oh, that video right there, that last one was shot at 2:40. This, okay, this one here is 1:30. Is this Parker Lakes that we're talking about? Rubicon Canal. Okay. Let's take a look at the Parker Lakes video again. That's devastating. We're seeing a lot of it. More and more people are telling us that pool screens are gone, pool cages are gone. We've seen lanais gone, and thank you for sending it. We're so sorry. We're glad you're safe in your house, but there's going to be a lot of that.
So Parker Lakes down off Gladiolus in South Fort Myers, and they lost their power there at 1:30 as well. So if you're in that section of Lee County, South Fort Myers, you may have experienced that as well.
I think a lot of folks probably have in a lot of different areas.
Right.
Let's check back in with Matt now. And, you know, this thing, we're just listening to it. You know, everybody's having the same experience. We're having it now where it seems like every thought is interrupted by a sound.
By a gust of wind. You hope that your house is fine. You hope that your family is fine. You get a break for a bit, and then you get another strong gust of wind.
Yep.
And just hang tight. Okay, hang tight. We're about halfway through, depending on your location. Now, for others, Arcadia, DeSoto County, you are just starting, but closer to the interstate, we're about halfway through.
Right.
Okay, so we got another half, but I just caution that this one, the first round was primarily the strong wind. The next one, the winds are going to change. They're going to come from the Gulf, and you will have a double whammy of the strong, damaging winds, but also the surge. The maximum surge event is coming up. Now, for Collier County, that could be the exception as you will be approaching lower tide ahead, but we will still want to caution you about your surge levels as well. But for Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota County, we are starting to evolve into the surge time frame. Okay, so once the eye passes by, the motion around, and we're going to see that as well at Wink. Our high tide is about 7 o'clock. It's about 3:39, and by that point, it would be, in theory, our worst case scenario. It looks like we are seeing a new pulse on radar. If we could punch up one of the radar composites go full, it looks like here around downtown Fort Myers, we're seeing another pulse and band of very strong wind, which has originated in Cape Coral, and it looks like it's going right up the Caloosahatchee. And if we could, let's punch up Weather 2. Weather 2. And that is the system that I'm operating right now. And this is going to be a very fierce line. And so same deal, Chris and Lois, this will be very similar to the round that we had about 30 to 40 minutes ago. Iona, that is where it begins. It races past southeast Cape Coral, goes all the way into North Fort Myers, extending to Magnolia Landing. And it looks like also Babcock Ranch has seen an extension of the eye wall. It's a broken portion of it, but strong, strong winds, potentially over 100 miles an hour, just passed by Babcock Ranch. I hope everybody is doing okay, hunkering down. I hope you're safe and not injured. And this is just the nature of what we're going to be dealing with, as the diameter of the eye wall is about 20 to as much as 40 miles wide. And look at, guys, what we have in the Gulf. For the radio listeners, we have a massive area of dark red, and that is the western part of the eye wall, and that looks to be about a 2 to 3 hour wind event. The one that we've been dealing with recently, about 1 to 2. The other western side does look a little bit bigger, excuse me, between about 1 to 3 hours.
Okay, so now Sanibel, as I'm looking at this, Sanibel is about to get into the more intense of the second side of the eye wall now. They were in the eye for a long period of time, and now it looks like they could be starting to get very soon into that tougher weather.
And you can see on radar the rotation around it, that west wind. So they already have surge, and what we're going to start to see for Sanibel is an additional pileup of water, and that could legitimately hit over 8 feet plus.
And just to be clear, they're still dealing with the first round of water. It's not like this is round 2 after a drain. This is round 2.
Yeah, exactly right. So we are going to start to see some surge build up as well for Fort Myers Beach, as well as sections all the way up the Caloosahatchee. You got to be on alert. Even for Olga, Alva, Fort Myers Shores, you will gradually start to see that water level rise, if you haven't seen it already, as we go from now and all the way towards sunset.
Okay, I think that do we have this phoner coming up, Lenny, in the booth? I'm just asking about Elaine. Is she with us right now? Okay, so we're still waiting. We're trying to make some connections with some viewers on some of the islands and different areas that have already been affected so we can get an eyewitness account for you to paint you a better picture of what's happening around our community. I know that you're hearing what's happening immediately near you, but it does benefit all of us to hear what other places have gone through or what they're going through right now.
To know, so we're trying to establish a call on Fort Myers Beach. It would not, let's take a, live look now at I-75 at Jacaranda. We're heading further north as we take these pictures one after the other and look at how bad that is, and that's even further north, 30 miles or so, 25 miles north of the last live picture that we were looking at, and man,
but
you can just see the power of the storm.
It just gives you a picture of what the size of this storm is. Here we are in Fort Myers, and all the way up at mile marker 193, okay, 50 miles from our exit here at Fort Myers at Palm Beach Boulevard, and they're dealing with this too. So it just gives you a picture of the sheer size of this storm.
And I've been seeing new videos. Meteorologist Greg Rule has done a fantastic job, as well as our viewers sending us your observations, also telling us that you're doing fine. And if you do have any injuries or anything like that, please relay that to us. We will try to help you out when it is safe. Right now, it is not safe to venture out, and we just got to hunker down. I've been getting new video in of a lot of manufactured homes that have been shredding apart, and then the winds of 100 launching parts of the manufactured home down the street and hitting power lines as well in the process.
Knocking out power.
And we have so many of those communities in this area, and so many of them that are been in the path of the wind that we've specifically seen so far. All right, I believe we've established contact with Elaine on Fort Myers Beach. And Elaine, first of all, thank you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and you're doing okay?
Yes, we're doing quite well. My husband built a beautiful home for me, and unfortunately, this flood is really doing a number on the outside.
Yeah, Elaine, we were told that you have water all the way up to the top of the stairs, up to your...
Yes, because I got a foyer. We have stairs that go down into the garage, and all the drywall on the side broke in, and now it's just rushing in, and I'm just wondering how much longer this surge is going to come, because I don't want it to be upstairs in the house.
Okay, so you're on your second story right now. You're on the second floor.
I'm on a pile-in home.
Okay, so she's on San Carlos Island.
Yes.
Elaine, I wish I had some better news for you. This is Matt Devitt. Hang tight for me. This is going to be a slow-moving storm, and the wind is going to continue to come in from the Gulf and pile up. Now, granted, you are seeing your high tide about now, and that's why you're seeing the levels that you are. But the problem is, even as you approach low tide, we're still having that strong wind wrapping around Ian and forcing all that water up into San Carlos Island.
Boy, is it ever.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. So many cars have floated by. I mean, furniture. I mean, it's just, I've never in my life, I've lived here a long time, and this is the first. And I'm kind of glad I'm here, because I'm ready to at least get this a little together as far as rinsing down my foyer so it doesn't smell, because there's gas due to the fact my car was in the garage.
Right.
Oh, gasoline.
Right. So there are other
it's
people.
Kind of a little smelly.
Yeah. So there are other people. Just be, make sure you stay safe until you get the all clear, because the nasty weather is not over, as Matt said.
This I know. I've been watching and observing, and I'm doing more laughing than crying, because you have to laugh, because this is just the most insane thing I've ever experienced. And I've been through. I'm born and raised in Miami, so I've been through a lot of hurricanes.
Elaine, I would like to tell you one thing, okay? You're basically at the halfway point, okay?
Halfway?
You're halfway, so hang on tight, okay? You got one more half, and then we can clean up tomorrow. So it's gonna, okay, so hang on tight. We're about 50% through for your location. So you got another 50%, and then this troublemaker will be out of the area, okay?
Okay, so hopefully I don't expect any more surge, and I'll be okay up top in my house.
The surge levels will still continue to pile up, but your saving grace at the moment is that Fort Myers Beach is peaking now with high tide, Gradually, as we go deeper into the evening, we will be approaching lower tide. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to see surge, but that may knock off about a foot or two of the maximum surge potential.
No, I'll take that.
All right.
All right.
For sure.
Elaine,
Well,
please
thank
stay
you for
safe.
answering.
Glad you have.
We are. No problem there. It's just, I'm just concerned of how much more is coming and how much I'm putting everything up on everything because that's how much the water is in.
Yeah.
But thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for calling.
Answer my question.
And we appreciate it. Stay safe. So glad she has an upstairs.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean,
The vertical evacuation,
right
we've
now.
talked about that a lot today because normally you don't have to do that unless there's a surge like this or if there's some sort of water inundation like this. You really don't have to do the vertical evacuation otherwise.
And before the storm, we had literally noted that there was the opportunity for life-threatening storm surge. And literally her life was being threatened by rising water, so she had to get to that second floor. And that is why people evacuated in the areas that were told to evacuate.
Right. We're taking a look at our parking lot again in Billy Creek and right near the Palm Beach Boulevard and the river as we watch the water come up. We can still see the Billy Creek Bridge over on the top right of the screen, so that's a good sign, but the water is clearly in our parking lot and it's up a good foot in our parking lot, foot and a half, just in the flat part of the lot.
Yeah, but you can't see the docks across Billy Creek anymore, and now we're looking at the area toward Palm Beach Boulevard. That's Palm Beach Boulevard. Yep, there's water there. Oh, the wind is blowing it. Okay, the wind is blowing our camera, so hopefully we'll be able to hang on here and we'll still have a view from our tower cam. But right now, look at the white caps on Billy's Creek. You don't see that ever.
No.
Ever. But the docks are covered across the way, and there's you see the Billy Creek Bridge along Palm Beach Boulevard headed toward downtown.
And the water's much higher around some of those homes, not all of the homes in Dean Park, but some of those homes have water much higher, if not too high already. Different again than when we first started looking at it about 45 minutes ago
and now you're looking in the direction of Caloosahatchee, and across the river would be North Fort Myers. The wind blowing this around, so we're at the mercy of the wind. Boy, are we ever. All of us in Southwest Florida right now who are going through these heavy bands of rain with Hurricane Ian.
I think I'm hearing the transformer pop. Can you pan the camera down? If we can.
Yeah, look at that now. That's a better look at Dean Park.
Go back to the right a little bit, buddy. Yeah, the transformer's been popping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we talk about, we're talking about all this water coming up. We're getting a boil water notice emergency message from the town of Fort Myers Beach. This is not a surprise. Utilities department today at 2:25, they lost power to their water pump stations. So as a precaution, they're advising you if you're in that utility area of Fort Myers Beach, boil your water for all uses until further notice. It may be difficult for some people who don't have any power, but hopefully you have your supply of bottled water that you can use for drinking and cooking or whatever else you might need, because the water right now is not safe for those people with the Fort Myers Beach utilities.
And even if you have enough in the house, use it for washing, especially your hands, so that you might tend to put near your mouth. Don't waste it. Make sure you have enough for drinking, but use it a little bit to clean with. And I'm looking at Dean Park here as we look live on this picture. More and more of the houses seem to be having, I'm going to guess, have a water problem. There's a swimming pool we kind of watch at the top middle of your screen, and part of it is because it's raining so hard and it's so windy it's hard to see, but the water definitely looks like it's up to the pool level there. So, and it's just making it under the Billy Creek Bridge now, so we're definitely up from even a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Matt, so many people are asking about the duration. I know you've just talked about it, that we have a half to go yet. We were talking to Elaine on San Carlos Island, but if you're in downtown Fort Myers or areas of Charlotte County, can you give people an estimate of, how long is this terrible, nasty weather going to be over them?
Absolutely. And I think the best way to think about it is the storm right now is heading northeast. Okay, so I'm going to split a line right through it. Okay, so this is essentially your halfway point. So right now, and I have the middle point in the eye. So right now, you could argue that Fort Myers as well as Cape Coral, you're about 40 to 50% through it. You're about 40 to 50% through it. But we had been noting that this is a long duration event. It's a big storm, and it is not one of the faster moving storms. So for, I would say, Rotunda, Englewood, Boca Grande, Pine Island, let's take it even down the coast more, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, Naples, all of the spots that I had mentioned, you're at the halfway point. So hang on tight, okay? We got a couple more hours. Now, if you are, let's say, to the east of this line, and my line for the radio viewers is from the Mayaca River to Matlacha to Bonita Springs. For those areas east, and especially Arcadia, like for example, you guys are only about a quarter of the way through. So location is going to mean everything. And then even Lake Placid, you're only about 10% through. So we just need to continue to mentally prepare ourselves and also make sure to pace yourself. Just pace yourself here. We're going to get through it. We are going to get through Ian. Eventually, it's going to be pushing inland. The eye right now, guys, I would say it is around Boquilla, and it is around and on its way to Burnt Storm Marina. So the eye, Boquilla to Burnt Storm Marina, Pirate Harbor, it is not impossible to see a little bit of sun in between all the passing clouds. Guys?
All right, and if you're pacing yourself, don't go out in it, but just enjoy it for a minute and exhale, because the halfway mark, this is a lot. I mean, getting to the halfway mark is an accomplishment, and just let yourself breathe, and we'll get to the second half.
We all want it to be over, don't we? We all want it to be over. We all want everyone to be safe, and we will get through this together. We know how hard it is, how scary it is. You know, people are saying they've never been so scared. We understand.
Sure.
It is scary, but we are all here. We're all going to get through this, and we're all going to get through it together. We're going to go now to Michael, who is in Rotunda West. He's on the phone with us. Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. How are you doing? We understand you lost some trees.
Oh, yes. It's so I'm in Rotunda West. And yeah, we can't even like step outside the door right now. It pretty much sounds like there is a freight train coming through. Yeah, we had a tree fall that took out our lanai. And we live on a canal, and the two people that live across from us both lost their decks.
Okay.
The decks just floated away.
Okay.
So
yeah, and our next door neighbor lost his lanai as well. But right now it's so bad here, and it's been relentless for 2 straight hours.
Right. Yeah, we're looking at some of the Wing Doppler 3X right now, and we're seeing some of the nasty weather near you in Charlotte County, and there's more to come, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that eye. We were kind of excited, so maybe we could go out and take the tree off of my car.
I think, yeah, well, I think I would wait. I would wait for that, but so sorry to hear that you have damage at your home, but we are so glad to hear that you're safe and in your home.
Yes, we're definitely hunkered down, and you know, we don't have power here as well as probably everybody else around us. But it does sound just like a freight train, and the canal looks like an ocean. It has white caps on a canal.
So that's not a direct access canal. It's just a freshwater waterway.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the smaller ones here in Rotunda, and they did finally open, I guess, like the little levee to let some water come out because it was starting to come up a little bit higher.
Okay.
But I could try. You know what? I'll just peek out the front door, and maybe you can even hear how.
No, please don't do that, Michael. We don't want you to. We don't want you to do that.
Hey, Michael.
We might have.
This is Matt Devitt. In Rotunda, the other eye wall is about to move in. So I know you were initially hit with the eastern eye wall. Well, the western eye wall is literally on your doorstep. So you're seeing. I know the calmer conditions now. It's going to go from 0 to literally 100 very shortly. So, yeah, let's just hunker down, stay inside.
I think it's pretty much 100 right now here.
Okay, all right. Well, they probably went 0 to 100 real fast. So, yeah, just stay in the interior and just ride it out. We're almost through it, okay?
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. And we're,
all right,
we've lost power, so we're listening to you.
Okay, all right, we appreciate it. We'll try to be as descriptive as we can so you know what's going on. Thank you so much, Michael. Stay safe.
All right, thank you guys very much. We love you.
I love you guys,
We love you too.
Wink News anchor Nicole Gabe is here now with some brand new video to show us. Nicole.
Yeah, one of my friends actually who lives in the Oasis building, so that is right across the street from Wink News, is in Oasis. If we could take this video full screen, I'll go ahead and press play. I want you to take a close look at the clothing, though. You slowly see it swaying back and forth. Now keep in mind, Oasis is a tall building. People who are in there right now are feeling the impacts of that wind right here. We hear the wind as well, but this just kind of gives you an idea of just how strong that wind is. I mean, this closet is in the interior of Oasis. His clothes, again, are just shaking back and forth, but that video was sent to me about an hour ago or so, but we just wanted to get that to you and give you an idea of what it's looking like from the Oasis building. We do have a lot more video, though, coming in, and we're going to bring that to you guys as well as soon as we can. Back to you.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. I mean, even the little things like that give you an idea of how massive and powerful this is and what people are going through, even in homes that have been fortified and are secure and are built after Andrew and all of that. I mean, it's just, you can't escape it at all.
No, but those towers, are very new, They're built to have that kind of give.
They can take it.
You're right, and so they're built for it, but it still doesn't.
Doesn't make you feel any better when it's happening.
When it's happening, yeah.
Well, listen to this. I actually, during the peak of Irma, I was living in that, I was living across the street, and the condo was shaking.
Yeah.
Same thing. So when I saw that video, it was kind of deja vu, and that is, if it brings some peace of mind, the building architecturally is made to do that, and it is steel reinforced, but like we saw in that video, it sways, it's freaky, I agree, but the building will not cripple and fall apart. It can structurally take that wind.
Yeah, they're brand new buildings. It's
It's just okay. Oh, we have another. Let's take this new video. We've seen. Oh gosh, look at that. This is Cape Coral. The roof blowing off about an hour ago, Southeast 37th Street. This is going on more than we're seeing.
Whenever a home is breached in any way through a window by the garage door, which is your largest opening, and it gets in there, this is what can happen when you're in an older home where the roofs aren't reinforced the way they have been since Hurricane Andrew in 1992. This is what happens, and it's just devastating. And hopefully that no one was in that home at the time.
Hard to tell if that at the other end is a covered patio or something where it may have started, but still, it doesn't matter for those poor people that live there. That is the whole roof pretty much.
Multiple reports of winds over 100 miles an hour in Cape Coral, bare minimum. I just got an update at Punta Gorda Airport, 124 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
124 miles an hour, the wind gusts within the hour. Punta Gorda Airport. Meteorologist Greg Rule is going to update all of the wind speeds that have been coming in. We will get you that list momentarily, but we have seen multiple spots with winds 120 to 130, and I think after the fact we may find even higher reports come in.
That's not far from where the Emergency Operations Center is in Charlotte County. It's there because it's a higher point in the county, and so we'll be checking in with Zach Oliveri, who's hunkered down right in that area of
and
Charlotte
those
County.
Buildings are strategically made to withstand Category 5 conditions, both in location but also the way that they are constructed. But still, a 124 gust can certainly pack a punch.
Yeah, most definitely.
As we look at downtown Fort Myers and some of the areas around here, and if you remember off the top of your head, when is high tide downtown?
7:06, if my memory serves me right. It's around that time. But the problem is Ian is in no hurry, and we are still going to have that southwest wind.
That's why I asked.
So the wind is
second band too.
Right, and it's quite an intense band. So the water is going to continue to pile up.
Oh, it's hard to, let's see, what do we have now? Okay, we're watching Dean Park, and across from us, I-75, at 136 at Colonial or thereabouts.
Yep.
Saw one car go by right when we took it, but other than that, this camera actually seems to either the camera's holding together a little bit better than the last one, or the wind is a little bit less there than it was last time we were in the general area.
Right, and these are the FDOT cameras that we don't control. Of course, the same ones we use for traffic in the morning when you're watching Week News this morning, and showing you right now no cars. The concern right now is just what the conditions are out there. But I-75 for a lot of people, Matt, you said there's some nasty weather that was going into Gateway and Lehigh Acres.
Yeah.
They may not have the same surge concerns, but clearly they're getting these winds as well.
Absolutely, 100-mile-per-hour plus winds, those gusts, possible. We're talking even far away from the beaches, Lehigh, Fort Myers Shores, Babcock Ranch, winds 100 miles an hour plus. And something to just keep in mind is that we saw this with the porch in the Lanai in that one video, where oftentimes, and you'll see this with a landfalling hurricane, gas stations, same type of structure, the wind goes under them and then causes them to tip over. And I bring that up because there may be a search for gas in the area, and I would plan on the possibility that a good amount of our gas stations are either damaged or destroyed in parts of Southwest Florida. So in the search for gas after the storm, I have a feeling that a sizable amount of our gas stations have either been damaged or completely destroyed.
Yeah, some of them will, by this new state law, they have generators, so they can, once they're up and running, they can be running even if there's no power. Not all of them, some of them have, but it just gives you, keep in your mind, you should be reserving your gasoline, reserving your supplies right now. The state is set up, they're ready to come in here and help us out in any way that they can as soon as the storm clears, but it does take some time to get the water back in here, the gas trucks back in here, and the power companies out in safety and working.
And the other thing that changed, we get better at this every time we have a hurricane, but we also grow every time we have a hurricane. We have so many more people here than we had even after Irma, who, if gas is short and other things are short, it's going to take a little bit longer. And utilities, we have more underground and more protected, but yet we also have more people and more houses. It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
I think that's very well said. I mean, when have we ever had something to this caliber make landfall in Southwest Florida? We are all experiencing this together, and we are all learning and seeing what this is doing to our area, from the surge to the wind, and we will grow from it. We will clean up from this, but we are right now at the halfway point. We got to get through the other half by tomorrow. Gradually, yes, we still deal with the surge, but gradually we turn a corner. Friday, even better, and then by the weekend, that's when we look at the scope of what Ian did.
Yeah, and we're not going anywhere through all of this. You're going to need information, not just now, but after post-storm. You're going to need to know what you need to do and where you need to go, and we'll have that for you too.
We have Teresa on the phone, I believe, now in the Burnt Store Marina area. Hey, Teresa, can you hear us?
I sure can, guys. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for us.
Thank you. The least we can do for you, Teresa. We understand you think you're in the eye?
I'm absolutely in the eye. I got to go out around the house, take a look, assess the neighborhood, and see how the floods are looking. We're right on the Charlotte Bay.
Yes.
And we have the park next to us. So we're right on the northwest corner of Old Burnt Store Road. And I said, hey, let me give these guys a call, because in the eye, I can call people.
You're back in your home right now, so you're safe. You're not.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I just went out for a second, took a look at the things that, what does the water look like? How close is it to my house?
And what were you seeing?
Nothing. What are those things called that the water's in? I'm new to this area. The canals still look like they have about 2 feet to go before they fill up over here in the northwest corner.
That's good.
We have a couple houses that have lost the tiles on their roof. Mine hasn't. I got a couple pieces up here and there. And we got some wind damage going on out here for sure. If you guys wouldn't have told us earlier on in your broadcast that you haven't heard the howl yet, I wouldn't have, I probably would have started crying. And if it wasn't for your newscast, I wouldn't have been as prepared as I was to go, oh, that's the howl that they're talking about.
We're glad to
I
hear
mean,
that. We're glad to hear that. It is comforting to know what it is when it comes and not just be blind to it.
And that everybody else is
amazing.
going through it.
Yeah, and I have a lot of friends that I'm in text with, and I can't text anybody, because over here in this corner, it's just it has shut us all down.
Yeah, we're hearing that too from other people as well, that they can make phone calls, but they can do little else. Even our crews, our news crews out there are saying similar things. So
yeah. Yeah, but over here it looks pretty good so far, and I was curious, being in the eye and all, and I know it's going to close up on us here pretty soon. You were talking that we probably have about 3 more hours to the end of Ian.
Hi, Teresa. Okay, so I definitely see that you're in the eye. By the way, have you been able to see a little bit of the sun?
I haven't seen any sun, but I'm going to tell you this. It was odd. I did go out and take a look, and I did see a couple birds.
Yeah, they get trapped in the eye, and that sometimes can happen with the most powerful storm. The birds can get trapped in the eye, and they have nowhere to go because of the intense wind. But what we're looking at on radar is essentially the second round is slightly bigger than the first, and if you're still seeing it on TV, it's twice as big as the first round. So we are around the halfway point, but please keep in mind that we have heavy rain, we have gusty wind, damaging wind, and then the wind is going to start to come from the water around Burnt Store Marina. So the winds are going to start to rotate around, coming in from around Charlotte Harbor as well as all the way towards Pine Island Sound. So just be on alert that the water levels are going to rise fairly quickly. Once the eye wall really starts to kick back in, and it's about a 2 to 4 hour event because it looks to be growing in size a bit. Okay, so that's the problem with Ian. It's just a big storm and it's a slow mover, so it's going to be another round 2 coming up. So hang tight, okay?
All right, Teresa, thank you so much. Please stay safe. Please keep your family safe. All right, we want to go to Zach Oliveri. He's in Charlotte County. And Zach, I know you're getting hit with some really nasty weather. Tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing from the emergency officials, because I know you're kind of locked in there in a safe space, but what are they telling you?
Lois, I was told that we are just at the beginning of the storm surge. This storm still has catastrophic results on the way. I just checked the Wink Weather app right before coming on, and it looks like we are going into the eye. And Matt, I heard you talking about those 120-mile-plus-per-hour winds. We could definitely hear them from the lobby here at the Emergency Operations Center. It seemed like they were almost knocking on the door trying to get inside, but luckily we have the shutters up in the front of the building, so that means no way in, no way out. We are safe here. And going back to that storm surge, the Emergency Management Director, Patrick Fuller, said during his 3 p.m. update, we are just at the beginning stages of that here in Charlotte County.
We will see that continue throughout the afternoon into the evening. It's going to begin to fill up canals, overtop land, potentially into homes. We have some reports of water intrusion into homes, and I expect that to continue. We're going to see life-threatening storm surge. Hopefully those folks in the evacuation areas have left. If you have not left, now is not the time to be on the road. Please remain hunkered down. This is a dangerous storm, both from water and from wind.
And luckily from that 3 p.m. update, there have been no life-threatening storm surge calls that have come into the center. And they urge people as we get into this eye, based off what I saw in the Wink Weather app, don't go out in the eye because of what's still out there. They want to keep everyone safe as possible and continue to hone in on that message to hunker down, stay inside until this storm passes. Live in Charlotte County, Zach Oliveri, Wink News.
Yeah, Zach, stay where you are. Thank you. You're in a very safe location, but those are important words. We've heard so many people go out in the eye, and we're just so concerned for you because we know how devastating the other half of this eye is going to be, and we don't want you in harm's way. So please follow the advice of the emergency authorities in your county, your law enforcement, your emergency responders, and stay where you are, hunkered down.
All right, we're going to go to some video from Fort Myers Beach coming in. A new look at the high tide and the surge near Fort Myers Beach, and we have just seen from every angle that we've seen from Fort Myers Beach today, it has looked something like this. People in the water, in the streets, ice coolers floating down the streets. Look at those people. That's probably not a great idea to be in it. It's not a great idea to be in it, but not so bad on one side of the screen there. You saw those cars that were kind of parked normally, and then those people who are in it kind of up to their chests. So, but it's just covered with water everywhere you look there. And hopefully most of those houses that we saw over to the right, hopefully they're okay, because, you know, that's just a little bit higher and it's going to get even worse.
Yeah. We're going to go to Palm Beach Boulevard and Veronica Shoemaker so you could see what it looks like there in Fort Myers. Their camera is looking pretty rough there right now. Another FDOT camera just looking straight down Palm Beach Boulevard the way it looks. And palm trees blowing, nobody on the streets. Thank you for that. A lot of residential areas around this intersection, so people hunkered down and staying where they are, knowing how dangerous the winds are and how strong the gusts have been in that part of Fort Myers.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this storm that I think is helpful is the wrong word, but it is so intimidating that it got all of us to do exactly what, or most all of us to do exactly what we were supposed to do, we hope, to prepare and to be safe during it and to not be out in it and to just wait.
That's right.
Because we're, you know, halfway point. There's a lot more to go.
And I at least have some good news that I just heard.
Oh, please.
It is starting its weakening trend.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we've gone from 150 to 145. We're going to go from 145 to 135. So yes, it is still a powerful hurricane, but it's certainly not going up anymore. And we have now started the downward trend of weakening. But that should not diminish the threat. This is still going to be a major hurricane, big impact for the next 6 hours of that strong damaging wind. The surge is going to really start to kick in here, especially up the Caloosahatchee, the Imperial River, the Myakka River, Peace River. Those are all the spots, to name a few, that need to be on surge alert as it's going to start to wrap around that wind from the Gulf.
Speaking of wind, hang on, let's just look at this real quick. I-75 at Jacaranda, wow. You get an idea of just the power of the wind and how much water and moisture there is in the wind.
Right. This is mile marker 193, so you know exactly how far it is from where you are. But from where we are here in Palm Beach Boulevard, we're talking 50 miles from where we are. And that wind is whipping and the rain sheets are blowing through. And that just, again, shows you how big the sheer size of Hurricane Ian. And Matt, when you talk about it starting its process of weakening, we don't want to give people too much optimism here, because it's going to take a while for it to really get down, because it's such a powerful storm to begin with. I mean, we're talking, what does it say, 148? 145 right now? So yeah, it's going to take a while for it to get down to a reasonable level.
Exactly right. And, you know, granted, still some of the circulation is still over water. And so, yeah, this is still going to be a major hurricane for the next several hours, major impact, and we cannot diminish the threat. I mean, it is going to be an absolutely crippling second half as the strong winds will be gusting over 100, storm surge, and here's once again the traffic cam. 194, Sarasota County, and this is looking towards the north, right into the wind. So it's looking towards the north and northwest, and you can literally see the power of that wind coming by.
Yeah, absolutely. We're hearing the wind over us here on Palm Beach Boulevard in Fort Myers. We know if you're in downtown Fort Myers, North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, you are feeling the same thing that we are, that the winds are just so very, very strong right now. And we're looking at, you got your velocity chart up there, Matt, and who's seeing really the strongest winds right now?
Yeah, so who's seeing the strongest winds? And our radar is taking a beating right now. So if you see those random colors, the radar is it's powering through some of these winds of about 100 miles an hour. But I want you to look at this section right here. So first off, I'll give you a visual. And for those that are listening on radio, the worst part of the eye and the eye wall, I'm going to put this visual on here. The worst part of the storm in the eye, the eye wall, basically goes from Port Charlotte to Cleveland, as well as towards Rotunda, Boca Grande. So this is going to be the eye wall. Northport, Englewood, Rotunda, Boca Grande, Captiva, Cape Coral, North Fort Myers, Babcock Ranch. That is where the eye wall currently is as it's pushing northeast. Hurricane force winds are being experienced right now. This has had a history of wind gusts upwards of about 120 to 150 miles an hour. So now I want to take this opportunity to show you some of the wind speeds that are being analyzed. And again, this is a particularly tough display on radar. It's been battling through some 100-mile-an-hour winds, and right on cue, there it is, as we have winds analyzed of about 100 miles an hour or greater across Charlotte County, working its way towards Cleveland, Punta Gorda. Now I'm going to work my way into Lee County, where you see the brighter colors of light blue and darker blue, and that includes here near Wink. We are seeing winds aloft, so we're talking above the ground, analyzed anywhere from 90 to 140 miles an hour. Specifically, some of that intense strong wind is above downtown Fort Myers. It's right near Tice, Villas, and the storm right now does have winds in excess of about 145 miles an hour. Now let's take you south of the Caloosahatchee as we have Sanibel, Bonita Springs, Estero seeing another fierce band of rain and wind, winds gusting well into hurricane force for Lehigh Acres. Then as we take you down into Collier County, Golden Gate, Naples, Marco Island, the intensity of the rain not nearly as heavy. Basically, the dividing line between a steady rain to a very heavy rain is around Vanderbilt Beach and Bonita Springs. Now, for Arcadia, I want to also show you the situation at hand. Your rain, your wind, and the intensity of the storm is going to continue to increase. It is going to continue to increase, and you will see the strongest wind, the strongest part of the storm within the next hour or two. Okay? So within the next hour or two, expect the hurricane force wind as it will be blowing by. Okay, so I want to also analyze some of the highest wind gusts that we have received. So meteorologist Greg Rule updated some of the highest wind gusts, and we are getting some more of these, as you can imagine, as we speak. But Captiva, about 126. For Pelican Bay, 112. I do have to add Punta Gorda to that list of about 124 miles an hour. Okay, Greg just gave me some more updates. Thank you so much, buddy. Cape Coral, we had a wind gust to 110 miles an hour. St. James City, at least 92. I think it'll be more in the 100 to 120 range, if not 130. And then we also have seen some pretty significant winds for Southwest Florida International, as well as Bonita Springs. Here's a look at the visible satellite imagery, and you can see that the eye has now pushed onshore, but it's also starting to fill in. You could see a few peaks of the sun around Bokeelia and approaching Burnt Storm Marina, but the bulk of the storm, the worst part, is working its way inland as we speak. And I now want to show you the 4 o'clock update. So this is going to be the 4 o'clock update. The pressure has gone up. It's at about 942 millibars. Earlier, it was at 937. So the millibars have gone up 5, meaning that it is a stronger the pressures have gone up, meaning it has weakened. So 5 millibars higher, the winds have come down 5. So higher pressure, the winds are down. There is some gradual weakening as it's pushing to the north and northeast at about 9 miles an hour. So we've been talking about the surge, and I want to show you where the high tides will be geographically, but also the specifics. So Englewood, you are right now at your high tide. For Boca Grande, you had your high tide. You are starting to now go on the downswing, but still that does not diminish your surge threat. For Charlotte Harbor, you're looking at about 604. And then as we take you into Lee County, we are going to see Cape Coral, Fort Myers, your high tide about 6 to 715. Matlacha about 541. Captiva 238. for Sanibel 311. For those spots, we have already peaked at high tide. The problem is we still have a strong Gulf wind and a west wind that will be piling up the water. So still, please be on alert for that surge potential. Now I'm going to show you Wink Live Doppler 3X, and it's going to be showing you the core of it and the strongest part of the storm. You're going to see a load here temporarily, the positioning and where it's going to be heading, as well as the scope of the storm. So, Chris and Lois, this system is continuing to work its way northeast. The max winds are at 145 miles an hour as it is now in southern Charlotte County. That's where the eye is, and right near the county border of Lee and Charlotte. And yes, I can hear you, Lenny. Yep.
All right, and we've joined, be full disclosure, we've joined you over here in your weather lab because we're dealing, like a lot of you, with a little bit of water, trying to dry out and make sure that everything is okay. So we'll have close quarters for a little while.
Okay, so I hear we have a good friend of mine on the phone. Is this Sherry?
It is.
Hi, Sherry. You doing okay? She was my neighbor when I lived across the street at Oasis. How you doing?
Hey, listen, I'm doing good, and I want to give you a report. So this is what's happening as I'm looking out my balcony, Matt. I see the eye, because it's really brightened, and off to the northwest, there's still pretty much a whiteout out there. There were a couple boats trying to traverse the river a while ago. God forbid.
And
But
Sherry,
I was so, yeah.
Sherry, can you visually see some debris? And I know it's going to be tough because of the limited visibility, the blinding rain, the strong wind. But from what you have seen, anything that from the safety of your balcony and from looking behind the hurricane shutters and the windows, have you seen anything from behind the hurricane windows looking?
Actually, I've seen some dead birds fly by.
You saw
No
some
kidding.
birds fly by. Yeah, that is a common sight when you are close to the eye. These birds get trapped inside and they can't get out of the eye wall because of the winds upwards of 150 miles an hour and 155. So they get trapped in, and that's what you saw.
I'm sure I did. I've been listening to you moment by moment, but really disconcerting. About half an hour ago, the building was swaying so much. I was doing good until then, and the water in my bathtub just started to slosh right out. So what you experienced, Matt, during Irma was nothing compared to now.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. But Sherry, you doing okay? You safe?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. I really am.
Okay.
No, I'm
Hey.
a stalwart. I'm ready to hang out here for a couple weeks.
Okay, well, that's good. She's prepared.
Hey, Sherry, it's so great to hear
Yes.
from you. I miss you, and I hope you're doing well, okay?
I miss you too. Say hello to your beautiful wife.
Will do. Thank you.
So it's
Okay,
great to hear, too, from somebody else who is prepared for this and safe. And
Yes.
keeping themselves safe
question.
first before anything else.
No question, yeah. It's good to have friends like that, Matt.
Yep, it
Calling
is.
in, giving us those eyewitness reports.
She's the sweetest lady. She
Yeah,
really is.
yeah. But we're hearing that from other high rises too. So, we showed you the video not long ago about the high rise at the Oasis Towers
Right.
where, the closet clothes was swaying.
We saw some of it again while we were talking to Sherry.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And we've heard from people, she was talking about her bathtub. We've heard from a couple of people who have talked about just, the water in the commode is kind of going back and forth in their house as the house reacts to, some people think that's a little bit of levity in the middle of all of this, and for some it's a little bit concerning.
And it goes back to what we have said from the beginning, that wind is a force, and it's literally forcing that building to sway left and right. But I don't want you to get scared by that fact. It is architecturally made to do that.
Sure. Right.
And if anything, that's for your safety. It's steel reinforced, all of the condos, and it's doing that for your safety. The designers and the architects, they've gone through every possibility, and you will be fine in this situation. That is even despite the fact that every 10 floors you go up, the winds increase sometimes by 10 to upwards of 25 miles an hour.
Within the last hour, Matt, now I'm looking at the Wink Doppler 3X here, and I'm looking at, I'm sorry, Chris, you want to come over?
Trade places with
I'm
me.
just looking at, like Pine Island here, we were talking to that gentleman who was out there in the eye, and now they're getting back into it again. That eye is moving on from there. So they will be seeing some debilitating conditions coming up.
And that's the round 2.
Yes.
So we can't be complacent. We can't let our guard down. And yes, the eye is a nice quick break, but it's going to come back with strong wind. Right. We will see that wraparound surge coming in from the Gulf. So I had noted this recently. We're at the halfway point. We got to get through the other half, and we are still dealing with a 145 Category 4. But the surge event is going to start to evolve, especially for Cape Coral and Fort Myers, McGregor, and essentially right along the Caloosahatchee. That's the next event coming up.
And that's the one that for a lot of people who are prepared for the wind, that's the one you really cannot prepare for except to not be there.
Exactly. And I want to also talk about who's up next and who's going to see that hurricane force wind gusting upwards of 100 miles an hour in Arcadia. I've had a lot of questions in Arcadia. What's our timing? When is it coming? And it's almost on your doorstep. You can see that bright red shading. For those listening, it's right along US 17 near Nocatee, and it's going to be pretty much on Arcadia's doorstep here shortly. We had noted the heavy rain in Sarasota County. Hey, Chris, let's switch places real quick.
I'll stand over here.
And what I'm going to do is now talk about the freshwater flooding and the heavy rain. And let's throw on some of the rainfall totals. Oh my goodness, yeah, that have come down today. And I'm going to zoom in and show you that that surge that's piling up. Right. We are seeing some pretty significant totals, and this is going to be for Venice, for Manasota Key, Englewood. The rainfall totals between about 11 and 13 inches of freshwater flooding. Okay, and then closer to Port Charlotte and Northport, our heavy rainfall so far has been between about 5 to 9 inches. There's a flash flood warning in effect as a result. And speaking of advisories, we still have an extreme wind warning that's in effect for now all of Lee County. So all of Lee County, and then for the majority of Charlotte County, there's the flash flood warning. You can see that polygon in green, the outline. That is the flash flood warning in addition to the extreme wind warning. And that's in effect until 6 o'clock, but don't be surprised, Arcadia, if they extend that even more. So multiple advisories in effect, and the notification that we just got, that was for...
This is from Alert Lee. It says if water is coming to your home, get to the highest spot possible.
Yep.
Responders will begin rescues after the hurricane passes, and they're now giving us more of a timeline. They're saying this could last through the night. So they're trying to give you something to wrap your head around about how long we could be in this threat and how long it could be before they can start to do rescues. So they're just giving people some sort of time frame to work with here.
I mean, realistically, and I hope that this time frame can be a lot sooner, but I mean, realistically, midnight, I mean, we're still, and what you see as I zoom out, I'm going to zoom out, you'll notice that the western eye wall is bigger than the eastern one that we just went through, so it's a longer duration event. Yes, we're about 50% through, but this is going to be quite a punch as it eventually pushes on shore. So in reality, you know, being optimistic, I would love for it to be within the next 6 hours, but I would say midnight onward would be a realistic time frame for when we can start to get emergency management officials potentially back on the roads. I mean, it's not impossible that's all the way towards sunrise.
Right, but they're going to have to assess whether it's safe for them to go out and do this, and that takes some time as well. It's not just the fact that we have to wait for the water to go down.
Yeah, first responders have their own first responders in this type of an event who go out and make sure that they assess the situation and make sure it's good for them.
All right, so we are going to keep our eye on Doppler here, and just to let you know, we're kind of moving as we talk, so we'll keep you updated on what's going on, and we're moving to a new spot.
Okay, well, hey, as you guys are moving, I'm gonna continue to highlight the very latest on Wink Live Doppler 3X. And the core of it, the core of Ian, the eye wall, as well as the eye. So the tiny circulation in the eye is right on top of Burnt Storm Marina. So that is where the eye is right now situated. And specifically, it is even around Pirate Harbor. And that's where you could even see some peaks of the sun. Now the eye wall, the shading of yellow, orange, and red. And as we switch over to our velocity signature and our radar, as you can imagine with 100-mile-an-hour winds, it is still hanging tough. It is doing a wonderful job, but if you notice some unique looks, that is because of the winds right now anywhere between 90 to 110 miles an hour, if not greater, in Charlotte County. As we take you over into Lee County, we are also still seeing some fairly strong winds that are being analyzed in the light blue, the darker blue, and this is around Lehigh Acres, FSW, Bell Tower, the wind potential 70 to 100 miles an hour, and that wind is still fairly strong. Hurricane force gusts towards Sanibel, Pine Island, that is right now being picked up by our local radar, Wink Live Doppler 3X. And then as we switch back over to how it looks with rain, I want to show you the areas that are being impacted greatly by this heavy, heavy rain, and that is especially the case for Arcadia. Arcadia is seeing the extreme wind move in, and that's the darker shading of red, as the winds are likely gusting upwards of 70 to 100 miles an hour. Even a few gusts of 100 to 125 will be possible. And the reason why I say that is the line that went by Punta Gorda. When it did, Punta Gorda had a wind gust to 124 miles an hour. As we take you now into Sarasota County. For my radio listeners, I'm showing the northwestern quadrant of the eye wall. That is where the winds are coming up as 100 to 110, potentially being picked up on radar. The darker red, the pink, and the purple that is right now showing up on the radar, that is currently with some very heavy rain and some intense conditions from Northport towards Murdoch, El Jobim, Grove City, Manasota Key, and Englewood. So that is the northern and western side of the eye wall. Now what's happening is, for those that previously were in the eye, now the eye wall is starting to move in, and that includes Boca Grande. So the quiet that you just saw is starting to change as the winds are cranking up, and we are seeing some very heavy rain, and you will start to see also an increase in surge. Rotunda, Englewood, you are still in now that western eye wall as the winds are picking up. And we are also starting to see Bokeelia very quickly. Your conditions are changing as the eye is departing, and now the eye wall is starting to swing around. We are starting to see a surge pile up from Captiva, Sanibel, up McGregor, Iona, 4 Mile Cove, and this is going to be working its way towards downtown Fort Myers, North Fort Myers, as well as Tice, Fort Myers Shores. Please be on alert as those water levels will continue to rise for the remainder of the afternoon and continuing into the evening. There's also another extension of a very heavy band of rain, Lovers Key, Estero, towards Southwest Florida International, Lehigh Acres. There has been a history of winds gusting hurricane force anywhere between 70 to 90 miles an hour. And then for my final stop into Collier County, the majority of the heaviest rainfall is now to your north. We just have some occasional scattered steady rain, and that's been quickly zooming by Marco Island, Naples, and Golden Gate. But the problem is the wraparound motion of the hurricane is still piling up the water. So that is the current situation with Ian. The scope of it, to reiterate, the eye in the center is right now around Pirate Harbor. It will be right on top of Punta Gorda Airport momentarily, and within the next 15 to 45 minutes, you'll get a quick break. The winds will lower, but then we will swing around with the secondary portion of the eye wall. This eye wall is going to be longer than the first event. That's also when we start to see some surge. So hang on tight, everybody, okay? We are at the halfway point. We are getting through this. For Arcadia, you're about 30% through. For Lake Placid, you're about 10% through. So just to give you kind of a visualization as to our status update and how we're doing, we're about 50% through near the interstate. We still have another 3 to 9 hours ahead, depending on your location in Southwest Florida. Now I'm going to toss it out to Chris and Lois. We just talked about the positioning of the hurricane and how it's pushing northeast.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. We believe we have Andrew on the phone from Estero. Andrew, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Absolutely.
Andrew, we can. And thank you so much for joining us. We hear you've lived here your whole life, so we're really interested in your perspective. We understand that you're in Estero along Alico, Three Oaks Parkway area.
Yes, I am. I'm in the Westbrook community right now. It's howling pretty bad. I mean, it's worse than Irma, but it's nothing we can't handle.
How are you doing? I mean, you're obviously in a safe place. What have you done to prepare for this, having been here your whole life?
Well, right now we got all the shutters up on all the windows. Then we just stacked up some beer in the front, right on the wall for the door, so the door wouldn't come in because it was whistling really bad. So all we had was beer, so we just had to stack all that up. And it's not blowing in, so it seems to be working well. But it gets lighter and lighter by the hour. I'm not sure why.
Okay, we can probably guess that, but we're glad that you're in a safe location and that you are safe. What can you tell us what it sounded like to you? Can you give us a feel for what you experienced with the high winds?
Easily a freight train. I remember living in the actual San Carlos Parkway, and when those trains went by, it's exactly what it sounds like. It just shakes the walls and the windows.
So many people have had that same experience. What surprised you the most about this, having been through, if you've been here your whole life, several others of these, what surprised you about the most about what you're going through today?
Well, what not really surprised me is this wind and all of this wind that's in this storm and then how slow it's moving. It's kind of, what it's been doing is it hasn't been able to make up its mind. So, I mean, we've had people say it was going to the Panhandle, then they said Tampa, and then all of a sudden it turns right into us. And we luckily were prepared, so thanks to Matt. I mean, we love Matt. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. And we got. I can hear whistling through these windows actually right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's some whistling coming through the sills of these windows. But it's pretty bad right now. Actually, it's probably about 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, and it's going to go on. According to our staff of meteorologists, it's going to go on for a while. We're glad that you shouldn't be seeing any storm surge flooding, though, are you?
No, not at all, which is very thankful because I saw all the Fort Myers Beach stuff that's going on, and that's devastating. And I couldn't imagine what it'd be like to have that here. I mean, our cars, we're so lucky that we're higher up in ground because I just bought a new truck, and I couldn't imagine seeing my baby go away. So. Right.
Yeah, people can relate to that for sure, and we're so we're saying prayers for Fort Myers Beach and all the other areas in Naples and the islands that are devastated by this storm surge flooding at this point.
So many people have lost at least cars at this point. Andrew, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that's terrible. And we actually just had our community wall just collapse, actually, in the back. The wall that runs across the Alico Road just collapsed, and a gate flew off of it.
Okay.
So that just happened.
Well, you're safe. A gate can be fixed, fences can be fixed, and we're happy to hear that you're okay. And thank you for giving us your time today, Andrew. We really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for all you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you from the McManus family, and just tell Matt that we love him.
Okay, all right. We'll let him know. We'll let him know.
He hears that.
Yeah. We want to let everybody know about boil water notices.
Yeah, for Lee County now, all of Lee County, including Fort Myers Beach, this is to be expected. And we've been hearing from people in the last hour or so in different parts of Lee County that their water pressure is really low, which means there's probably already been an issue that even when it gets fixed, we will need to try to figure out how to get back to get back to the clean water to drink.
We don't know what you can see or can't see right now. We've just lost some of our power in the building, but we're going to keep going. we're doing it just like it was radio. But what we want you to know about that boil water notice is we've heard from Fort Myers Beach, a lot of the pump stations have lost their power. And so that's part of the issue.
Right.
They can't guarantee that the water is safe, so they don't want you to use it in any way. If you have to use it, you have to boil it for over a minute till it's safe. And if you're without power, that clearly is not a possibility for a lot of people. So that's the situation. We hope that you have your water supply for your family, that you are prepared with your hurricane kit, and that you have a supply of water right now. And of course, emergency crews will be bringing water in here as well during this time, or very shortly after the storm clears.
This is one of the reasons why during this time it's so important to make sure that you ration the water that you have and use it carefully, because not only is it a question of the water, at your house, it's a question of how long it will be after everything's restored before the water is safe to drink, which usually is pretty quickly, but not every single time. So you want to be careful and make sure that you have enough to get you through to when things are open, and water will be one of the first things that will certainly roll into the area when that happens.
Okay, so while we lost some of our lighting here in the building, that isn't keeping us out of touch. Matt has got his computer here and his models up, and he's got everything right in the palm of his hand, so we can keep you informed on exactly what's happening with this storm, with Hurricane Ian, where it is going. Latest we heard from Matt, it was starting to weaken a little bit. Pressure was going up, which is good. You don't want the pressure to go down. That's what a strengthening hurricane does. And so we do want to hold on to that little bit of glimmer of hope. But we know some of you, especially in Charlotte County and those areas, are really going through it right now. Fort Myers getting a little bit lighter rain right now, so that's looking a little bit better.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And the situation that we have right now with Wink Live Doppler 3X is that the eye is right now on top of Punta Gorda. The eye wall, the most intense part of the storm, is basically around Arcadia and extending towards Northport. So that's going to be the intense part of the storm. The winds gusting upwards of 100 miles an hour plus, as we do have some heavy rain, as well as areas of damaging winds. So again, to visualize that, it is now approaching Arcadia. So if you have not already seen winds gusting 70 to 100 miles an hour, if not 100 to 120, it's on its way, and it's going right up US 17.